The undead are beings that never truly die, and for them, creatures like immortals who escape the life and death cycle, taking over a small dimension wouldn't be much of a challenge. Conquering the place known as Planet Earth was just a matter of time, or at least, that's what they thought. The big skeleton points, demanding to know how that could be possible. He was just an ordinary human, so how? How was he still alive? The protagonist steps out from the flames and says he'll explain. It's probably because he's tougher than they are, and with that, bam, he slams a punch right into the skeleton's chest. But before we get to that, let's rewind to 2 years earlier. Someone inside a room says they can't take it anymore. She says she let him stay for a while because he said he was going to look for a job, but instead he spends all day playing video games and drinking. If he was going to live like that, then he might as well go back to his parents' house. Our flush-faced protagonist tries to explain that going back to his parents at his age isn't an option. But the girl says it's even worse that he's relying on his younger sister. He walks into the room without saying anything while she keeps going, saying he should at least use that little allowance he gets to go job hunting and stop being a burden. The guy just shuts the door, takes a deep breath as he listens to her going off. He flops onto the bed and tells himself Kang Hyun is pathetic. Why was he living like this? The only thing he'd managed to do since coming to Seoul was land a one-week gig at a big company. Then he got fired. At this point, even a part-time job moving boxes would be something, just to earn a bit of money. He notices the computer's still on and mumbles that life would be way easier if it worked like a video game. At least in games he was good, and it'd be easy to get a decent job. He'd get to choose between being a warrior, a swordsman, and in the middle of all that daydreaming, he dozes off. Out of nowhere, a bunch of system windows pop up. A connection to a dimension called Haken is detected. While our boy is still snoozing, the message says the connection has been temporarily denied and that the tutorial will begin on Earth. Kang opens his eyes, and when he looks around, he finds himself floating in some kind of void. And right in front of his eyes are those little words just hanging in the air. The message says that full connection to the Haken dimension will take 4 years and 364 days. Then it welcomes Kang Hyun to the tutorial. There would be a total of 8 stages, and this was just the first. Dying there wouldn't affect reality, but at the same time, if he gave up or failed, there'd be no second chances. And whoever finished the tutorial would get an awakening and a bonus reward. You could call the FBI on this guy seriously. The first thing he imagines is some level 98 loli calling him to connect. And the idiot actually blushes, realizing his gaming addiction is really starting to mess with his brain. Only in that moment he kind of wakes up to reality, which, well, isn't really reality, right? Because now he's convinced this is a dream. Poor guy has no idea that none of this is a dream, or actually is it? Now I'm confused too. Anyway, he starts getting transported to stage 1. And the system wishes him good luck, hoping he can save Earth. He's standing there, confused, like, what is this about saving the Earth? The final message just says that once he reaches the destination, they'll have to cross to the other side of the bridge. Failure condition, death. Before he can even figure out what bridge they're talking about, boom, he's teleported. And you can see the reflection of flames in his eyes. That's because, my friend, he just landed in a full-on Merbeast challenge. But yeah, dropped right into lava and died on the spot. He looks around trying to understand what's going on and whether that was really lava. The heat, though, was very real. Looking around, he sees a bunch of people and tries to figure out what's happening. He's sure he was just at home. While he's thinking this dream is ridiculous, someone calls out his name. And bam, it's the same girl who just finished chewing him out earlier. Our boy is Kang Hyun and she's Kang Ayin. Korea, and it's amazing naming choices. He wants to know what the hell she's doing there. In the very first dream he's had this year, it's ridiculous. She snaps back that he's not the one who decides that. At the same time, though, she's asking herself if this really is a dream. She saw a bunch of messages talking about saving Earth or something like that. Kang calls her name and says, Kang Ayin, stop pretending this is your dream, girl, because it's mine. She replies that that's not the point. Also, the lava wouldn't be that hot if this were a dream. How could a conversation this normal be happening in someone's dream? Nothing makes sense. He laughs and says the brain is easy to trick. Nobody ever really knows if a dream is real or not. Besides, you can feel pain in dreams. Anyone who says you can is lying. For example, he's had plenty of dreams where he peed himself but woke up completely dry. His sister congratulates him on having the guts to say something like that out loud. He just brushes it off and starts walking, saying he's heading out. She asks where he thinks he's going. He says it's obvious. He's going to cross to the other side of the bridge, just like the challenge said. Of course, since this is his dream, an NPC like her wouldn't know about it. She roasts him, saying she does know actually. And also, he needs to stop calling her that. This is her dream. What really surprises her, though, is that he's not even scared of falling and dying. He says she's being dumb. If he dies, he'll just wake up. But right in the middle of the sentence, a body flies between them. When he looks down, oh boy, the guy falls, starts melting, writhing in pain, and both of them are shaking just watching it. The smell of burning flesh hits them, and she asks what he was saying again. Now they're both trembling. He says that scream sounded really realistic, but he's not scared. Not at all. His sister sighs and says he really is an idiot. He better crouch down and crawl. It's way safer that way. He's standing there pretending not to be scared, but a few minutes later, everyone else is moving forward and the two of them are crawling right along. On the way, she asks what he thinks is going on. Do you have any idea? He says he's sure it's just a super realistic nightmare, to which she tells him to wake up and get real. There's no way a dream or nightmare could feel this real. Something was happening that they couldn't even begin to understand. And maybe, if they died here, they really would die in real life. Kang laughs and says, "Girl, I'm trying not to think about it, but you keep talking and now I'm scared out of my mind." She sees right through him. The bastard was just pretending to be calm. He's totally useless. He collapses face first and asks if they can stop for a second so he can rest. Not because he's shaking and afraid of dying. No, of course not. It's just that he's tired, that's all. She asks if he plans to just lie there like an idiot, and he tells her she needs to understand. There was still a small chance this was just a dream, until that little cistern window popped up in front of them again. The set time for the tutorial had run out, and because of that, the difficulty was going to increase. Suddenly, the whole place starts to shake. I'm honestly impressed some people were still standing there like it was nothing. But to be fair, that bridge isn't that narrow, right? You could fit both feet side by side, legs spread a bit. I'd be fine crossing it. Just don't put me there, please. Anyway, the part of the bridge behind Kang starts crumbling. Everyone's bridges are breaking apart now. It's chaos. No way around it. Seriously, Aehyun, that girl, shot up and turned into Usain Bolt, left behind nothing but a blur. Our boy didn't have much choice, so he had to do the same. He's running and thinking he's okay. The bridge wasn't even that thin to begin with. As long as he doesn't trip, he'll reach the end just fine. Just focus on the ground and look straight ahead. I feel like I'm watching Squid Game here. He's almost at the exit. He can see it on the other side. He's already celebrating, thinking this is about to be over. But then he glances to the side, and the bridge beneath his sister is starting to collapse. He calls out to her. She looks down, but it's already too late. Still, the guy's got that Chad energy. He'd been scared this whole time, but now the courage kicks in. He jumps across, grabs her, and throws himself to the other side with her in his arms. He saved the girl. Right after that, a message pops up saying they leveled up and cleared the first stage. They would be temporarily awakened as a reward, though their full awakening would only happen once the tutorial was over. Kang Hyun stretches and says it's finally over. He could barely move from the fear. Meanwhile, his sister is more interested in this whole awakening tutorial. What even is all this thing? He tells her she should be thanking the guy who saved her, honestly. But she ignores that, distracted by a status window popping up. Kang says a status window is the #1 thing anyone would want to receive on their birthday. Gamer instinct stronger than fear. He jumps right up to check it out. I can already see there's a resurrection trait or something, but no abilities, no skills, and the stats don't look very high either. And before we get to see the rest, boom, he wakes up in the same old bedroom. Looks like it's the next day, and now he's convinced it was all a dream. But of course, the internet is blowing up with talk about this strange dream. Some people saying it was the weirdest lucid dream they've ever had. Others talking about how real the sensation of dying felt. Naturally, with so many people sharing the same story, everyone's weirded out. Humans being humans, though, they're already having fun with it. Throwing out hashtags, launching meme coins, and honestly, that's probably exactly what would happen if something like this were real. What they're forgetting is that the full connection is still 5 years away. Back with our guy, he opens the door and immediately starts arguing with his sister. They're both talking over each other, going on about the status window, the challenge, who died, who didn't. She yells at him to shut up, he tells her the same. They both end up exhausted and quiet, then wonder if maybe he should just eat first. Meanwhile, social media is in a frenzy. End of the world, shared dreams, lucid nightmare. What the hell just happened? The two siblings hear all of this, and now they know for sure it wasn't just them. This thing happened all over the world. Kang says at least it's a relief that dying in the dream didn't affect anyone in real life, but she says it was terrifying either way. Watching those people, carts and all, die and burn right in front of her was too much. At the very least, anyone who died like that must be traumatized now. She's wondering if it's even okay for them to just sit there, eating so casually. It felt like the whole world was losing its mind. Kang thinks for a moment and says there's not much else they can do. That's when he hears screaming from outside, so he decides to go check it out. When he looks out the window, there's a crowd of people fighting, apparently right in front of a grocery store. They're already tearing the place apart, looting, yelling about some kind of apparition. What's even happening? Did the whole world go insane overnight? To be honest, I saw the news coming from the US. People over there seem to be acting the same way, so yeah, it's feeling pretty realistic. His capitalist sister is upset that she won't be able to go to work today, and he tells her to get real. Like they were just going to walk outside like it's nothing. No way. It's way too dangerous to be out now. They needed to remember everything that message said about the Heiken connection. Right then, the sister tells the status window to open, and it pops up immediately. He comments that he still has no idea what it really means, but one thing is clear. Whatever's coming, they've got 5 years to prepare. And just seeing the chaos on the streets on day one, it's already obvious that this won't be easy. His sister's just thinking to herself that this idiot is, for once, actually making some sense. After all the madness in the morning, things seem to calm down. People go back to their normal routines and South Korea starts settling down again. And with that, the first day ends. But the moment he closes his eyes, the system window pops up again, welcoming him back to the tutorial. It asks if he wants to learn how everything works, but he says no. He just wants to see his status screen. The guy came nerfed, my god, Kang Hyun. 8 in strength, 9 in agility, and 1 bonus ability. He's trying to figure out if that's good or bad, but honestly, you need comparisons to know that kind of thing. What catches his eye, though, is that he has a magic power stat. And on top of that, he sees a very interesting word, innate ability, resurrection. Now I'm confused. So that resurrection skill isn't part of the tutorial, it's actually his. The ability allows him to come back to life 24 hours after dying, and it stays active until the world exits the current crisis. Ah, now it makes sense. It's like a Minecraft spawn point. He revives at the last bed, or rather, the last place he slept, unless he picks a new spot. The penalty is that he loses 1 level each time he dies, and his stats drop by 50% for 24 hours. This bastard's already hyped, celebrating. He's sure he won't be some useless side character with a power like that. The moment the system asks if he wants to move on to stage 2, he says yes. He needs to find out right away if his stats are actually low or high. The story says he was really celebrating that resurrection ability, but he had no idea what was coming next. Inside a bloodstained castle, a goblin screams and charges right at him, aiming for his head. But the sneaky little green thing dodges. The system announces that in stage 2, he'll have to defeat all enemies to prove his strength. Luckily, the guy's got experience, he's played tons of games before, so he picks up on the goblin's pattern and lands a clean hit. The creature's all covered in blood, its weapon dripping, while Kang Hyun is shaking from the feeling of having just killed a living thing. He was about to throw up, and the only reason he didn't die is because that thing was trying to kill him too. He keeps moving forward, and from behind one of the walls, a massive goblin is watching him. The moment he spots it, our boy freezes. The big one sees that its buddy got killed behind its back. It starts walking forward, and Kang wonders why there are already 2 enemies right at the start. We're goblins supposed to be small, easy targets for beginners. But this thing's holding a sword that's at least a meter long. The monster lets out a roar and swings, landing a direct hit on his hand. He manages to block, but it leaves him completely shaken. The guy's never been to the gym, and all he ever did was sit at home playing games. So when that 1-meter sword collided with his barely 70-kilo frame, it instantly knocked his weapon out of his hands. And of course the goblin kept going, slicing upward with his blade, cutting the poor guy open. He took a brutal combo right there. With his vision all blurry and his whole body shaking, he asks why he has to go through something like this. And honestly, the weirdest part is that he doesn't even know why he hasn't died yet. Yeah, seriously. No one's going to give him a heads up on that. Maybe it's because of that resurrection ability? Though now I'm confused too. Resurrection means you die and come back, not that you're immortal. While being dragged across the ground, Kang starts wondering how much blood a human being actually has. As they pull him, he can feel death creeping up on his neck. And before he finally died, he was tortured for hours by 4 goblins. His sister wakes up to screaming, rushes into the room, and asks what the hell he's doing acting like that so early in the morning. But then she sees him all curled up and trembling, mumbling that goblins are terrifying. He's shaken, totally out of it. I honestly thought he was just being one of those pathetic types, but then he starts explaining over breakfast. He tells her that they made him bleed to death. First they ripped off his fingernails, then his fingers, then his toenails, and it just kept going. She actually asks him to stop talking. She died too, apparently, but it wasn't nearly that bad. She wants to know if that's the only reason he was screaming, and he says that if she had gone through what he did, she'd be waking up screaming too. She says fine, she gets it, but asks if maybe he wants to go to the hospital or something. It seems like psych wards have been filling up lately because of these experiences. He sits down and says he doesn't think that's necessary. It was bad, but not that bad. Then he says he's got at least one piece of good news. Apparently, once you die, a tutorial ends. The guy goes, phew, finally I can lie down and have a perfect, peaceful night's sleep. Except, yeah, no. The system greets him again with a welcome message to the tutorial. Poor guy just lets out a scream, asking what the hell is going on. Still completely traumatized, he sits in the back of a cave for hours, hoping maybe he'll wake up or something. But nope, nothing happens. Eventually, he gets up, realizing he's got no choice but to move forward. Last time he grabbed a mace, thought it'd be simple and strong. But now that he's terrified of getting close to goblins, a bow or crossbow sounds like a much better plan. Like every Korean guy, he had some experience from military service. So he figured, yeah, this should work. But this guy really thought he'd grab an M4 or something. Aim fired, grazed the goblin. The little monster turns and gives him a death glare. Luckily, the guy had brought 2 weapons. Cheating a little, huh? He also took a spear, charged him with all his courage, and bam, drove it right into the first goblin's chest. He's already celebrating, saying he got one of the bastards. He turns to defend against the second one. But guess what? This isn't a video game. The spear was still lodged in the other goblin, and he couldn't pull it out. And in that moment, the second big one came in and sliced him right open. Well, at least this time he woke up in his room right. Hopefully, he didn't spend the whole night suffering. That's exactly what he celebrates. Yeah, he's sweating and completely wrecked. But at least it was instant. The system pops up again and he gives it a thumbs up. Stage 2, round 3. This time he picks the shield. Why? because he spent all day watching YouTube videos on how to use his sword. The guy says he's ready. Let the green bastards come at him. Yeah, it didn't last long. He's already woken up again. While he's losing his mind, shouting that he's going to kill everything, his sister just stares, wondering if this is starting to mess with his head. Once more, the welcome screen appears. It's time for round 4. But instead of running into battle, this time he just stands there, swinging the sword up and down. After a few hours doing that, his vitality stat goes up by 1 point. He spent 8 hours doing that. Checking his window, he finally sees something change. He remembers that he has that 1 point for additional abilities. Looks like he invested it into strength, and now he's ready to charge. He says he's going to get his revenge now that he's got 2 extra points, but obviously, he wakes up back in his room again. Seems like this time he didn't even manage to kill a single goblin, which is just embarrassing. Round 5, he does the same thing again. Swings his sword around for 8 hours and gains 1 more point in vitality. Round 6, after spending 10 hours doing squats, push-ups, and everything else he could think of, he earns another point in strength. At that point, he was already handling 2 goblins at once with some ease. The problem? He was still lacking the fundamental skills. Even if he could survive the first couple, it wasn't nearly enough to deal with the rest. In round 7, he made a decision. He just trained with the sword non-stop. He kept slashing and slashing and slashing. As usual, after a few hours, he got 1 more vitality point. He collapsed on the ground, exhausted, and a window popped up. His swordsmanship skill had finally leveled up from the worst possible rank to rank F. The system explained that the skill now helped him adjust his posture and distribute force more effectively. Sure, it was still as bad as a drunk neighbor flailing a sword, but hey, it was better than nothing. He should have been celebrating, saying now he could finally get revenge on those bastards. With bloodshot eyes, he says, today they all die. There were 5 goblins total in the second tutorial, 2 guarding the front of the castle and 3 in the back. Those first 2, he fought them so many times they were practically training dummies by now. He takes out the first one with a crossbow bolt and finishes the second with his sword. The real problem was the forest ones. He manages to take down 2 of them using strategy, but that last one was a serious challenge. The goblin's axe clashes with his sword. Now they're in a proper duel. The monster goes in for another strike. He blocks with his shield, and that's when he starts noticing something. He can see the attacks now. His body's reacting before his eyes can fully register the moves. He feels a lightness in his arm. Swordsmanship rank F kicks in, and he nearly lands a stab in the goblin's chest, but only manages to scratch his cheek. The real problem? He knows what to do, but after fighting 4 goblins already, he's completely drained. The goblin swings again, smashes right into his sword, and knocks it flying. The monster comes in to finish the job. But Kang just starts laughing mid-fight. He says it's because he knows this bastard. He knows the goblin loves to torture people. He avoids killing blows on purpose. His pattern is way too obvious. So Kang pulls a classic street move, kicks up a bunch of dirt into the goblin's eyes. The monster's blinded, flailing around, and Kang picks up a rock and slams it into the goblin's shin. Dude's stumbling around, swinging blindly, while Kang circles behind him and smashes the rock into the side of his face. Killed the thing with a rock, it seems. The system congratulates him, gives him some bonus stats, lets him choose a new weapon, and even unlocks a new skill, the worst possible rank in shield usage. He's over there celebrating, but I can already feel the next round's going to wipe that grin off his face. He levels up twice and declares he'll prove that humans are superior to goblins. The next morning, he's got this weird expression, probably some meme I don't know. He says this is the strong morning and he's Kang Hyun, feeling absolutely amazing. To celebrate clearing stage 2, he's making himself some coffee. And of course, just like everything he does now, it tastes perfect. But then he hears a loud noise outside, and his sister bursts into the room asking what he's done this time. Right then, the system pops up saying the world tutorial has ended. From now on, he can freely use the system outside of the tutorial and dungeons will begin appearing. He rushes to the front of the house and looks out, and right there, in the middle of the street, a dungeon gate has appeared. He and his sister immediately understand what it is, while the rest of the people are just standing around, confused, staring at it. But only awakened ones can enter those gates. They started appearing all over the world, and guess what? If they weren't cleared in time, the gates would collapse. Meanwhile, the connection to that Haken place was still sitting at 4 years and 357 days. Now I'm getting kind of confused. I thought the tutorial had 8 stages. So what's going on here? Well, obviously, once those gates activated, the world went into even worse chaos than it did on the first day. As usual, the siblings kept it safe and decided to stay calm at home, digging for information. Kang found out that apparently the tutorial wasn't completely over. Anyone who recently had a birthday, specifically those who just turned 16, was now eligible to join. His sister says people are talking non-stop about the dungeons. There's talk that whoever received talents is now expected to go into those portals and clear them. Our guy, though, is excited. Now he can finally have the full status window in the real world. He tells it to open, but the system responds that the tutorial is still ongoing, so that's not possible yet. He finds it kind of odd, but then remembers, right, the tutorial has 8 stages. While he kept repeating stage 2 over and over, the rest of the participants had already finished it. After all, it had been 8 days since everything started. So he tells his sister that there's nothing else to do but finish the tutorial and asks if she found any info on Stage 3. She says the only thing she heard is that the theme seems to be patience. That's all she could dig up. Very few people made it past Stage 2, so details about Stage 3 are practically non-existent. He flexes his biceps and says it's going to be easy. He's gotten super strong and he's not going to suffer again like he did back then. Stage 3, it'll be smooth sailing. And so here we are that same night, Stage 3. Strangely enough, that golden liquid the monster is pouring on him. Yeah, it's exactly what you're thinking. In Stage 3, the system explains that he has to prove his persistence and tenacity. The condition is to kill the boss, Gorka. As always, failure means death. The event notes that if he waits for the right opportunity, it'll present itself. He's pumped, dressed in camo gear, but he's wondering what this whole sneak-in and assassinate thing is about. Whatever it is, the first step is finding where these guys even are. He checks his status window to see what's new. He's now level 4. He's also unlocked crossbow mastery. The guy's glowing with new skills and perks. He puts his extra points into strength and vitality. Still, he feels like he's missing some kind of reward he doesn't remember claiming. The system then opens up the inventory tab. He taps on the sword and pulls it out from the interface. The only problem is, it's worn down, all battered. But with no better option, he figures it's time to see what this Gorka thing is all about. He tells himself the story of Carlos Hitchcock, that legendary American sniper who crouched for 3 days, 1.4 kilometers away just to take down a general. That's his mindset now. It looks like he's been crawling for 10 hours straight. Finally, he spots the enemy cabin. 2 guards are standing out front. He wonders if maybe he should just take the shot and force his way through. At this point, his clothes are soaked in piss. He couldn't move for hours and covered in bugs. And right at that moment, something blocks the light above him. Yeah, you guessed it. That's when he gets that lovely golden shower and just freezes in place. The guy really is patient. As the creature backs away, Kang keeps telling himself, be patient, be patient. But suddenly, he bolts forward, charging straight at the thing, shouting that he's getting revenge for that mess. The slash is clean, perfectly aimed, and the first one drops dead. The second grabs his spear and turns to face him. At that moment, an alarm signal is triggered in the village, and suddenly, he's surrounded. Goblins coming in from every direction. The guy's going off the deep end, smiling like a maniac and saying that if he's screwed anyway, then he might as well say that one line he's always wanted to. Bring it on, you sons off. Yeah, that one. And would you believe it? He actually unlocks a new skill, Lion's Roar. Alright, here comes round 2. This time, he jumps right in and starts things off by unleashing that Lion's Roar, pulling every enemy toward him and charges straight at them. After crawling around for 10 hours during his first try, he figured something out about these monsters. The Gorka warriors go out to hunt during the day and only come back at night. In other words, the camp is way weaker in the daytime with no one around to defend it. So what does he do? He starts slicing through everything, storms into the main tent without hesitation. But then inside, he sees a chubby guy flanked by 2 hooded mages. The boss points at him, and right away, a magic circle forms behind Kang. Boom! Low-rank immobilization spell. And right then and there, he's wondering what kind of curse tutorial includes this. That's when he remembers the description of Lion's Roar. It removes any debuff below rank D. He takes a deep breath, roars again, and the debuff shatters. He charges, takes 2 steps toward the boss, leaps into the air, and yells. Everybody's got a plan, until they take a sword to the face. He actually pulled it off. I thought he was about to get wrecked again. As a reward, he gains an intermediate level regeneration skill. And on top of that, since he cleared Stage 3 in record time, he's awarded the title The Impatient. Kang's hyped. He took a whole week to clear Stage 2, but now Stage 3, 1 day. Seeing how fast he's growing, he reaches a conclusion. Apparently, he's the chosen, talented protagonist. At this pace, he figures he'll blaze through Stage 4 in a few minutes. He's already fantasizing about slaying dragons and walking around in golden armor. But then, we skip forward to 1 month later. On TV, they're reporting that it's been 25 days since the gates first appeared. The first response squads have already been formed and deployed into the dungeons. Any awakened civilians are encouraged to join the groups in exchange for rewards. His sister's in the kitchen, calmly cooking, when she hears him scream from the bedroom. But at this point, she doesn't even flinch anymore. She tells him to cut it out, but he storms out of the room, yelling that he finally finished. He walks straight ahead and killed everything in sight. She reminds him that he'd said earlier he was going to give up. But then she pauses, looking at him with a weird expression. He's different. From a distance, he looks like he's grown 50 centimeters and turned into a walking mountain of muscle. She's just staring at him like, you were already ugly, and now you're worse. Meanwhile, our boy is muttering into the void that these tutorial bastards are pushing him over the edge. His sister tells him to chill out, says he's looking like a full-on criminal, then asks, so what the hell is going on in Stage 4? He explains that it was more of a group project. He had to prove his leadership skills. The mission window said the fail condition was death. He had to remove the dungeon core and ideally escape without losing a single teammate. Those other guys with him? Apparently, they were all NPCs assigned to the quest. At first, Kang just stood back watching. The group was arguing about whether they should retreat, and things started getting heated. But he managed to calm everyone down and convince them to move forward together. And at the start, that looked like he could carry the whole team. He used Lion's Roar to boost morale, and with his healing and regeneration abilities, staying alive was easy. His sister asks, okay, then why did it take a whole month? He says it all started that same night, and while he was sleeping, those bastards tried to kill him. Dude didn't even finish chewing his food before he was shouting about it again. Even when he sent them on night patrols, it'd come back, set up ambushes, and somehow managed to kill him anyway. It seemed like every attempt ended the same way, and in that nightmare of a stage, he had to come up with a brilliant strategy to finally win. His sister asks what it was, and he slams his hand on the table and says it was simple. Beat the crap out of all those bastards before starting the dungeon clear. Things got intense in the final part of the stage. He showed up, and as always, the group was deep in another pointless debate. Advance, retreat, who knows what. That's when Kang took a breath, unleashed Lion's Roar, and yelled at everyone to shut up. Some girl asked him why he was doing that, and without saying a word, he pointed his sword forward and announced that from now on, everyone was going to follow his orders. Anyone who refused would die. If you talked back, you'd die too. The first guy, poor soul, dared to ask if he was crazy, and boom, Kang smashed his nose in. Hit after hit. Even while everyone was screaming at him to stop, he kept pummeling the guy, saying, I told you not to answer. Everyone starts shaking. Kang turns to them and says, you're all going to follow me now because I know the way. Anyone who doesn't dies. Well then, problem solved, I guess. But this guy's getting brutal. A skeleton swung a sword at him. Kang caught it midair with his bare hand, pulled it in and snapped it in half. He tells the team that was the last one, and they're all standing there trembling, whispering that he's really wiping everything out. And then finally, he finds the dungeon core. The mission is to destroy it, so he slices the support. The system congratulates him for completing stage 4. As a reward, he gets the cleave skill at rank E and a mental fortification buff at rank B. After everything, he says the result wasn't that bad at all. Fighting through so many enemies, of course, his stats shot up and he racked up a ton of loot. He still has no idea what to do with the mana stones he got from the skeletons, but he's sure they'll come in handy eventually. The cleave skill is a powerful sword strike that has a chance of slicing enemies in half. There's a limit to it, sure, but it also ignores part of their defense. And that mental fortification thing, turns out it's not a skill, it's from a ring he found. As long as it's equipped, no mental type skill of rank A or lower can affect him. He knew the training had been amazing, but his favorite reward by far? The guy's now doing 300 push-ups straight, completely shredded. Seriously, look at the guy's physique. And he's already figured it out. Standard workouts like this won't cut it anymore. Maybe it's time to actually hit the gym or something. Right then, his phone buzzes. He checks it, and it's a government alert. A dungeon has appeared in a certain area, and all citizens are to stay indoors and lock their doors for safety. At first, he thinks, so another dungeon showed up. But no, this one exploded. Something went wrong, and now goblins are loose in the city, killing everyone. Looks like they either forgot to clear the dungeon or didn't manage to in time. And just like the warning said, the gate opened, and now the monsters are pouring out. And worse, it's not some far-off district. It's right in front of his house. Even worse than that, his sister had gone out to work while he was in the middle of doing crunches. He bolts out, searching for a weapon, because since he hasn't finished the tutorial yet, he can't access his inventory in the real world. So yeah, he grabs a kitchen knife. That's all he's got. 1 second later, he's out running through the street, yelling, calling the bastards out. He tries to activate Lion's Roar, but nothing happens. Because the tutorial isn't finished yet, his skills don't work in the real world. The goblins just stare at him, confused, and that's when it hits him. This is going to be a lot harder without his abilities. Still, he managed to pull their attention. At least now, no one else in the area would die. Only problem, 2 armed goblins are already charging right at him. The guy's died so many times, he's starting to lose it. He's mocking the goblins, saying he's been past their level since stage 2. But even while talking big, he's on edge. He knows these guys could be different now. They're not tutorial mobs anymore. Still, with a quick flick of the kitchen knife, he slashes one, saying he can tell their strength just from the way they move. And that blade's already pressed up against the monster's throat. He tells the bastards to come at him. He's already stolen one of their swords and says he's got a lot of work to do. Meanwhile, across the city, people are barricading an office door. Everyone's shaking because something's banging from the other side. And yep, it's the office where his sister works. She's sweating bullets. He had messaged her asking if she was still at work, and she just replied yes, but told him not to come. That's when the yelling and the sound of slicing start from outside. The door's getting smashed in, furniture fouling. And then who walks in? The madman himself, covered in blood, holding a knife and saying, "Sorry for breaking it down, but sis, I'm here." He looks like a full-on psycho, blade still in hand, and everyone's staring like, is this really her brother? While he's looking around the office, some guy in the back yells, asking who he even is. Why the hell did he break their barricade? Their only protection? Kang apologizes casually and tells them not to worry. The monsters are already dead. They're all frozen in fear, but he tells them each to grab a weapon. Even if they fail the first stage, any normal person should be able to take on a single goblin. His sister asks where he's going, and he says, obviously, he saw more goblins on the way, and he's heading there now. Even if there's only a few left, he wants to make sure everyone sleeps peacefully tonight. Cut to the next scene, she's pouring water over his arm, and the guy's still growing. Seriously, What's going on? He's gonna hit 5 meters at this rate. She's mad now, telling him to quit playing the tough guy and demands to know why he's running around picking fights. He explains that he didn't want to get beat up, but normally he has a regeneration skill that helps him recover. Problem is, since he's outside the tutorial, that doesn't work here. So yeah, it's not going great. People have already put the barricade back up, and she tells him to be more careful. If he can't use his skills, that means no resurrection either. Clearly, he's not okay in the head. He just shrugs and says it was still pretty cool. She replies, yeah, and that's why you deserve that beating. But even though she thinks that, seems like someone else had a different opinion. Her boss wants to meet him. Now the guy's all red in the face. And now here we are, it's time for stage 5. This time, the test is about proving his wisdom and overcoming mental obstacles. Poor guy had almost forgotten he was still stuck in this whole mess. And wow, what a group. The one with the blue hair is telling the redhead that she's a succubus. The archer girl is trying to calm everyone down. And our boy sees this full cast of beauties and wonders what kind of amazing situation he's just landed in. The objective for stage 5, find and kill a succubus who's disguised as a human. As always, if he fails, he dies. Obviously, the succubus is hiding her identity, and the first one to figure her out, yeah, she'll target them first. Kang is already sweating bullets. He knows what these women are, demons. He knows they disguise themselves as stunning women to suck your energy dry. The problem? Every single girl in his group fits that description perfectly. That's when Alice walks up, her eyes sparkling, and asks what he thinks. She wants to know who he suspects is the succubus. The guy's looking her over, completely flustered, thinking she's even prettier up close. All twisted up inside, he stammers, saying he's not sure. He really doesn't have a clue. But right at that moment, the system chimes in. His mental fortification ring has just resisted his seduction attempt. Whoa, our boy's sitting there by the fire thinking back on everything. Stage 1 was a hellish inferno. Stage 2, a brutal goblin fight. Stage 3, he got peed on. Stage 4, an entire month of pain. He's been through it all, suffering like a dog just to survive. But for the first time, he genuinely believes he might have an easy win. He quickly covers his mouth, realizing he was smiling like an idiot. If she realizes he's caught on, she'll probably kill him in his sleep. And at the same time, he knows succubi are no joke. Any demon who can disguise herself as a human and seduce like that, she's got to be powerful. And if the other guys are already under her spell, he's the only one left who can act. He thinks maybe it'd be smart to talk to the other girls. But nah, just for tonight, he decides to sleep. Naturally, he wakes up again in his sister's office. He jumps up yelling. People tell him to calm down. The military's on its way. But our boy is furious. He's sure the damn succubus realized he wasn't under her charm and killed him while he slept. Suddenly, he pauses. Wait, what's this about the military arriving? And yep, there they are. Troops roll in, guns blazing, and they mow the goblins down. Finally, real bullets are working on these green bastards. Kang's at the window, watching while everyone celebrates, thinking it's over. But then, he feels something strange. What's this feeling? He wonders. It's like something dangerous is getting closer. Like, he doesn't even finish the thought. Outside, soldiers are firing non-stop, wondering why it's not working. And that's when they see it. A red goblin just walking through the bullets. They're ricocheting off him like rubber. They keep shooting, unloading everything. But even a clean hit to the forehead makes him just tilt his head like nothing happened. Then the goblin roars, completely unhinged, and charges the vehicle. Soldiers hit the gas, firing behind them, but the goblin leaps, smashes down on the car, and obliterates the entire squad. Kang watches in shock from above. That goblin's aura alone is enough to leave someone completely paralyzed. The soldiers nearby mutter that Squad 3 got wiped out. One guy yells for reinforcements, but suddenly, he grabs his head, wincing in pain. And just like that, the goblin's already standing on the hood of the car, licking his lips. They ask where backup is, and someone says they're sending in a talented civilian. Bro, a civilian's not gonna do a damn thing against that. The goblin leaps again, going in for the kill. The soldier pulls his weapon, knowing this is it. But right then, Kang shows up and hurls a whole cinder block straight into the goblin's mouth. The thing flies back, skidding across the ground. Our boy climbs up onto the car and asks the soldier if he's okay. Looking at Kang's face, the guy's trembling. You're another monster, he mutters. Kang says, easy there. I'm the reinforcement. Lower that weapon. The soldier, still shaken, tries to understand why Kang looks so damn threatening, then apologizes and thanks him for the help. But Kang just replies, get ready, because that thing's getting back up. And the reason Kang jumped into this mess, the goblin looked up at the office, and Kang knew after it was done down here, it was heading straight for his sister. So he asks, did you guys bring any tear gas? Anything chemical? The soldier nods. Good, Kang says. Use it. Use all of it. Don't worry. I've got a way to deal with this thing. He starts walking toward the goblin and tells them to open fire. His sister is watching from above, terrified. Meanwhile, Kang walks right up to the monster and says with a grin, well, look at you, not bad. The soldiers at that point grab the tear gas grenades and toss them right under the creature's feet. At least that was having an effect. The monster starts lashing out in every direction, panicking, and our boy quickly realizes it's moving just like those hobgoblins he fought before. He might be suffering too, sure, but he's way more used to pain than any creature could ever be. His first strike knocks the weapon out of the monster's hands, and now all it can do is take a beating. The problem is, Kang's arms are shaking like crazy, almost like he's about to cry, wondering why the hell this thing's so damn tough. The soldier from earlier is watching from a distance, clearly stunned by the kid's talent, when someone else shows up asking what's going on. This blonde guy walks in wanting to know who's fighting. Is he the reinforcement that was sent in? At this point, after all that effort, Kang's weapon is worn down and completely battered, and he still hasn't gotten anywhere. His eyes are burning like hell, and the damn goblin doesn't even have a scratch on him. He wonders if he's supposed to use some kind of martial arts move or maybe break one of the goblin's joints or something. Then suddenly, someone cuts in and starts slashing at the monster. And judging by the speed and force, whoever this guy is, he's no joke. Kang didn't even see the attack happen and starts wondering who that speed demon even was. But apparently the blonde guy didn't land an actual hit. He swung sure, but didn't cut anything. He calls out to Kang and tells him that this thing's the boss of an F-rank dungeon. Its defense is insanely high, but it's got to have a weak spot. Kang's surprised the guy even knows what an F-rank dungeon is, which means he's clearly experienced. They charge the goblin again, and the blonde tells Kang to keep the pressure on. Looks like the monster's stamina is running out, and its defenses are starting to drop. Kang keeps up the attack, but he's thinking, what's the point of draining its energy if they're not even doing any real damage? Right then, his sword shatters, and he needs a new weapon. Immediately, he remembers the one he knocked out of the goblin's hand, sprints over and grabs it. The blonde guy shouts at him to hit from the other side. The monster's weak spot seems to be exposed from there. But Kang's already figured it out. The creature's willing to take hits anywhere except the eyes. Problem is, it's guarding that area like crazy, so they'll have to make an opening somewhere else first. He says he doesn't know what else to do. Blood flies, and suddenly, bam, he lands a hit right in the monster's vital point. Kang even pauses for a second, apologizing to the creature, saying it was a dirty move. He says it felt like the sword moved on its own toward that spot. Maybe that really was its weak point. He's not completely sure, but now that he's in, he's going to finish this thing off. He hoists it up, impaled, then slams it to the ground, ripping through it. The monster bounces across the concrete. Kang's already chasing after it again. At this point, the poor beast is whimpering, foaming at the mouth, and Kang drives the blade in one final time. While he's finishing it off, the blonde guy's just watching from a distance thinking, damn, this guy's actually strong. The only problem? He has no idea where this talented guy even came from. Was he an independent player? Right then, the item dropped from the goblin begins to materialize. But since Kang hasn't finished the tutorial yet, he can't check what it is. Obviously, he grabs it anyway. He'll figure it out once the tutorial's done. As he tucks it into his inventory, the blonde guy approaches to ask who he is. But Kang is already suspicious. He thinks this guy might try to take the item, because technically, when you fight together, you're supposed to share loot. But he didn't ask for help. This guy just jumped in, worried the guy might try to claim whatever it is he just picked up, even though he doesn't even know what it is. Kang bolts, saying he's super busy and has things to take care of. He throws a wink over his shoulder and says, later. And the blonde is just left standing there, completely confused about what the hell just happened. A few hours after Kang took down the hobgoblin, the situation in the city finally started to calm down. Of course, he walked his sister back home, but the streets looked straight out of an apocalypse movie. It was already nighttime by the time they finally made it. But the moment they opened the door, she asked if by any chance he had forgotten to lock the damn thing. The entire place was trashed. She looked around and said he really had matured one bit. The two of them step in casually, slipping off their sandals, not even thinking about the possibility that whatever broke in could still be inside. But hey, there's an upside to having an older sister. She already had food waiting for him, so he's just there stuffing his face. She's on her phone, glancing at the screen, and tells Kang this whole thing is insane. Tells him to take a look, and there it is. The video of him taking out that goblin. Kang grabs the phone in shock. That's me. Who the hell recorded this and posted it without asking? The comments are a mix. Some people are saying it's awesome. The haters are calling it too easy, saying it was just a low-level goblin from the second stage. Still, the boy was clearly born to be an influencer. Just a few likes were enough to have him feeling real proud of himself. His sister takes one look at him and says his face already gave it away. He tells the damn woman to stop talking about how ridiculously handsome he is. But then he sees the comments again. And yeah, a lot of people are saying his face looks more like a villain's. Later that night, he calls out to his sister, saying he needs her help. She asks what it is, and he tells her to turn off the lights. She's confused, but since he saved her life today, she says fine, but warns him he better not wake up screaming like a lunatic again. He gives a thumbs up and says to relax. This stage is gonna be easy. As he's lying there trying to fall asleep, he keeps thinking about that blonde guy from earlier. He looked insanely strong. How many stages had he cleared? Kang knows. If it weren't for his resurrection skill, he wouldn't have made it past the second stage himself. Still, none of that matters. Sooner or later, he's going to finish all 8 stages. It's time to become the strongest. He turns over, remembering that damn succubus. Yeah, she was kinda cute. Even though she killed him and he knows she's a monster. For some reason, he's actually excited to see her again. He shows up in a dream smiling, all eager to greet her. But when he opens his eyes, there's a goblin right in front of him, breathing in his face. He decks the thing in the face, sends it flying. Immediately, he starts wondering where that amazing team from the last dream went. Weirdly, the mission this time is to clear out a goblin cave and wipe the dungeon. Cave goblins have poor eyesight, but excellent hearing. And as always, if he fails, he dies. He's already surrounded, wondering what the big deal is with this hearing thing. As the goblins close in, he lets out a dramatic yell. Why the perfect mission disappear? And you know what? I agree with him. Where did that beautiful mission go? Bring it back. The scene shifts to a Alayan house in the city, where the blonde guy is wrecking people. Some guy in a green hoodie, completely beaten, wants to know how someone who hasn't even entered the tutorial yet is stronger than someone with actual talent. The blonde steps on him and tells him to shut it. Stats don't change anything just because you've got a few extra points. Thinking back to Kang's fight, he starts licking his lips, saying something interesting has shown up. And seriously, artists, why don't you ever draw this stuff with a girl instead, huh? Why you got it then? Stage 5, Round 3. Looks like our boy died again. Now the mission is to kill a doppelganger. A monster that eats humans, steals their form, and hides among them. Honestly, the succubus stuff was way more fun than this nightmare. At the same time, it's kind of like a mafia game. All about figuring out who's who, watching for lies. The key stat this time is wisdom, but Kang's already picked up some skills when it comes to group dynamics. He takes a deep breath and yells for everyone to look at him. The guys all turn to look at him in silence. He coughs and says, the first one who moves is the culprit, and they're dead. That's when our boy realizes he forgot something important. In mafia games, the one who talks too much is usually the first to die. And judging by the situation, he already died and didn't even notice. At this point, it just feels like he keeps waking up and falling asleep. I'm not even seeing the game anymore. And apparently, during stage 5, he got stuck there for over a month and a half. Some dude with glasses asks Ayan what she thinks. But hold up, it's not some guy with glasses. It's our protagonist trying to act smart now. She tells him she just got back from work and wants to know what the hell he's doing. He says he's trying to change who he is, starting with his appearance. He's already died 53 times in that cursed mission, and it was time to try something different. That damn system always says to use wisdom, but every mission is totally different, so he never actually learns anything. His sister tells him the only way he'll get smarter is with a brain transplant. He just slumps in defeat. She really hit him with that, and she walks off saying she's going to install some kind of soundproofing in his room because she can't take it anymore. Back in stage 5, use your wisdom to overcome the obstacles. This time he appears inside a cave. The system shows up, and he already knows it's gonna be some stupid mess again. But suddenly, something makes him smile and shout, Eureka! The mission is to clear the F-rank dungeon Terang incubator, and the hint says the Terang guarding the incubator is level 20, so he needs to find its weak point. And there it is, the Terang spitter. Massive, grotesque, disgusting. But Kang is tired of these strategy missions. This was perfect, just a straightforward job. Kill the monster and move forward. It spits at him. He thinks it's a web and dodges to the side, but turns out it's acid, and his whole arm starts melting. Still, this guy's full psycho mode. He just cuts right through it, saying he's not gonna die here. No way. Even without the arm, he charges again, slips underneath, and stabs upward into its belly. Just like the system hinted, it had a weak spot, and that cut splits the thing in two. He's drenched in blood, yelling that he doesn't care about weak points. He'd rather smash the lock than use the key. And just like that, he clears stage 5 without much trouble. Too bad the succubus mission never came back. Now he's off the rails, shouting that only weaklings need to be smart. For finishing, he's awarded the S-rank skill Titan's Strength, which lets him infuse mana into his muscles. And he's now level 25. The scene cuts to classroom 3-2 at his school. Someone calls out to Minsu, saying it's birthday punch day. But the kid just replies that they'd better stay away. He's already exhausted from that damn tutorial. His friend asks how stage 1 went, and he says it sucked, just like everyone said. He's getting through it though. The problem is there are no more tips for stage 5. His friend says he heard that if you make it past stage 4, you're already in the top 1%, which is why everyone who clears it treats the info like it's pure gold. Suddenly, he sees a post. Someone had just finished stage 7 and was heading into 8. They left a tip. Stage 4 is about leadership, and the easiest way to win is by making your team surrender to your power. Stage 5 is about wisdom, but the easiest way to win is with brute strength. Stage 3 is strategy, and guess what? The easiest way to win. Yup, strength again. Stage 7 is about dedication, and again, beating the enemy to death is the shortcut. He's sitting there like, who the hell is this troll giving out advice that makes no sense? Meanwhile, Kang is screaming that he's trying to give people real advice to save their lives. But no one believes him. His sister's next to him asking why he's yelling so much. The guy explains, I gave everyone the tips, didn't I? I was being nice, explained exactly how to get through the tutorial, but no one believes me. His sister walks off laughing, telling him he shouldn't be giving tips to anyone. He's just wasting time. He agrees, saying that soon he'll finish stage 8 and become the first person in the nation to graduate from the tutorial. He'll be on the same level as the guild master of Damgen or the leader of the Skill Alliance Guild. But his sister keeps laughing, saying he'll never be on the same level as the people who finish without dying even once. Meanwhile, he's been stuck in this thing for 4 months. He tells her to shut up. He cleared stages 6 and 7 on his first try. And here we are, folks. Welcome to the tutorial. You've completed stage 7. Now it's time for the final battle in stage 8. The rewards from stage 6 were a B-rank sword named Bilgen, which gave him the Berserker skill and apparently had a thirst for blood. Stage 7 gave him Rommel's armor, which came with auto-restoration. Our boy is hyped. The second he finishes stage 8, he'll finally be able to use his inventory in the real world. And that means he can finally check out that item he got from the hobgoblin he killed. The system welcomes him, saying all it asks is that he takes less than a week to complete it. But then, his expression shifts. The system asks him what his personal principles are. He just stands there, unsure what to answer. Then suddenly, the floor and ceiling start to crack. Out of nowhere, he falls into this abyss. Feels like he's diving into a void. When he opens his eyes, he's standing in the middle of a street. A woman walks toward him, but she passes right through him like he's a ghost. This is the first time he's seen a city inside the tutorial. He wonders if this could actually be Earth, but then he spots a weird couple nearby, and that confirms it. No one here is human. Everyone's this strange, brownish creature. Bipedal lizard-looking things. They're so ugly he doesn't even want to make eye contact. But then he notices one of them standing still, staring at him, or rather, looking at something behind him. When he turns around, there's a mountain of monsters marching his way. The mutant townsfolk start running in pure panic as the creatures flood down the street. Kang instantly recognizes a few of the monsters, ones he's fought before. But obviously there are others that are way stronger and way bigger. This is on a whole different level from any dungeon he's ever been in. It straight up feels like the end of the world just arrived in this place. That's when he remembers. The system said the connection with Haken would happen in 4 years and 280 days. He starts thinking, maybe this is what's going to happen on Earth when that time comes. Suddenly, his body is swallowed in shadow. He looks back and sees a massive titan with a cosmic head towering above him. The monster reaches out its hand, and as it comes down to crush him, Kang doesn't even dodge. He just stands there and gets disintegrated. Then he's floating in an empty void. A voice asks him, so how did it feel? In front of him, a vague, invisible presence appears. He asks if it's some kind of god. The figure replies, no, not quite. I'm what you call the administrator of this dimension. This stage was actually a personal interview with him. Kang was free to ask anything he wanted, and likewise, the administrator would be asking him a few things too. Kang immediately asks, that vision I saw, is that really going to happen on Earth in 5 years? The administrator replies that depends entirely on what humanity chooses to do from this point on. Kang says he doesn't understand. If you're such a powerful entity, why don't you just stop it all? The administrator answers, I'm not a guardian. I simply maintain the balance of things. The best I can do is assign missions, create the tutorial, things like that. But now it was the administrator's turn to ask a question. He wanted to know, what has Kang Hyun been living for up to this point, and what principles does he live by? Kang says that's kind of a weird question. It's way too deep. Why would he want to know something like that? The guy responds that watching humans made him curious. All intelligent life forms are fascinating, but humans stood out even more in comparison. Kang clearly doesn't like the way this so-called guardian talks about humans. He says he probably hasn't observed them enough. Nobody on his planet has the luxury to sit around thinking about stuff like that. Everyone's just trying to survive, grab whatever little happiness they can, and push through one day at a time. The administrator asks if that's what he wants to protect. Kang says he is. He wants to protect his sister, even if she's useless, and his parents too. Basically, he's fighting for his family. The administrator asks, so, do you want to be a hero? Kang says he's died so many times already. He knows for a fact he's not cut out for that. There are definitely people out there way stronger than him, so he doesn't stand a chance. The damned administrator agrees, says the talent to be a hero is something you're born with, and right now Kang's much closer to being a nobody than a savior. But personally, he says he likes Kang. He had a great time watching him go through each stage of the tutorial. That's when it hits Kang. This guy's a sadist. He was just sitting back and enjoying watching him die over and over. So Kang asks, what was the deal with stage 5 being about wisdom, and why did it keep changing? Strangely, the administrator goes silent, then just says time's up. He really enjoyed their talk and tells Kang goodbye. Right away, a system message appears. You have completed stage 8. Kang is still confused, but the administrator reminds him, this was a tutorial. The real challenges are only just beginning, and they'll be way worse than anything he's faced so far. Whether Kang likes it or not, the administrator believes he has what it takes to become the hero who will save Earth. Our boy starts yelling, swearing that something fishy definitely happened in stage 5. But the entity just congratulates him for clearing everything, and then vanishes. The system then announces, you are the 62nd person to complete the tutorial. Title acquired, tutorial graduate. I knew it was him screwing me over in stage 5. That's what our guy says as he wakes up full of rage. But this time, they'd shoved something in his mouth. Turns out it was a dirty sock, and he asks if that messed up sister of his was the one who did it. Of course she was. So you wouldn't keep screaming, you damn idiot. Just looking at your face, I can already tell you failed the test again, is what the damn girl says. But look at this bastard's face. He instantly throws his hand to the side and calls up his status window. His sister better take a good look, because now he's officially a graduate man. The real deal just showed up. The damn girl just stood up and said how convenient. Now it's time for him to get out of the house and start making some money. She could have at least congratulated our boy, right? Now he understands why she doesn't have a boyfriend. That's what he says, right before getting smacked in the face with a stick. Looks like they already had breakfast and she's heading out, saying she'll be back soon. Our guy stares at his little window, graduate of the tutorial. The title for those who finished Stage 8, giving +2 to all attributes. It wasn't as amazing as he thought it would be. On top of that, he already had the impatient title, but you can't equip 2 at once. The system explains that aside from the main title, all the others only give 50% of their effect. So he equips the graduate title and sets the other as secondary. Now it was finally time for the moment he'd been waiting for, the item that bastard goblin had been carrying. A weird book, and he wants to find out what it really is. And it's Magic Explosion, Rank E, a book that lets you learn that skill, which blasts out magical energy. And strangely enough, he's there celebrating, super happy. In my head, this is crap, honestly, but fine, the guy's humble. I'd say he's just a simple, down-to-earth type. The system asks if he wants to learn the skill, and he instantly agrees. The book vanishes in his hand, and now he's excited to start testing out this new power. Meanwhile, in the city, a girl introduces herself as a Myung, a new public servant. Her very first job assignment is at the school that trains the people who've awakened. That's where folks go to get their certifications, and it was also one of the first places built after everything started going crazy. She's thinking she'll be working with the nation's heroes. Definitely seems like a job worth doing. Obviously, though, some lunatics gotta show up. Poor girl's shaking like a leaf, apologizing through tears. Kang standing there like some kind of monster while she's begging to see the rest of his paperwork. He tells her to speak louder, asking what the problem is. She's even holding up a little sheet to defend herself, trying to figure out why he's acting like that toward her. Girl, I'm the one who's confused here. Why are you acting like this? Is what our guy says, until someone nearby calls out, asking what's going on. The rest of the people just hanging around start filming, wondering why this guy's threatening the poor girl. He tries to explain that he didn't do anything, but then someone else shows up, asking what all the fuss is about. Myung calls out to instructor Lee Hyun and asks for help. The blonde guy takes a look and sees our protagonist. In that moment, both of them feel like they've seen each other before somewhere. He asks for the sheet, and she hands it over. The guy sees the name Kang Hyun and says the photo looks way different. Our boy explains, I awakened, so yeah, my appearance changed. But I swear it's me. If you don't believe it, check my DNA or fingerprints. Whatever, it doesn't matter to me. The guy notices he finished Stage 5, and our guy confirms it. For some reason, he's pretending to be a low-key loser hiding his real power, which is why he listed his level lower than it is. Why? No idea. Then the guy says that if Kang's at level 12, that's pretty high for someone who only made it to Stage 5. Looks like he illegally entered a few dungeons. Now it's starting to make sense. He shouldn't be that high level, not even close to reaching Stage 8. None of it adds up. And apparently he lied, but even so, they're still suspicious. So he lies a bit more, saying he went into one dungeon before it became illegal. Lee Hyun says he gets it, but wants to know more about this masculinity power. What kind of skill is that supposed to be? Our guy says it's simple. It just doubles his strength. That's it. He accepts that explanation, but says he has one more question. Everyone receives a talent at Stage 3, an accessory at Stage 4, and some kind of skill or special reward at Stage 5. So he should list everything he got. Kang's starting to get tired of this whole interrogation, but he agrees. He bites his own arm, and right away it starts to regenerate. Obviously, that's the skill he got, self-healing. He also shows the ring he has, the one that blocks mental attacks. But since he already lied about the skill, he goes on and says the ring gives him a power that lets him scare everyone when he shouts. The blonde guy tells him to go ahead and use it to prove it. Then we see another blondie nearby, the one with the hair shaved on the sides, just watching as Kang takes a deep breath. Ah, this is the guy who seems to remember the whole goblin incident. And in that exact second, the trauma hits him and he instantly covers his ears. Kang lets out a scream that shakes the entire room, and everyone covers their ears. Kang asks if he needs to prove anything else, and the guy says there's no way he can doubt him after that. Good lord, just look at this dude's face. Artist, you need to chill. I swear I'm gonna find out your name and end you. Our guy's sitting there all in his feelings, saying he got rejected at first because of his ID. But after that roar, he was accepted right away. Even so, now that he's in the classroom, he's sitting there by himself, and it looks like no one wants to get anywhere near him. The crazy guy who yelled at the receptionist and then screamed at someone else. That's what people are calling him now. Our boy notices that the vibes around him are getting kind of weird, especially with that strange blonde dude eyeing him the whole time. Kang Hyun walks into the room, introduces himself, and says he's more or less in charge of that whole section. Says it's a pleasure to meet everyone, and the crowd gives a polite round of applause. For the next 10 days, they'd be studying theory and doing hands-on practice in the afternoons. All meals and lodging would be provided there. Anyone who didn't cause trouble would earn their certification with no problem. Finally, he asks everyone to pay close attention. It's been about half a year since the world changed. Even after 6 months, new information about dungeons and monsters keeps coming in all the time. Tactics, strategies, and goals are constantly evolving. What he's trying to say is that everything they're learning could change at any moment. Nothing is guaranteed. Our guy's thinking this place is just straight up depressing. The instructor continues, saying there might be some outdated or flat-out incorrect info. That's why he's only going to teach what's necessary for survival. That was the message. He's looking forward to working with everyone over the next 10 days. Everyone starts to get up while Kang is just staring up at the ceiling. That was boring as hell. He thought this was going to be some amazing academy where he'd just get his ID and bounce. But no, it's going to be awful. Then the walking Giga Chad comes over and talks to our guy, introducing himself as Guak Suil. Our boy's trying to figure out who this Jack dude is. They shake hands and Kang Hyun gives his name. The guy grins weirdly. Guak suddenly crushes his hand and tells him he's screwed now. Says if you want to lead in a place like this, you've got to take down the cocky ones right at the start. He's hated this kid ever since that scream. But now he's the one who's confused. Kang's just standing there, calm as ever, while he's the one shaking. And then bam, our boy activates Titan Strength, boosting his muscle power by 12 strength points for 10 minutes. Now it's Guak who's sweating buckets, trying to understand how he's suddenly losing in a contest of raw power. Up to now, he's dumped all his points into strength, so it shouldn't even be possible. And worst of all, everyone is staring. The poor guy can't take it. He starts making weird faces and bam, his arm explodes. What the hell? Blood shoots everywhere, and the entire room is in shock. That weird blonde kid, he's just sitting there like, somebody kill this maniac already, please. A while later, the guy gets taken away by ambulance. Kang says, you people are all misunderstanding everything. That musclehead came up to me out of nowhere and wanted a handshake, and suddenly, his arm starts swelling and blows up. That's it. Lee Kevin obviously doesn't buy that for a second, but our guy insists he's telling the truth. He only survived because of that strength-boosting skill that multiplies his power by 1.5. Otherwise, he would have gotten hurt too. That's when Lee Hyun notices something odd and asks if his ability wasn't called masculine strength. Our guy says it is. But the blonde reminds him that earlier he claimed the ability doubled his strength, and now he's saying it's 1.5. Our boy's all awkward, saying he got it wrong because he's bad with numbers. But yeah, it's either 1.5 or 2. One of those. The blonde just thinks this kid's going to be a real headache. He says he gets it and tells Kang to go back to class. Back inside, Kang's finally thinking he can relax when someone suddenly sits next to him. Of course, it's that damn blonde again asking if he can sit close. Kang tells him to do whatever he wants, but in his head, he's wondering why he keeps attracting muscle freaks and now delinquents too. Out of nowhere, the guy grabs his hand and introduces himself as Yusung. He had just turned 18 and was there after completing the tutorial, and now he's already asking how Kang pulled that stunt off. When Kang asks what he's talking about, the crazy dude already blurts out that he wants to know how he made that guy's arm explode like that. It must be some amazing skill. Poor protagonist already knows this guy's not all there either. A while later, Lee Hyun walks into the room, apologizes for the delay, and immediately starts explaining that there are 2 types of dungeons, regular and irregular. The regular ones are obviously the most common, and they break after 4 weeks. Break meaning the monsters start spilling out into the city. Irregular dungeons, on the other hand, can break at unpredictable times. Sometimes it's 4 weeks, sometimes it's instant, right when they appear. To close a dungeon, there are 2 options. The first is to destroy the main core, which is deep inside and extremely hard to find. The second is to destroy the regular core. There are 2, right? And this one just delays the break. Do you think I need to know any of this crap just to kill monsters? I didn't come here to get some useless lecture, says the jacked guy in the back. Our guy starts realizing that every single musclehead in the room is a walking problem, completely forgetting he's also one of the buff guys himself. One of the guards steps in and tells the guy to stop causing trouble or he'll be kicked out. But Hyun says it's okay and asks the guy to come down to the front because it's time for a little lesson. The guy says fine, clearly impressed by how cocky the instructor is. He spreads his arms wide, wanting to know what Hyun plans to do. Lee Hyun says he'll give him 1 minute. During that time, he'll dodge and block all of his attacks. And if the guy manages to even scratch him once, he'll be allowed to graduate. But if he fails, he'll be expelled. Yusung and our boy are just watching from the side, wondering if this guy really has the guts to accept something like that. At the same time, they're kind of hyped. This looks like it's about to get interesting. The musclehead immediately says he's obviously being underestimated. He draws his sword and warns Hyun not to regret it. The guard panics like, sir, please. But the guy actually pulls out a real sword. Khan calmly adjusts his glasses and tells him to come at him. The side character instantly loses it and lunges forward. But Hyun easily dodges the first swing and says that kind of attack is way too predictable. Even if he were to strike from behind, a sloppy hit like that wouldn't land on anyone. Looks like we've got another gym freak about to pop a vein. He slashes again, but only hits air. Hyun appears behind him and says the problem is that his movements are way too wide. No opponent's going to just stand there waiting to get hit like that. Obviously, Brew. The dude keeps swinging like crazy, left and right, putting everything he has into it, but Hyun's just dodging smoothly, like it's nothing. Now the guy's all red-faced like a drunk and charges straight in, just for Hyun to duck again. And then Hyun casually says that at this rate, he's going down quick. A solid kick knocks the sword out of his hands and drops him to the ground. Then Hyun pulls out his phone and shows that the minute is already up. It actually says a minute and 28 seconds. I saw it. Kang's reminded of those pro boxer videos where they dodge every hit. You never imagined someone could actually do something like that to an awakened person. It's clear now there's a massive difference between people's talents and abilities. Watching that speed and reaction time, Kang realizes that even after all the time he spent trapped in the tutorial, he probably had a hard time going up against this guy. He closes his eyes and wonders, if it were just the two of them, one-on-one, who would win? It's the same thing that damn blonde Yu-sung is thinking. Look at him again with that face. Put your tongue back in your mouth already. What the hell is that? Kang sees it too and starts wondering if this guy's a psycho. Clearly, he's already regretting letting that lunatic sit next to him. At the Awakened School, mornings were for theory and afternoons were all about hands-on training. Kim says that today they're going to train their skills using each type of weapon. They're supposed to head up to the front and pick their favorite. At first, they can just practice however they want, and then he'll observe and give them some tips depending on what they're doing. Kang grabs a sword and immediately notices it's already all rusted. And right away, that weird blonde kid says that just swinging the sword around like that in the air is way too boring. Why don't they have a little sparring match instead? Of course, our boy agrees instantly. Thank God the blonde declines, saying they'll only be allowed to practice like that after day 6. Phew. The artist would have had every excuse to draw that weirdo with his tongue out again. Honestly, the apocalypse could go ahead and start right now with goblins invading if it meant skipping that scene. That'd be great. Under the blazing sun, everyone's spread out, getting tossed around by the wind. Our guys watching from the side, kind of shocked by how bad everyone is. The average level is way lower than he expected. He wasn't really planning to train, but maybe this can at least serve as a decent warm-up. So he picks up the sword and starts swinging, slashes to the left, right, just practicing his form. Kim glances over and sees the kid going all out with the slashes, then says, "That's not how you fight." One of the guards comes over and tells him he's leaving his defense too open. He needs to adjust the angle of the sword. He might be trying to show off with those flashy moves, but they're useless in a real fight. Our guy is not having it. He's already thinking about killing this guy. Of course, he's only thinking that because he's immortal, right? Doesn't matter if he gets wrecked. He can just respawn the next day. The guard tells him that if he tries that fencing crap inside a dungeon, he's gonna get himself killed. But Kang grabs him by the collar and asks if he wants to throw down right now. Okay, maybe he didn't actually do that, or maybe he did. But what really happens is he backs off and says, "All right, I'll keep that in mind." Then the guy claps and calls over Sun Han, the same guard, and gets everyone's attention. He says Kang Hyun and the assistant will now give a demonstration. Kang is obviously confused. Why the hell did it land on him? The blonde hands a sword to the instructor and tells him to use the skill he was asking Kang to show earlier. And obviously, our boy's supposed to fight however he wants. Yeah, it's pretty clear now the blonde figured out Kang's the real deal, and he wants the assistant to learn the hard way. The poor guy's standing there all lost, but the blonde just says, "Go on." The countdown begins. 1, 2, 3. Our boy charges. Kang rushes in and hits him hard right off the bat, throwing the guy off balance. He changes the angle mid-swing, smacks the sword out of the guy's hand, and sends it flying. The assistant's already down. 2 hits. He didn't even try to hurt him, just disarmed him clean. What a humiliation. The instructor turns to the group and says they need to train the skills that prepare them for real combat. They need to build reflexes to respond immediately to threats. Just like Kang showed, the most important thing is how you respond and start your movements. There's no one perfect form, nothing's absolute. He asks everyone to give a round of applause while the poor assistant is red as a tomato. He totally got clowned. Kang's standing there all proud, but the damn guy didn't understand a thing the instructor said. He just went all in, pure instinct. The instructor walks over to the assistant and apologizes, saying he didn't intend for him to get beat up like that. The guy gets up and says it's fine. He still learned something new from it. Though yeah, he was definitely surprised. The instructor tells him not to feel embarrassed. He just wanted to confirm something. That damn bastard used Kang's craving for a fight to expose his secrets. And so the next chapter begins, My Precious Training Diary. Written by Kang Hyun. On the first day, some dude got on his nerves, so he blew up the guy's arm, and the rest of the class was boring as hell. The second day wasn't much better. They trained with some weapons, and Sung seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much. Honestly, he should probably start avoiding that weirdo. On day 3, he realized that this strange guy was the only one actually willing to talk to him, and he was like a mosquito that just wouldn't leave him alone. By the 4th day, he was so bored he spent the whole time sketching himself cutting off a goblin's head. Day 5, all he wanted was to go home. It was too damn boring. He even collapsed on the ground in the middle of training, just completely done. Day 6 rolls around and there he is, face planted on the desk. He tells the blonde, "Come on, start a fight or something." you anything to get kicked out and make this place fun. But Yu-sung wants to know why. Wasn't he the one who said they were gonna lay low and graduate quietly? Our boy goes, I'm telling you to make a mess. If you get expelled, that's on you. I'm good. But Sung tells him to chill. It's day 6, after all. They're finally going to have some real sparring matches today, so something good's about to happen. He's got a sixth sense for these things. A bit later during training, some dude takes a hit to the hand, drops his sword, and falls flat. The instructor announces that Kang Hyun is the winner and calls up the next group. As Kang is walking back to his seat, Sung says he's seriously impressed. Kang fights really well. But our guy just shrugs and says it was only because his opponent was weak as hell. Still, while watching the other students, he starts wondering what this weird feeling is. It all looks like Child's played him. The average level is way lower than he expected. He doesn't fully understand what each person's talent is, but apparently most people don't make it that far up in levels. Worst part, he knows he's going to have to do 2 more of these boring matches before day 8, and they're all so dull. 2 hits and it's over. Up on stage, one guy charges in with his spear while the other just screams like crazy, and Kang's sitting there, barely interested. Damn, this guy actually aimed the spear right at the other's forehead. Good thing the instructor stopped it in time and declared the match over. The winner, Kim Chang-guk. Seeing how fast the instructor reacted, Kang is now excited to fight someone like him. That's when they call Yu-sung's name. He turns to Kang and says he'll be right back. Oddly, he gives this weird little smirk and walks up to the platform all calm. Kang remembers that this creep had said something interesting was going to happen today. He just hopes the guy doesn't start anything and somehow drag him into it. At least the instructor is right there, so technically nothing should happen. But then, oh boy, the girl steps up, and instead of using a weapon, she pulls out some kind of magical staff. Sure, it has its pros and cons, but in a small space like that, it doesn't seem like the best choice. The instructor asks, "Didn't your weapon used to be a sword? Why are you using a spiked mace now?" Yu-sung just replies, "Is there a rule saying I can't switch?" The instructor says it's fine. Jesus. Kang's starting to get nervous this guy might actually crack her skull open while she's distracted. The instructor begins the countdown. 1, 2, 3. The girl summons some little crystal shards and launches them his way. His mace starts glowing purple, and just like that, he shatters the attack without a problem. He's smiling that creepy smile of his, while Kang watches in awe. It's the first time he's seen real magic in action. Apparently, you could learn that back in the tutorial. Weird though, he never saw anything like that during the martial training. Was the girl hiding her abilities all this time? She's clearly struggling, gripping the staff tightly and triggering something, but the whole thing goes soft and wobbly. Really strange. At the very least, it's unique. She fires off another big crystal attack, but Yu-sung glances off to the side, watching the instructor. He raises the mace like he's going to block, but instead, he steps to the side and launches himself straight at her. Kang actually looks shocked by what he's seeing. I thought he was about to smash her in the face with that thing, but turns out he used his mace to deflect her attack and redirect it toward the instructor. Of course, the instructor just dodges it with ease, but in the meantime, Yu-sung rushes in and cracks her right in the middle of the head. Holy hell, what was that? He actually hit her that hard, and now he's standing there celebrating. Dude, I called it, didn't I? I said he was gonna go nuts, but the guy's practically drenched in blood, smiling like he's proud of it. Kang better get away from this lunatic or just take him out seriously for everyone's safety. Thankfully, someone's already calling for an ambulance and saying it's a fractured hand. I don't even know why I'm so worried about this girl, but please don't kill her. I mean it, Blondie. You better not. I just don't like this guy, that's all. The instructor immediately points his massive sword at Yu-sung's face and demands to know what the hell that was. Obviously, this blood-covered lunatic just says it was an accident. Oops, sorry, my bad. Totally didn't mean to. The instructor asks if he even hears himself talking. Yu-sung says yeah, and throws in a cheeky little wink. The instructor turns away and announces that they'll take a 20-minute break. Everyone has to be back by 3, and Yu-sung is to follow him. From a distance, Kang's watching all of this, and he's got that look, like he recognizes that weird glint in the blonde guy's eyes. Even with what just happened, this poor girl getting absolutely wrecked, the training continues like nothing happened for another 2 days. And no, Yu-sung wasn't expelled. He just kept training like everything was totally normal. The only difference is that the poor guy who had to spar with him next looked like he was about to crap himself just standing there. Kang even noticed there was a healer already stationed behind the guide, just in case. Thanks to that, day 8 ended without anything major happening. Or at least it should have. Here's our boy, 500 kilos of muscle, calling out to Kim Lee-hyun. Says, hey, training's almost over. Wouldn't now be the perfect time for us to have a real sword fight? The instructor tells him to quit bothering him. They just need to wait 2 more days and it'll all be over. But Kang, curious as ever, asks if he's not getting tired of all these kiddie games. He can tell that Kim must be itching for a real fight too. Kang's sure that sitting there reading papers and doing admin stuff doesn't really suit him. So he leans in close and says he knows they've met before. And that clearly hit a nerve. The instructor loses his composure. Later, out on the training field, Kim Lee-hyun says it all makes sense now. So it was him from before. He thanks Kang for the help back then since it apparently prevented a bunch of casualties. Kang's just relieved the guy didn't mention that item he snatched and bolted with. Then Kim Lee-hyun casually says that for someone who only made it to stage 5, he's got a pretty nice sword. Wait, what kind of comment is that? Complimenting his sword like that? And he knows that blade only drops in stage 6. Kang shrugs it off, says he found it lying on the ground. Same excuse as always. Kim opens the system and says, "It's fine. I can already tell you're not gonna be honest, no matter what I ask." Then he draws his sword and says that in that case, he'll fight with something he just happened to find too. And just like that, bam, the guy vanishes. A second later, he's already behind our muscle boy. Kang spins around, barely reacting in time to block the attack. The guy moved like a damn phantom. Kim compliments him, saying he thought Kang was just a meathead, but his reflexes are impressive too. Our boy replies that he's been through too much in life to ever let himself be an easy target again. The Dan instructor disappears once more, saying that if that's the case, then there's no reason to hold back. The guy's using that phantom technique, striking from every angle, but Kang's holding him back. Kim Lee-hyun's stunned. He can't believe this kid, fresh out of the tutorial, is managing to keep up with everything being thrown at him. Kang, on the other hand, is getting cut up all over and still muttering, This is what a real fight feels like. I'm honestly scared to see what he's gonna look like 15 chapters from now. Dude's gonna be 7 meters tall, weighing in at 700 kilos of muscle, and have the face of a cold-blooded killer. And the instructor's still shocked. The boy's regeneration was just as crazy as it looked. Kim shifts his grip on the sword and says that if that's the case, he doesn't need to hold back anymore. He launches a straight-on attack, saying he's about to create an opening that's impossible to dodge. Kang sees it coming and smiles. He blocks it by throwing his own arm into the blade. Kim Lee-hyun can't believe it. He can feel the bones in the kid's forearm cracking while this psycho just grins at him. Then Kang hits him with a gotcha, grabs him, clenches the sword with his bone, and headbutts him hard. Kim's knocked off balance and goes down. Yeah, he really lost. But hey, no one was gonna beat that lunatic anyway. A while later, Kim's sitting there with some ice on his face, sipping a soda, saying that Kang is seriously weird, way too strong. Kang replies that Kim's pretty strong too. Plus, in training match like this, you're not supposed to use your skills directly, though technically, Kim did use his. Kim says that in that case, he's the winner. Obviously, Kang isn't having it. They go back and forth until finally Kim gets up and thanks him, says it was a great match to blow off steam. Now he's gonna head back to his room and get a good night's sleep, because tomorrow, it's dungeon day. And apparently there's a hooded figure already planning to cause trouble in the exact dungeon they're headed to. The guy turns invisible, opens the gate, and slips inside. Next day, here they are standing right in front of that same gate. The dungeon is being used as a training ground for the academy. That's what the instructor says. It's an F-rank zone called the Keka Forest. And surprise, the monsters here are called Keka Monsters, mid-tier F-rank creatures. This place was chosen because first, it doesn't have major traps, and the monsters follow a pretty standard pattern. Second, Keka monsters don't form groups, so you can fight them one at a time, which is way safer for beginners. The rest of the details would be explained inside. The gate opens and Kang's hyped. It's his first dungeon since coming back to the real world. He'd never actually walked through one of these gates before. Strangely, the feeling you get when crossing it is like floating. Your vision blurs for a second, and the moment your feet touch solid ground again, you open your eyes to a completely different place. Kang's just standing there, amazed by the island. He asks how they're supposed to get back. Of course, Dan Yu-sung immediately answers that this was all explained in class, and obviously our boy didn't listen to a single lesson. Kim Lee-hyun steps in and says that first, they're going to hunt one monster together so everyone can see how it's done. After that, they'll split into groups and start the real hunt. He calls one of the instructors and tells him to lure over a couple of Kika. They're moving into a good area for combat, and Kim says he'll keep explaining once they're in the middle of it. The Kika look like oversized birds. They're known for their fast legs and super hard beaks, sharp enough to pierce metal. The standard strategy is to surround them so they don't know which direction to run. But just then, a system message pops up. The main core has been destroyed. The exit portal has opened. This dungeon is about to collapse. Everyone must evacuate. The entire place starts cracking apart, and Kim Lee-hyun tells everyone to stay calm and head toward the exit, since the place is about to collapse. They had enough time, so there was no need to panic. Outside, everyone's gathered, clearly confused. They came out to train. So what the hell just happened? Kim Lee-hyun does a quick head count and sees that apparently everyone made it out safely. But what he really wants to know is who the hell finished that dungeon. Then one of the instructors suddenly calls out to him. When he looks over, the dungeon gate is now emitting a dark, eerie light, like some kind of portal. The instructor's face changes instantly, and he immediately orders reinforcements and tells all the trainees to step away from the gate. It wasn't just a collapse, this was a gate break. Kang asks what that means, and the guy is already thanking God he's there. He tells him a whole horde of monsters is about to come pouring out, and they're going to need his help to handle it. Clearly, our boy is ridiculously uninformed. He didn't even know what a gate break was. Turns out, someone destroyed the main core without killing the monsters. So now all the creatures are getting forcibly ejected out of the dungeon. I'm explaining it for you here. Meanwhile, the instructor is asking Kang if he really didn't learn this in class. Kang goes, Of course I did. I was just testing you to see if you knew. The instructor tells him to cut the crap, especially because the monsters are already here. Right then, the first Kika shows up. The instructor rushes in, telling Kang, "Good luck. Hope you can handle this," and runs off to prep the rest of the group. Now our boy's standing there staring at a horde of creatures. He's like, how the hell am I supposed to deal with all of this by myself? Still, he's grinning hyped up, yelling for them to come at him. That's when Damn Sung shows up, slamming his mace straight into the first one's skull. Thank God he's not drooling or blushing right now. Honestly, that's already a win. Kang asks what's up with this lunatic, laughing like the damn Joker out of nowhere. And just because I said that, yeah, here he goes again. Tongue out, blushing, saying crushing a skull with a mace is the best feeling ever. I've got the same expression Kang's making right now. Disgusted, horrified, completely over it. And now the blonde Sekko's in the middle of the battlefield yelling that he's not keeping this fun to himself. Kang draws his sword and says, well, at least the maniac's on my side, and charges into the fray, slashing down monsters left and right. Sung's just watching, impressed. Our boy shouts that no one's got his back out there, he fights solo, then activates Lion's Roar, calling out all the bastards. Suddenly, all the monsters in the area take a hit to their stats and morale. Debuff activated. Everyone around seems to notice that out of nowhere, the fight got a little easier. And of course, the always attentive instructor notices right away. This was a debuff aura. Seeing how the group was holding their ground, he figured they'd last until reinforcements arrived. The only issue now, Kang doesn't faint. He's right there, Rasengan style, exploding enemies with a punch. But it wrecks his whole hand. What the hell is this, he mutters. Guess it's usable, for someone like me. He's basically immortal, so it works for him. But for anyone else, this would be completely unviable. Sung instantly wants to know what that skill is and if Kang had access to something special in the tutorial. Kang just tells him it's a little secret. But right then, his expression changes. In the middle of all those monsters, a mutant Keika appears, clearly the dungeon boss. This was exactly what Hyun didn't want to happen. The boss showing up before support? Terrible timing. Even with Kang there, this wasn't going to be like fighting normal monsters. A boss fight was a whole other thing. He sees the two of them standing there, Kang and Sung, and he's sure they won't make it. But then he catches a look at their faces, and now Kang, for some ungodly reason, has started sticking his tongue out. Put that thing away, kid. The next chapter kicks off saying that tomorrow is celebration day. They finished everything. Someone brings up the dungeon incident, and Lee Hyun explains that it turns out someone had entered the gate before they went in, which triggered the break. Most likely, it was the work of those dungeon terrorists that had been popping up over the past month. Looks like it's a girl speaking now. Aside from our guy's sister, women are clearly in short supply in this world. She asks if any of the students stood out. Lee Hyun says yes, two weird ones. The two who worked together to take down the break boss. One of them had absolutely insane physical strength. His power and reflexes were on par with that monster. But the strangest thing about him was his regeneration. He was oddly aggressive and had zero fear of injury. On top of that, he never seemed to tire. His fighting style was completely unpredictable, which made him hard to deal with. He just didn't care about anything. The other student was the total opposite. More of the typical genius type, a standout with natural combat talent. Quick thinker, sharp reactions. The only issue was his unusual tendency toward violence. The woman says that, setting all that aside, it's rare to see him giving out so much praise. She asks if he already sent an offer to recruit them. He reminds her that recruiting students at this stage is strictly prohibited. She looks like she wants to complain, but he cuts her off, saying he's just following the rules, just like the guild leader herself. And that would be her, Han Se-in, leader of the Dangan Guild. She's got that yander look in her eyes, and for some reason, she doesn't seem like the most mentally stable guild master out there. Then again, let's be real. No one in this story seems particularly sane. Cut to the graduation ceremony. Some old guy gives a speech congratulating them on the 10 days they spent training and becoming full-fledged hunters. That wraps up their official entry into the Hunter's Wall. Kang is surprised to see there's actually another person working here besides Kim Lee Hyun. As soon as he steps outside, he jumps because a damn butler shows up to let Sung know his car has arrived. And this lunatic drives a BMW, apparently covered in diamonds. Our boy is just standing there, shocked that this freak is actually rich. Sung casually tells him to hop in. He's giving him a ride home. Kang just goes with it and starts getting in, until someone suddenly calls out to him. It's Kim Lee Hyun, saying he wants to talk. Kang points at him like a little kid, saying he didn't know the guy could be this friendly. Kim explains that because they helped defeat the dungeon boss during the break, both of them would receive a reward. Someone would reach out to them soon, so he should keep that in mind. Kang seems a little disappointed. He thought the guy had more to say, but Kim just turns around and starts walking away. Kang yells after him, telling him to compliment him properly. So the blonde turns around and gives him that speech. He admits that Kang is strong, and that he's only going to keep getting stronger. He wouldn't be surprised if he started seeing his name pop up in dungeon reports all over the place soon. But he should never forget the responsibility that comes with strength. He was a true awakened now. And why the hell did he put that weird thing on his face? He's walking through the room, telling his sister to take a look at the kid. He's got serious potential. She obviously couldn't care less. He tells her to stop underestimating him because starting tomorrow, Kang was going to be clearing dungeon after dungeon. That's when Kang stops and wonders, how does he even find dungeons? Like, are they on Google Maps or something? His sister says there's apparently a site for awakened people called Raiders where you can see that kind of stuff. He grabs his phone saying he's never even heard of it. She must be some kind of expert. She's just there wondering how her brother keeps getting dumber by the day. At least when he used to just sit in his room playing games, he seemed a little smarter. But now, as he scrolls through the app, our boy sees info on maps, monsters, and team recruitment. He remembers the Cake of Forest was an F-rank dungeon, and something like that he could easily handle solo. Maybe this was the perfect time to earn a fat paycheck and show off to his mom. On TV, they mentioned that the reward for clearing low-tier dungeons could go up to $20,000. And now there was this new hot item, Mana Stones. They were pulling serious attention and they came with bonus payouts. Basically, if you were a hunter, making money wasn't that hard. Cut to a familiar older guy, our boy's dad, calling out to his wife, asking if she talked to their son. She says yes. He transferred $10,000 for her to spend however she wanted. Apparently, he even bought a car last week. Looks like time has passed, huh? The dad's impressed. Finally, the kid's making more money than him. But the mom's still worried. She knows a lot of people get hurt, or worse, in this kind of work. She just hopes nothing bad happens to him. The dad says to let the kid live his life, better than being some unemployed adult sitting around. Besides, he heard that hunters go in groups, teams, even, so he's sure there's nothing to worry about. Their son wouldn't do anything reckless. He's probably got everything under control. Strangely enough, the mom agrees. She says he's always been a brilliant kid. Obviously, they haven't seen what their son's really become these past 18 chapters. He's in the dungeon, completely alone, slicing through everything, saying this is nothing, laughing like the Joker in a cave. Outside, his brand new car, a Bentley. He gets a call from his mom, but he's not picking up. The dad says it's whatever. They'll try it again in the morning. The mom says okay, but she did want to mention something, that weird gate that opened in front of the grocery store. The dad says not to worry. The government will send someone soon. She thinks maybe they should ask their son to come over with his team. The dad shuts that down quick. Definitely not a good idea. Meanwhile, guess what's happening? Yep, that dungeon gate. It's opening, and a whole swarm of orcs starts pouring out. And of course, the boss is right there with them. Back to our boy. Dawn is breaking, and he's just cleared another dungeon. He'd spent the whole night fighting. Now he's wondering if he should try one more. Maybe a rank E, or if that would be pushing it. He decides to take a break. Besides, he still doesn't know if resurrection actually works in real life. After all, he did die once. But the moment he opens his car and checks his phone, minus 36 missed calls from his sister. He calls her back asking what happened, and all he hears is a scream. She's shouting something about their mom and dad. We don't hear exactly what, but judging by his expression, it's bad, really bad. On the news, they're saying the government is doing everything it can in response to the dungeon break. The Ministry of National Defense is assembling a task force to minimize casualties. The problem? Some civilians were still trapped inside the affected area. That's why they had to call in the Dangan Guild. At the same time, our boy gets home, throws on his armor, and heads out. His sister asks if he's really going to do this. He tells her not to worry. He's Kang Hyun, a tutorial graduate. She can relax. He'll handle everything. She tells him to be careful and stop acting like some hotshot trying to get attention. He just says, don't worry, and waves goodbye. Slams the door. Tells her he'll be back soon with their mom and dad. Then floors it down the highway, face serious, ready for war. On the way, the cops try to stop him, saying he can't go any farther and needs to turn around. He just flashes that shiny little ID card. He's a registered awakened now. And just like that, the beast rolls through. The guy told him to be careful, so Kang saluted and hit the gas. While speeding down the road, he mutters to himself that it looks like 5 gate breaks happened at the same time. Even rank E dungeons were starting to collapse now before and only been the F ranks. He just needed them to hold out until he got there. Problem was, he wasn't sure he'd make it in time. But then, out of nowhere, a mutant boar comes crashing in, slams into a nearby car and sends it flying. What the hell? Kang walks out of the wreck like it's nothing, pulls out his sword, and tells the bastard to come at him, because today's the day he gets his revenge. But then the creature snorts and Kang realizes it's way bigger than any monster he's ever seen before. Right then, though, he hears shouting coming from the end of the street. He glances over. Goblin horde. He wonders if he murdered the Goblin King in a past life, because these damn things show up every time. So he turns and starts running, saying there's a saying, the best revenge is forgiveness. Of course, the boar charges after him, but weirdly, the goblins start shooting it with arrows. Kang cheers. If these bastards want to fight, let them fight each other. That he expected. Apparently, these monster races are aggressive toward one another. Problem is, it's getting dark. Wait, how long has he been in this forest? He left the dungeon in the morning, which means he's been out here for hours. His battery's dying. He can't use his flashlight, and it's getting harder and harder to find the right path. Then once again, he senses something approaching from behind. What now? He spins, swings his sword, and slices through a wolf. Thank God it was just a wolf. Though honestly, if it had been a person, they'd be dead. He realizes it attacked him invisible, and the only reason he landed the hit was pure instinct. Then he feels more movement coming from the sides. He's surrounded again. Let the boy save his parents. Damn it. At least he's trained now. He draws his sword and shreds everything around him. And now he's into it. He's yelling at them to bring it on. All of it. By the next morning, he's still in the forest, waking up in a pile of wolf blood. He fought all night through the dawn and only now gets to catch his breath. But it's time to get moving again. Back at his parents' house, they're trying to reach him. His mom's texting, while the dad tells her to keep quiet. He asks if Kang's still not responding. She says it's weird. The sister had told her he was on his way, but now it's feeling too risky. The dad, who earlier said everything was fine, doesn't sound so confident anymore. Those monsters, orcs they're called, have been showing up since yesterday, and apparently even high-level hunters are struggling with them. The news is they came from an F-ranked dungeon, supposed to be weak, but clearly that's not the case. And there's another thing, some terrifying figure out there in the streets, a monster that's killing monsters. The dad watches from the window, squinting at this lone figure and muttering, "There's no way my son could be doing that." Oh, just wait till he finds out. Our boy had turned that entire street into a war zone. 15 orcs were easy for him to handle solo, but more were coming around the corner. And oddly enough, these weren't normal ones. There were 3 warrior-class orcs. As far as he knew, those were supposed to be bosses. Maybe this was actually a rank E dungeon, not if like he'd thought. Suddenly, he shouts out, calling for his mom and dad. Their son had arrived to save them. His mom stares at the figure, squinting, wondering if that thing was really her child. And the dad's standing there like, what the hell happened over the past few months? But Kang, he's already dashing forward. The orcs come screaming, he rushes in, blocks the first attack. Another one stabs at him, but he ducks under it and blasts a crater into the monster's jaw. With one down, he grabs the sword of another. But just then, he takes a punch that shatters his bone. But this kid is unstoppable. He's died so many times that now he just keeps going, stabs another monster, tosses it into the air like it's nothing. Another goes down, and he literally makes it eat his fist. Then boom, he activates mana explosion inside the creature's skull, and yeah, it was expected, but still, bloodbath. And now he's completely surrounded. Must be around 200 of them. Bro, where are South Korea's awakened hunters at right now? Hello? Of course, in the middle of all that, one of them stomps the ground so hard it shakes everything. Kang looks up, and damn, that thing is huge. A great orc warrior, well, at least the name fits. Our boy immediately knows. That's the leader of the pack, and he's ugly. Kang wanted to save his mana for regeneration, but it's time to pull out Titan strength. His muscles tighten, he inhales deep, and then he roars. Lion's roar, activated. He calls all the bastards to come at him, and then promptly gets decked in the face and falls over like a damn idiot. Apparently, they surrounded him like a Fight Club circle, pushing him into a one-on-one. He realizes these monsters are actually toying with him. They're taking turns, punch to the face, kick to the gut, smash to the floor. Worst part, his mana's out. His body isn't regenerating anymore, and he's still not entirely sure if he'll actually resurrect in real life. But he's not in the mood to find out. So he stands up, no teeth in his mouth, blood everywhere, and roars back. "I'm not leaving my family here." He charges again, but then he spots them. Goblins climbing toward his parents' window. He freezes for a second and screams, "Don't you dare go yoop there." He sprints over, but they grab his back. He slashes another down. But the biggest orc slams his head straight into the ground. His vision fades. He mutters he can't die here. And then, the golden slash tears through the monster. Someone arrived, and she's badass. It's our new guild leader, Hansean everyone. And she's brutal and beautiful. She turns around and someone reports that their team just secured the safe zone. She asks about the civilians and the guy says most have been evacuated. She's a bit shaken. The damage is worse than expected. But at least someone managed to gather the orcs in one place and make the job easier. She then asks, where's the guy who was holding them back until we arrived? The guy replies, unfortunately, he didn't make it. She nods and says, I understand. Don't toss any bodies away. Treat him with respect. He's a hero. Then she glances down, and the body's gone. Cut to Kang opens his eyes. Where? We don't know. Chapter ends. Next chapter, there he is, our boy, lying under the same tree he last slept at. Resurrection activated. He barely escaped the crisis. Because he hadn't set a location, he respawned in the last place he'd rested. But now, for the next 24 hours, he's at 50% strength, and he lost 1 level, meaning 1 attribute point gone. Immediately, his memory flashes back to the goblin near his parents' window. It's been 24 hours. He grabs his sword and runs, saying he has to find out what happened, or at least kill those monsters. Problem is, his body feels heavy as hell. That's the cost of resurrection. After 5 hours of running with that exhausted body, he arrives, only to find his parents' house abandoned and empty. He's devastated. He turns around and starts heading home. On the way, he runs into a group of soldiers. He asks to borrow a phone. When he finally calls him, he finds out his father lost an arm. His mother is in a coma. And then, 2 months pass. On the news, they announce that Han Seon, the leader of the Dangan Guild, has entered yet another dungeon. This one, rank C. At the exact same time, Kang is seen heading out. His sister asks if he's really going into another dungeon. He says yeah, he's going again. His sister tells him to be more careful. It feels like he's died 3 times just this week. While she's trying to say that what happened wasn't his fault, he just closes the door behind him and heads down the stairs. She opens the door and just stands there, staring at her brother, not even knowing what to say anymore. Meanwhile, in the dungeon known as Antria, a blonde dude is slicing through giant ants and leveling up fast. The others in his group congratulate him, saying he levels like crazy. Not surprising, he's the strongest one in the party. But this guy, he's smug, thinking to himself how these fools have no clue he's part of the elite, someone who made it to stage 5, unlike all these losers. Still, he plays friendly, turns around with a smile and says, "It's all thanks to you guys. Couldn't have done it without such an amazing team." Yeah, real piece of work. That's when they all hear something weird. They look to the side, and it's Kang, sword half broken, sprinting like a madman. They're all like, is this lunatic charging into the dungeon alone? He blows past them. The blonde calls out, saying that way leads to the core. It's suicide. Kang doesn't even respond. Now the group's debating, do they follow him? Do they head back? Their leader says they'll follow for now. If anything starts going south, they pull out immediately and leave the guy to his fate. Back with Kang, he's already surrounded by a swarm of Antria soldiers. Basically, giant armored ants. He activates a skill called Wayne's Secret Technique, an E-rank ability that boosts all attributes by 40% except mana. But the downside, it physically destroys the body over time. Classic berserker stuff, right? The ants all swarm him, but Kang's smiling like a maniac, slashing everything in sight. Within seconds, it's just a pile of bodies. The group in the back is completely stunned. Kang walks toward the core, commenting that this newly acquired skill pairs perfectly with his regeneration. Turns out, not long ago, he upgraded his recovery to rank A. Then someone calls out. It's the blonde guy asking if he's okay. Kang just replies, yeah, and keeps walking. Doesn't say anything else, just grabs the core and says, later, and walks off. The team finds it odd. He hadn't taken any of the loot from the monsters. They all go collecting, figuring he's just some dumbass who doesn't understand money. But Kang's walking off, mumbling to himself that he doesn't have time to care about stuff like that. What he needs is strength. He leaves and the group's still standing there, confused, trying to figure out who that madman even was. The blonde just shrugs, says he doesn't care, it got rich thanks to him, and that's good enough. As they're leaving, the bald guy speaks up. Maybe that's him, that guy they talk about, the one who raids dungeons alone. The blonde scoffs. No way, that's just a rumor. And this is a rank E dungeon, not some F-level walkthrough. No one solos this kind of thing, not even Han Saiyan, and she's the strongest around right now. But right then, system message. The core has been removed. The portal is now open. Of course, Kang had already cleared the whole place. Now he's sitting on top of a giant ant corpse, flipping through a book he found. Integument of Antria, an F-rank skill book that teaches how to use the integument, a kind of hardened outer skin. Basically, body armor mode. Honestly, it's like turning your whole body into Viagra. But Kang's problem is that juggling all these constantly active skills is getting rough. Adding another one that has to stay on? Kinda pointless. More and more abilities weren't making him better, they were just overloading him. Just like Bill Gaines' sword and the Berserker ability, this one was kind of a waste on someone who already had insane regeneration. Especially since the last time he went berserk, he completely lost control and nearly got himself killed. But now wasn't the time for regrets. The only thing he could do was become stronger, no matter the cost. With no better options, he just goes ahead and learns the skill. Outside the dungeon, a couple of reporters are gathered, talking about the rumors of a man who clears dungeons all by himself, and word was, he had entered this one today. The blonde guy tells them it's not anyone from his group, and then he points. The monster was coming out. Kang steps through the gate in full lazy swagger mode, one hand on his neck, glaring like he didn't get enough sleep. He clearly didn't want any attention, but boom, he's instantly swarmed by reporters, cameras, questions flying from every angle, business cards being shoved in his face. He's just walking through the chaos when he bumps into some guy. The dude asks, hey, what was that for? Kang just stares him down and says, what are you gonna do about it? The guy immediately freaks out and apologizes. And just like that, our boy walks away, leaving everyone with the sinking feeling that if they even breathe wrong, they die on the spot. He reaches his car, opens the door, muttering how these people are wasting his time for absolutely nothing. Then, someone calls his name. He turns around. Another one. The guy calmly says, relax, I'm here to help you. He hands over a card. The name reads Sun Yun Ho from the Awakened Association. The guy tells Kang they've been watching him for a while, and if he ever wanted to join, he'd get access to all their resources. No need to answer now, just call anytime. He does a polite thank you and disappears before Kang can even say a word. The Awakened Association, they're different from the guilds. They're not all about money. They focus on scouting talent and national defense. Kang didn't even know they recruited like that. And honestly, watching him eat that cup ramen just made me crave it too. While he's sitting there munching, a woman tells her daughter not to get close, says that man is a monster. But Kang's deep in thought. His biggest issue right now is mana. Maintaining regeneration, Wayne's technique, and berserker mode all at once was becoming impossible. He had to keep rotating between them, and it was starting to get inefficient. After digging around online, he knows what he needs, an item that restores mana. He checks the market to browse the listings, but finds nothing that's actually useful. Looks like he can only equip 4 items with active effects, no matter what type they are. And he's not looking for some weak little item that adds +1 or +2 to his stats. He needs something good, something that'll last. That's when he spots a post minus 128 views from someone claiming to have info about a dungeon that drops a ring that boosts magic power. Next day, he's reading the guy's follow-up comment. Apparently, it's an E-rank dungeon called Goblin Village, located in Hannam. Bro, this artist really has a thing for goblins. The post says that the shamans in that area have a small chance to drop the ring. Usually, the ring gives +1 or +2 to magic power, but there's a rare version that can give +4. And rumor has it, if you kill the Grand Shaman, the boss of the dungeon, you might get something even better. But no one's sure. A bunch of people are apparently using the place to farm, but the guy's worried about a possible dungeon break, so he shared the info hoping someone would finish it soon. Kang shows up at the site, but the gate looks abandoned. He expected there to be guards or a line, since so many people were supposed to be farming it. But no one in sight. So he shrugs, opens the gate, and steps through. On the other side, he finds himself in what looks like a forest, and immediately runs into the trio of trouble. Yo, my guy, you're rocking some pretty sweet gear. We're gonna make a killing today, says the one with the greasy hair. His buddy smirks. Yeah, today's bonus is gonna hit nice. And the last one, the crazy girl, says, I dreamed of a big fat pig last night. I got good feeling. Oh, great. She's completely unhinged. The idiot stands up and says, Kid, don't you know this is Bait Guild territory? Kang just gives him a look. Then the girl chimes in and asking if he has any clue what happens when someone trespasses on a guild's turf without permission. According to her, he has to hand over everything he's got if he wants to leave alive. 1 second later, boom, one of them's already been launched across the area, crashing into the ground, foaming at the mouth. Kang's just standing there, arm outstretched. The other 2 quickly open their system windows. One of them charges with a sword, but Kang grabs the blade with his bare hand. Snap, crushed it like a twig, and then straight kick to the gut sends the guy rolling like a barrel. The girl tries to jump in with some magic, firing a spell from behind, but it barely does anything. She's pale now, trembling, realizing she's in real trouble. Let's see if Kang hits both genders the same. He approaches her slowly, saying he actually learned something useful from her. Then he gently takes her hand and says, in return, I'll teach you something good too. He activates his skill, and her arm explodes. Yeah, no special treatment here. Just then, he notices a larger group approaching. He squints and asks, who are these guys? One of them steps forward and says, pretty bold of you to act like this in Bait's territory. If he wants to walk out alive, he better give up everything. Kang shrugs. Perfect. I needed some guides anyway. One of the Bait guys starts going off. The tutorial changed my life. In the dungeons, strength and cash rule everything. I was just another tool of society until last year. Now I live large thanks to this new world. As an executive in Bait, I'm a tiger with wings. Nothing scares me here. So you better hand over your stuff if you want to leave breathing. Before it even finishes. Wham! A giant hand smacks him across the face. Lights out. When he opens his eyes, everyone is passed out. Kang, annoyed, is pulling a knife out of his side, pointing to the ones still awake. You have 5 seconds to get over here. Whoever doesn't line up in time dies. I need a guide. Time passes. Eventually, Kang announces the results of his selection process. Congratulations, Kim Sung. You've been chosen as the guide. Everyone, give him a round of applause. Silence. So Kang slaps someone. Suddenly, clap, clap, clap. They're all applauding like their lives depend on it. Because they do, one guy nervously asks, sir, what's gonna happen to us now? Kang pauses, then asks, are you all gonna stop doing bad things and live honest lives from now on? Huge smiles all around. Yes, sir. Of course. We'll never do anything bad again. Smack, right to the face. Yeah, right, Kang says. You think I'm buying that crap? No chance. He beats the guy until he's purple and unconscious. Then he calls for Kim Sung. Show me the way. As the sun sets, Kang remarks that not every dungeon is like this, but some have layouts and scales as large as cities. After hours of walking, he turns to Sung. Hey, you're not just making us walk in circles, are you? Sung quickly denies it. No way, I wouldn't want to stay here longer than I have to. I'm just following the safe path around the monsters. Kang sighs. You idiot. Stop following that useless route. Go in a straight line. I'll handle the monsters. Sung hesitates. Okay then, if that's how you want it, we'll do it your way tomorrow. While they stopped for a quick meal, the guy kept wondering why our boy used 4 swords just to build a simple support for the fire. Not long after, things were starting to heat up, and our boy pulls something out of the makeshift oven, barehanded, gripping the hot metal like it's nothing. He's munching down and casually asks the guy, so how old are you? 25, the guy replies. Kang follows up. What were you doing before all this mess? The dude hesitates, clearly uncomfortable, and says he was just desperate for money. His student loan debt piled up and he couldn't find work anywhere. To make things worse, his dad's business went under and the whole situation went downhill. His mom had a breakdown over it all. But Kang cuts him off. "Who the hell asked for your sob story?" The guy blinks, thinking, "Didn't you just ask me?" But Kang's already waving him off. "Just eat and stop whining." They'd finish eating, then lie down for the night. Kang wraps himself in a weird cocoon of blankets like some warm creature. The other guy's stuck with a thin cover, shivering underneath. In the middle of the night, he gets up. Looking at our boy sleeping like that, he thinks, this might be my only shot to kill him. But just remembering how that psycho fights, nope, probably a terrible idea. Better to just run. The moment he takes a step, Kang's voice cuts through the silence. "Where do you think you're going?" The guy stammers, "Jay just going to pee." Kang shrugs. "Cool, go right here then." And just to be clear, if he tries to run, Kang will hunt him down and kill him. So yeah, the guy lies back down and doesn't even blink the rest of the night. Next morning, he's guiding Kang again. Finally, they reach the direction of the goblin village. Kang says he can feel a ridiculous amount of mana pulsing from that direction. The guy looks around confused. "I don't feel anything." Kang just looks at him like he's trash. It's amazing how weak and useless you are. The poor guy can only laugh nervously and try not to cry. Still, deep down, he's thinking, all I gotta do is survive a little longer. Once this freak walks in there, he's dead meat. The dungeon is a massive village with patrols circling the outskirts. The Bait Guild guys usually farm those patrols since the center is way too dangerous. But lately, Bait hasn't launched any raids for days, so not only are there monsters swarming the forest, the goblin base itself is probably overflowing. Kang walks straight into a goblin army, grins like a maniac, draws his sword, and says, "Goblin massacres are my specialty." A massive battalion comes charging from the base, and Kang's just getting hyped. But right then, a backpack smacks him from behind. It's Sung, flipping him off. "Go die in that hellhole. Hope I never see that ugly face again." Kang just turns with that pure psycho look in his eye. "When I'm done here, I will find you." Meanwhile, Sung sprints through the woods, heart pounding. He stops to catch his breath and thinks, there's no way even that monster survives this. But then, ding, a system window pops up, main core destroyed. Portal to outside world opened. They just stare at the message, then look at each other like, is this some kind of dream? The Goblin Village's E-rank dungeon wasn't your typical kind with a regular core. That's because all the forces were actually concentrated on defending the center. Even so, my guy, the message still popped up, it was done. The core had been destroyed and the portal was open. He's just standing there staring at the portal in front of him, shaking like crazy. That bastard actually handled the whole thing on his own. But he has no idea how anyone could possibly pull that off alone against that ridiculous number of enemies. He saw the kid's strength, and even though the kid was strong, it just didn't seem like enough. Kang chimes in, saying the guy doesn't have the firepower to wipe everything out. Sure, he's powerful, but that's not the point of this mission, my dude. What really matters here is absolute defense. The kid's pushing forward, torn up and full of cuts, but somehow he's healing as he goes, just marching straight ahead. The only way he could have done it that fast is by heading directly in a straight line toward the High Shaman. And Kim Sung, that guy's freaking out now, realizing that bastard didn't just survive, he pushed through all of it without even blinking. Right in front of the boss, Hyun says the answer is always the same. Brute strength solves everything, and he goes straight for the boss's mouth with his hand. I mean, his hand goes to the boss's mouth, not his mouth to the boss's hand. Anyway, the High Shaman dies. He scores a shiny little stone and a +0 ring. It boosts mana regeneration and gives him +4 to magic power. The little rascal's already loading up his fingers with rings, looking all excited. Now it's time to take down that bastard Kim Sung. But as soon as he steps out of the portal, a little squad's waiting for him outside. First thing he does is ask the air bandit what the hell the whole squad's doing there. Obviously, he's already got a pretty good idea. He starts scanning the crowd and yup, spots the big shot right there among them. And just like that, our boy perks up, clearly itching to crack someone in the skull. But suddenly, someone steps forward with a smile, saying there's been a little misunderstanding. The guy walks up and says they're not going to fight, just want to have a quick chat. He thinks the guild members made a mistake, but he's here now, Yoon Hyun from the Bait Guild, and he wants to know the kid's name. Kang, though, isn't interested in sharing. He tells them to cut the crap and just say what they came for. So Hyun goes straight to the point. They want the kid to join the Bait Guild, a place where fame and fortune would be within his reach. They'd even give him an executive title. Hyun's standing there all smug, fully aware the kid's a rare talent, a hidden gem. Having someone like him on their side would be perfect to boost the guild's influence. But of course, Kang just flat out says he's not interested. Hyun reaches into his pocket like he expected that and pulls out a gold card, telling him to reach out whenever he changes his mind. The kid gives it a glance, tears it in half, and drops it right on the ground. Says that sure, his personality might be trash, but even he wouldn't stoop down to their level. Everyone's frozen, and he steps right up to the guy's face, asking if he's pissed and looking to start a fight. But Hyun just says no, it's all good. He just wanted to talk today, that's all. No fighting here. Our boy walks off, calling them a bunch of cowards. Cool to even muster the guts to pick a fight, those pathetic losers. And Kim Sung, He's standing there like, that lunatic's completely out of his damn mind. Seems like it really shook him up, but we cut back to our guy saying he almost got wrecked that time. There were over 100 enemies in front of him and he was pretty much out of mana. If they had gone for real, he probably would have died and lost 48 hours of his life. And to top it off, he missed his chance to finish off that bastard's son. But don't worry, his time's coming. Back at the bait guild, the bruised guy says it was Sung himself who suggested he'd serve the kid and help guide him through the forest and everything else. Yui even asks if that's true. Sung tries to backpedal, but one of the guys has already pulled out a sword. The poor guy starts begging for mercy, swearing he'll do anything if they just don't kill him. The guy asks if he really means anything, and when he nods, the other one snaps, demanding how a cursed traitor like him can still want to live. He grabs him, kicks him hard, and sends him flying. Actually, not just into the water, he gets thrown straight into the dungeon, and they slam the gate shut behind him. What the hell was that? Oh, right, for some reason my brain keeps assuming everyone comes back to life in this world, but the only one who actually does is the protagonist. So yeah, that guy really died. And just like that, he stole our boy's chance at revenge. Bastard. The leader tells someone to pick up the guy's sword and dig up everything they can on the one who is in the dungeon. And of course, someone's already tailing our boy's car. Not shady at all. Meanwhile, the leader's talking about how that brat had the guts to turn down his offer. He can act all high and mighty if he wants. He is powerful. But what about the people around him? Are they that strong too? If they can't control the kid, they just need to get to one of his weak points. Let's see how long he keeps up that cocky attitude. Oh no, don't go down that path, or you'll turn him into something even worse. At a cozy little Korean restaurant, our boy is eating with his sister. She says she never thought her lazy brother, who used to stay locked in his room all day, would actually take her out for something nice. He tells her, of course, he's going to spend his money here. Nothing in life is more important than food. She asks him to pass the tongs, and he changes the subject, asking how things went at the hospital. How's their mom doing? She explains the doctor said their mom seems stable and should be waking up soon. He smiles, saying that's great news. She says she's genuinely surprised. It's been a while since she's seen him this relaxed. Lately, he always seems angry or on edge. He says he's been smiling, but she tells him that creepy grin of his obviously doesn't count. Suddenly, though, he clutches his stomach and says he needs to use the bathroom. And I've got this bad feeling when he gets back, she might be gone and things might spiral out of control. So he heads to the bathroom, washes his hands, dries them, and walks back out only to see a guy sitting there talking to her. He asks who it is, and the guy turns around and bows. Kang hasn't picked up on it yet. He thinks the guy's just trying to hit on his sister. But she says something about it felt strange because the guy seemed to know who he was. Our boy's confused and she hands him a slip of paper saying the guy asked her to pass it along. He takes a look already suspicious. If the guy knew who he was, why did he walk away the second he saw him? But then his expression changes. The message is short, just a casual hello from the Bait Guild's leader along the phone number. But the message couldn't have been clearer. Back home, they're walking in when his sister mentions she forgot to grab some beer. She wants to head out and buy some, but of course he says no. He'll go. She should stay put. At first, I thought he was heading out for revenge, but nope, he really just went to pick up the beer. Still, on the way, his thoughts are racing, wondering what those bastards are planning. No way in hell they're trying to get close to his family. Maybe he should stop spending so much time in dungeons and stay home more often. Whatever their plan is, this one feels like the worst of all. Just then, his phone buzzes. It's a message from his dad. When he answers, his dad asks if he's at home. He tells him no, he's out. And that's when his dad tells him their mom just woke up. Our boy immediately wants to know how she's doing and breathes a huge sigh of relief knowing she's getting better. Then his dad adds one more thing, says a friend stopped by earlier. Now he's confused, what friend? And then his dad says it was that childhood buddy of his, Yui Hyun from the Bait Guild, who even asked to say hi and mentioned he lived nearby. Yeah, that shut our boy right up. His dad keeps calling out to him, but his face just freezes, his whole expression tightening up. Next day at the Talented Association, two girls are arriving, chatting about something when someone walks by and greets them with a good morning. They turn to the side and call out Miss Shin Sung-ha. Now that girl, she's tough, literally, and not the friendly kind of tough, more like the terrifying kind. She hands them some bottles, the girls thank her, and she politely says it's nothing and takes off. They're left wondering why that lunatic is always wearing armor. The other girl says she's a bit eccentric, sure, but deep down she's a good person. Still, she better get used to it. This world's full of weirdos. Compared to most, Shin Sung has basically an angel reborn. The friend replies that she's dealt with plenty of oddball students. The other one says, yeah, those were probably the worst students she ever had. One of them crushed a girl's hand in a spar, and the other showed up to the front desk already throwing off major intimidation vibes. She still has nightmares about that kid. And look who's right there behind them, suddenly letting out a pulse of aura. She glances over, and he's staring right back. A glance, a stare, and just like that, the two girls scream in panic. But he just walks up to them looking completely harmless, calling out to them. Meanwhile, they're already pulling out their phones, getting ready to call the cops for help. One of them is completely red in the face. He asks her to calm down. He just wants to know where Mr. Kim Lee-hyun is. He needs to protect his family and he's looking for this guy. They finally start to ease up a bit, realizing he's not trying to hurt anyone. One of them explains that Kim Lee-hyun was just working as a temporary instructor there, but he's not around anymore. Cut to a meeting room where Lee-hyun's giving a little presentation about how dungeon levels are rising. Then someone knocks on the door. He asks what's going on, and the staff tells him there's some really strong guy in the lobby causing a scene, insisting he needs to speak with him. Lee-hyun's clearly confused, but next scene, they're already sitting face to face. He says he didn't expect to see him again so soon, and asks what he needs help with. Kang gets right to the point. He wants to hire Lee-hyun. The guy chuckles, saying he appreciates the direct approach, but he'd like to hear the full story. Kang doesn't hold back. He says the Bait Guild is threatening his family and provoking him, and now he needs someone to guard them while he goes out and wipes the entire guild off the map. Lee-hyun is clearly shaken, asking what the hell is going on with this kid, but admits he knows how shady that guild is. The problem is the association hasn't been able to catch them red-handed. There's no solid justification to go after them officially. Kang says, well then perfect. He'll destroy them all, and everyone wins. Lee-hyun just shakes his head, saying Kang is as brutal as ever. What he really wants to know is, why him? It's not like he's the strongest out there, and besides, he's part of the Dangan Guild. Kang-hyun's logic is simple. He says Lee-hyun is just the strongest person he knows. That's it. Lee-hyun replies that he should have called Mr. Yu-sung instead, but of course, our boy says there's no way he's trusting his family with that weird snake-tongued creep. All he asks for is 1 week. If his family stays safe during that time, he'll pay big, like serious money. But Lee-hyun says, look, not to brag, but he already makes more money than the kid probably thinks. On top of that, he's the vice leader of the Dangan Guild. If Kang wants him to take the job, he's gonna have to offer something more than just cash. And right then, Kang already has an idea. He asks if the guy's after his body. Hyun immediately snaps back, asking if he came here to make a deal or to tell jokes. Since he's sure the kid's only going to spout nonsense if left unchecked, he puts an offer on the table. Not a huge one, but enough. If he helps our boy out for a week, then in return, he'll have to agree to meet the guild master. Come on over, boss lady. Why is he so hyped about this madness? Of course there's money involved too, but that part's up to Kang. He'll need to make sure it happens. Judging by how things are moving, it looks like he accepted. There are guards in front of the hospital now, 5 cameras installed, a private security company watching over his sister. They've got full tracking in place. Our boy says they're being extra cautious, and Hyun replies that it's better to be safe than sorry. What Lee-hyun really wants to know, though, is whether Kang's seriously planning to handle the rest on his own, because here they are standing face to face with the Bait Guild headquarters. Looking from a distance, Kang comments that it doesn't look that big compared to others. Hyun explains that obviously, a guild's strength isn't measured by the size of their building. Bait's power comes from their control over multiple abnormal dungeons. No doubt they've got skilled players, and they're backed by some rare items too. It seems like Kang's heading to a meeting with them, and naturally, they're bringing out all their top firepower. Kang explains he didn't really have a choice. When he got that letter, he agreed to set a date, mostly just to buy time and stop them from going after his family. And at least it worked. He got enough time to lock down their safety. He then hands the car keys to the blonde guy, who's confused and asks why he's being given this. Kang just tells him to park it back at his place. The guy's worried now, wondering if Kang's walking into a death trap. And honestly, he's not entirely wrong. But Kang tells him he doesn't have time to explain. Tomorrow morning he'll be alive and well, no doubt about it. With that, he gives a wave and heads off. Now here we are at the Bait Guild. And for an evil organization, their logo is surprisingly cute. Pretty corporate looking even. That bastard Yoo Hyun is there with arms wide open, welcoming him in, surrounded by a crowd, obviously. Kang says that's a lot of people for a meeting that was supposed to be just the 2 of us. What's the deal? Hyun tells him not to stress. Since Kang isn't part of the family yet, he needs to meet everyone first. Our boy laughs. Family, huh? Then says, well, in that case, I've got a message for the whole family. And he drops it. You could all go to hell. With that, he activates Lion's Roar and pulls everyone in. Boom! Shockwave hits the ground, smoke everywhere, total confusion. Portals flashing, the floor cracking apart, and Hyun yelling that Kang's completely insane. Suddenly, a metal bar shoots up and Kang's already drawing his sword. Aaron-style technique engaged, Titan strength flowing, and he charges straight in. At first, it looked like he summoned metal, but no. He actually shattered the floor and dropped everyone into a massive underground arena, a training facility, right under the guild. As the dust settles, they're lifting rubble off themselves, saying the impact wasn't bad at all. But then Hyun calls out, asking him to be a little more reasonable. It's not too late. They could still be allies. Kang answers that he's not the one who lost his mind. That happened the moment Hyun crossed the line. Hyun doesn't back down. He pleads for Kang to calm down, saying he needs to understand. If they work together, even the Dangan Guild wouldn't be able to compete. Kang just tells him to shut up. But unfortunately, Hyun won't stop talking. He goes on saying their guild now has over 200 members inside this very building. So really Kang's chances of getting out alive are slim to none. He should think carefully. All the Bait Guild ever needed was one famous face Just one person strong enough to be the front line, someone to carry the name and reputation of the whole organization. Right in the middle of the speech, Kang spits in his face and says he sounds like a kid giving a class presentation. He should leave the world of guilds behind and go be a YouTuber instead. The guy wipes his face and just stares at him. Then he starts trembling and says he knew it. A broke, miserable nobody like Kang would never understand the ambition behind a great guild like Bait. But look at Kang's expression. He's laughing right in the guy's face. He asks if everyone up top heard that the guy just called him a commoner. Kind of a weird word choice for someone in the 21st century. The idiot probably thinks he's some kind of aristocrat. Kang's practically on the verge of exploding. And with that, he tells everyone to attack. He wants to see how long Kang can keep running his mouth once things get serious. Suddenly, the whole room lights up with spells. Man restriction, mental corruption, void magic, confusion. Every kind of ability you can think of, every color flashing in all directions. But Kang Han, he just activates Lion's Roar again. Most of the debuffs are instantly purged, and the few that still land, the resistance ring gives him an extra bonus against them. On top of that, the enemy's morale drops fast. Yu Hyun starts yelling, calling the group a bunch of fools. They should stop hesitating and go in for the kill already. But nobody's brave enough to get close. They're all keeping their distance and casting spells from far away. Then Kang uses that skill from Antreus, the one that turns his skin pitch black. He says he wants to find out what it does against magic. An explosion blasts through the room. The remaining soldiers finally rush forward. Now they're really going in. Attacks flying from every side, until out of nowhere, a wave of slashes cuts through them first. Kang struck before any of them could. The leader can't believe it. This guy is handling everything completely alone. Then Kang draws in a deep breath and shouts, daring them all to come at him together. Some time passes, and now the entire building is in ruins, reduced to nothing but ashes. There stands Kang Hyun, still on his feet, while the others are completely wrecked, lying in pools of blood. But even so, he's clearly not in great shape either, and there are still plenty of enemies standing nearby. Yu Hyun tries to act unfazed and asks if Kang has realized he doesn't have a way out. On top of that, he's killed dozens of people. He's just like them now, the killer. So maybe it's time to consider joining their side. Kang tells him to quit trying to make him feel guilty. They were the ones going around killing people. They should have been ready for it when the tables turned. Kun growls that Kang sure is keeping his cool for someone who's about to die. He might be acting confident, but even he must know how drained he is by now. Suddenly, steel bars shoot up from the floor and trap him in place. But Kang says that's not what's happening here. Still, in that exact moment, maybe it is, because he gets stabbed from behind right through the back. As he lies there dying, he thinks that at least he held out long enough. Maybe that was enough. Yu Hyun walks over, praising the Vice Master, but says he'll be the one to land the final blow. He wants to handle it personally. The leader's thoughts are racing. He can't believe this kid is still alive after all those wounds. He's so good that he'd trade the entire guild just to have someone like him on the team. But he walks closer and says the worst thing is a beast that's completely out of control. He asks Kang if he's got any last words. Kang smiles and says from now on, every bowl of soup you eat is going to have a hair in it. Maybe that's some kind of Korean curse or insult. The leader mutters that this guy is seriously going to keep up the tough act until the very end. He puts his hand on Kang's face, and that's it. Cooked. Damn, that death was brutal. Stabbed, set on fire. Insane. He turns to the Vice Master and asks about the situation. The guy explains they lost 30 members, and another 50 were injured. Furious, the leader yells that all of this just because of one worthless bastard. But whatever. In the end, it was all to get the gear that dropped from his body anyway. That and his friend tells him to take a look. Something's off. The kid's body had disappeared. Yep, he revived and lost a level. On top of that, his stats were cut in half for the next 24 hours. He walks into his room and his sister immediately gives him a sharp look, saying she figured he wouldn't do it again. If he's coming out of his room and she didn't see him come in through the door, that must mean he died. So clearly, he went out and risked his life again. He just tells her to stop nagging. He's starving. But she snaps back, telling him to take off his shoes. Is tracking dirt all over the place. And it turns out, the ashes he's leaving behind, they're his. Literal ashes from being burned alive. Lovely. 2 days later, in front of a dungeon controlled by the Bait Guild at the gates of Kika's Canyon, one of the guys on watch complains that he's bored out of his mind. Seems like no one ever shows up here. The blonde guy says that it's because people are spreading rumors about the Bait Guild, so wherever they go, folks stay away. The first guy says everyone's a coward these days. So what if they're taking some of the loot and making things harder? People should still come grind here if they want to make money. Right then, his expression changes. He says someone's coming. They don't recognize who it is yet, but look who's walking up wearing a mask. He stops right in front of them. The two stare at him and ask who this weirdo is. After that invasion, Kang realized something. Charging into their base over and over is like trying to break a rock with an egg. Sure, he's got infinite lives, so technically he has infinite eggs, but the problem is that resurrection penalties would eventually drag him down to level 1 and leave him too weak. That's why the plan had to change. Now it's time to take this rotten guild down from the inside. And inside the dungeons they've been controlling, everyone's already dead. One of the blonde guys is begging for forgiveness, but Kang wants to know, what exactly is he apologizing for? The guy admits he's not sure. He just wants to know why he's being killed. Kang throws him to the floor and tells him not to apologize if he doesn't even know the reason. Then he tosses a paper next to him and orders him to write down the names of every dungeon the Bait Guild is managing. The guy doesn't hesitate at all, zero delay. He grabs the pen and says, okay, then starts writing. But Kang wants to know, how is it that they never get caught? Even though they killed so many people? Even if they were careful, something should have leaked out eventually. Are they pretending to be authorities? Do they have someone planted on the inside? What kind of ability are they using? The blonde guy says he's heard something about the police, but doesn't know the full story. It sounds like it has something to do with dungeons that don't have cameras or patrol units that kind of look the other way. He finishes writing the full list and hands it over to Kang. Kang skims through it and says, "You're pretty talented, huh?" Then he places his hand on the guy's face, activates a skill, and blows his head up. That also made sure his identity wouldn't be exposed. The members of the Bait Guild had no idea, but someone even worse was on the way. And sure enough, the newspaper would report that the monster had escaped, and a disaster had struck a well-known guild. Well, not really. The guild leader had to use that excuse so the world could make sense of what happened at their base. The issue is, he was saving that excuse for later, and now he's pissed that he had to waste it. Right at that moment, someone opens the door and says they've got a problem, but gets nailed in the forehead. Actually, it was ashes. The guy took a blast of hot ash to the face. That's enough to give someone a concussion. Hyun yells, asking why this guy just barged in without warning. The guy says sorry, but tells him that person has returned. The leader asks if he's talking about the one in the mask, and the guy confirms with a nod. The freak who's been messing with their entire guild and already killed over 100 members. Hyun has no idea who this lunatic even is. The whole place is already falling apart, and now, no matter where he sends people, everyone's dying. That's when he says it's time to stop trying to control a bunch of different locations. They should send everyone into the same dungeon and keep their eyes open. The guy with the bloody forehead nods and says fine, he'll handle it. As the door closes, Hyun falls into thought. 5 days ago, Kang Ham attacked and his body disappeared. 2 days later, some strange figure shows up killing everyone. He felt it back then, and now thinking it over, it's too obvious. Kang Hyun has an accomplice. Someone must have used a skill to extract his corpse, something that steals bodies or hides them. He doesn't have a choice anymore. He's going to have to go all in. He makes a call, and when the person picks up, they ask what Mr. Justice needs help with. And honestly, I've got a feeling it's that weirdo our boy met during training, the one who probably won't want to help once he realizes who it is. Hyun says he needs assistance, and the voice on the other end wants to know who's causing trouble for a powerful guild like his. Besides, what could a fool like him possibly offer? The guy's way richer than Hyun. Yup, nailed it. Knew it'd be him. The guy says he's about to get a damn good fight. Doesn't he like a bit of entertainment? He should know the person he's about to face isn't just some average human. And just like that, called it. Spot on. The crazy bastard says maybe it's worth the risk then. Later that night, at the entrance of a dungeon, the artist and writer are clearly being dramatic by hiding the character's face, but we already know who it is. Yu-sung just says everyone here is a lapdog for Hyun. He wants to know when this so-called powerhouse is going to show up. They better hope that when he gets here, there's an actual fight. Otherwise, they'll be the ones paying for it. One of them's shaking, until suddenly, someone appears in front of them. And look who it is. The moment he sees him, Yu-sung lights up. He can feel it, his sixth sense going wild. Usually, he gets a vague idea of how likely he is to win, but for the first time, his whole body is screaming. If he doesn't want to die, he better run from that monster. But Kang Hyun goes straight to the point and asks what Yu-sung is doing there. Yu-sung recognizes him instantly too and wants to know what his big bro is doing in a place like this. Then he starts piecing it together. So it is him, the one going around wiping out the Bait Guild. How does this guy always manage to find such fun stuff to do? Kang remembers Lee Hyun saying the Bait Guild had backing from some rich big shot, and now he's thinking maybe it's Yu-sung behind everything. He presses his sword to the guy's neck and asks straight up if he's with Bait. But instead of freaking out, Yu-sung just tells him not to lump him in with that trash. Kang tells him to explain then, and Yu-sung says Kang should know their leader, that scumbag Yui Hyun, the one with no pride who got down on his knees and begged for help. He made him beg for hours before he agreed. I don't know what kind of begging that was, but this is getting weird. Kang says fine, he gets it. So forget it then. Now that there's nothing left to settle, he says he's just gonna kill everyone here and be done with it. After that, they can go grab something to eat. Oh boy. But as he turns around, Yu-sung goes in to strike him from behind. Kang blocks it and demands to know what the hell he thinks he's doing. Yu-sung says a quick prayer saying he would have been disappointed if Kang had just walked away like that. Here we go. It's about to pop off. I really thought these two would make it through without a fight. But Yu-sung says he's not holding back just because they know each other. And another one of them, red all over, yells out that he wants Kang to go all out anyway. Titan strength kicks in, Wayne's secret sword technique unleashed. He swings again, but Yu-sung dodges. Then he laughs and says Kang's turning into more of a monster every time they meet. An honest scrap was exactly what he wanted. The problem for Kang, however, was that this whole mess was clearly getting in the way of his plan. His idea was to go into a total killing frenzy and then vanish. But here's another trouble addict, fired up and complaining that it had been too long since he'd had a proper fight. Yusung picks up on it immediately, remarking that he can see his big brother is really enjoying himself. At that moment, another poor soul bursts in, shouting that he should just die. The two of them exchange confused glances, while this guy seems to think he's about to become some kind of executive, until he takes a heavy blow to the head and, well, it looks like he might just be done for. Yusung still wants to know why that bastard thought it was a good idea to break up their fight. Kang's thinking to himself that by the look of things, Yusung really isn't on the side of those other troublemakers. Even so, he never expected that his opponent would actually kill the poor fellow like that. He then holsters his weapon, declaring that this nuisance has completely ruined the mood of the brawl. That fight wasn't very satisfying, so it seems they'll have to have another one soon. But ideally, he wouldn't end up hating this guy any more than he already does. In fact, Kang can only think that he despises this fellow more than anyone imaginable. Then the blonde speaks up, "Brother, do you even know what kind of person Yui Hyun really is? He was the illegitimate son of a guy who owns countless conglomerates. That's why he thinks he can do whatever he likes in this city at any time." Kang fires back that he doesn't care. It's not as if this cat, just because he's loaded, is going to wipe out his family. If he had any doubts, he wouldn't have started all of this, so there's no point in interfering with him for any reason. Yusung grabs him and insists that he listen until the end. He doesn't have a clue what our kid is planning, but he wants to be a part of it. He was also itching to wreak havoc on that delinquent's life. The next morning, the poor fool is clutching his head, practically exploding with anger. Another dungeon has been hijacked and a bunch more members have been slaughtered. The worst part is that Yusung has cut off contact and he has no idea what the hell happened. His life has been a total disaster lately. Everyone working for him is utterly useless. He's there, fuming and gasping for air, demanding that all the remaining members be brought in immediately since they're supposed to settle this today. The guy tries to explain that they've already lost so many members that gathering any more won't add up to much, but the leader just orders him to get out and bring in whoever he can find. The fellow admits he was holding on to the news, but that most members had fled the guild out of fear of being killed too. Yuri Hyun then declares that fine, they'll just kidnap the parents of everyone who left the guild, threaten them, and before long, everything will be back in order. His companion keeps on insisting, explaining to the boss that the atmosphere just isn't right. No member would agree to it, and it'll only drive him further into madness. At that moment, he gets a call and asks who the damn person pestering him right now is. When he answers, someone says he seems to be in a tight spot. Yui Hyun recognizes the voice and starts trembling. At the same time, he realizes that this situation could have been easily handled. Meanwhile, on the internet, everyone is celebrating. Now that Bait isn't kidnapping a bunch of dungeons anymore, everyone finally has somewhere to farm. Yusung lags behind our kid, noting that his actions are starting to pay off. In less than a week, the entire vibe has shifted. He replies that it's time to finish things and the caller wants to know why he's having so much fun. At the same time, he's curious about what the grand finale will be. Kang says that since he's the one in charge, he'll spill the details. He orders the caller to come close so he can reveal the secret, though naturally, none of us will learn a thing. But it's not much of a secret anymore because even the wild-eyed Yusung, instead of getting excited, asks whether he's lost his mind. The leader then receives a message instructing him to head to the Slupin Forest. That was the only chance he'd give the fool to save his guild. The leader crumples the paper and mutters that this bastard finally wants to face him head-on. Perfect then, today he'll see that villain's face and rip the skin right off his bones. All the guild members are gathered there, though everyone's feeling uneasy, remarking that they really didn't want to be there in the first place. This whole thing was looking more and more like a trap, and even with everyone there, they didn't exactly have numbers on their side. Looking at the few people left, the leader couldn't believe he was about to deal with something this serious using such a pathetic crew. It would have been perfect, easy even, if he could just get that bastard to cooperate. We flash back to that earlier call, the one where the person told him it looked like he was in trouble. The blonde in the chair speaks up, asking if he still needs help with the current situation. Yuri Hyun smiles. This was the perfect opportunity. Since he couldn't count on that traitor Yusung anymore, if this person agreed to help, he was sure everything would be handled. So he responds, saying the timing couldn't be better. If this guy helped clean up the mess, he'd get a wonderful reward, and even his father would support him. But the person on the other end just says that clearly Yui Hyun still doesn't know his place. And since that's the case, he's changed his mind. He's not getting involved in this mess. The leader's left dumbfounded, unable to understand why the guy suddenly bailed like that. Goodbye. Crushing the paper in his hand, he mutters that this is just another arrogant brat acting like a child. But fine, he'd deal with that one later. For now, he was going to crush this insolent freak and then slowly take revenge on every last one of them. Scenes shift to another part of the city. That same person from the call is speaking, saying it's finally happened. All the remaining Bait members were gathered in one spot. The tattooed guy next to him asks if they're still technically allies, at least publicly, and if Mr. Choi Min-jun isn't planning to send some support. Koi tells him not to worry. There's nothing to gain from helping trash like that. His friend tries to argue, saying that President Jong wouldn't be pleased about this. But then, bam, another blonde gives him a hard look and smacks him right in the mouth. Damn, it's like watching a live football match. He grabs him, lifts him into the air, and tells him he better quit being scared of that damn old man. The poor guy's gasping for air, begging, "I'm gonna die. Let me go." Choi finally drops him on the couch, and the guy collapses, coughing his lungs out. Choi Min-jun turns to leave, saying to just keep doing what they always do and find someone else to back. Cut to the infamous Sloopin' Forest, a rank D dungeon. Apparently, it's already been 6 minutes past the scheduled meeting time and the guy hasn't shown. The leader's getting suspicious. There's no way that bastard set up a fake meeting just to make them all come out here like fools. But then the spear-wielding guy tells him to look. Smoke was rolling in from the trees. Of course, it's Kang, bringing every single mob from the dungeon along with him. The second Yui-hyun sees him, he recognizes the bastard. For a moment, he wonders if maybe it's a twin brother or something, but then quickly decides no. There's no way there could be two freaks like that in the world. And from far off, our boy calls out, saying he missed him and hopes he's been doing well. Oh, and you brought a little gift too. A cute little wolf pup. The whole group's blushing at the sight, but you can tell there's definitely something more going on here. Kang tells them to go ahead and take the gift. Someone drops their spear, and another guy, totally smitten, says he won't let the little thing get hurt. He picks it up with both arms like it's a baby, giving it a soft look, saying he just saved this precious thing. The rest of the members are blushing too, while the leader's losing his mind, trying to figure out why these idiots are acting like this. Then it hits him. Kang must have kidnapped all the wolf cubs from the dungeon, and now the furious adult wolves were chasing him down. Kang casually tosses out a whole bag of them, saying they're gifts for everyone. The guild members are practically crying, yelling that it's raining cuteness from the sky. But right in the middle of the chaos, Kang flashes forward, slicing through the air with his sword. The wolves leap. The leader immediately throws up the fire barrier. Total mayhem. And Yui-hyun knows. This is bad. Just dealing with the Darufans alone is hard enough, and now, with Kang slaughtering the players in the middle of it all, there's no way. His only option now is to escape. So he gives the order, everyone, retreat. The very second everyone starts running for the portal, they're shouting that they never want anything to do with this guild ever again. But then, Yusung appears right in front of them, cheerfully greeting the crowd. They freeze for a moment, then he jumps right into the middle of them and smashes someone across the head. Yep, chaos breaks out in the forest. Now Yusung's having the time of his life. From a distance, Yui-hyun spots him and instantly understands why that other lunatic is there. Did he betray him? Nothing was going according to plan anymore, but he still thought there might be a way out. Or maybe he's just desperately looking for one, glancing around in all directions, trying to find a solution. The problem is, these wolves are a nightmare. They go invisible when they attack. But no matter where he looks, there's nothing. No escape, no plan, no option. With no other choice left, it's time to use his final trump card. His hand begins to light up with flame while our boy is over there stabbing people in the mouth. No joke, that's exactly what he's doing. Muttering that these cursed roaches just don't stop coming. That's when Yui-hyun screams out his name. And suddenly, he comes flying in like a human torch, yelling that he's going to wipe them both out right here and now. The skill he's using cranks up his power, but sets his own body on fire in the process. It seriously hurts. Kang blocks the attack, then a massive explosion erupts. Burned and smoking, Yui-hyun gasps that it might have been too much firepower. But still, anyone who takes that should be dead. Except, not always. Because Kang steps right out of the flames and grabs his head. The idiot can't understand how that's even possible. Kang tells him to stop being dramatic. His fire wasn't all that. At most, it was a bit hotter than a regular summer day. Then comes a brutal kick to the stomach. Yui-hyun coughs up blood and gets flung backward, crashing into the side of a wolf. Kang tells him to sit tight and watch, because he's going to be the last member of the guild to die. After everything he did, there's no way he's getting an easy death. Yui-hyun watches the slaughter unfold and starts laughing like a madman. He knows it now. Everything he built, destroyed by Kang-hyun. Our boy's gone completely off the rails, laughing up at the sky like a lunatic. 15 separate panels of him just cackling, the sound echoing through the forest. Evening falls. The forest floor is soaked with blood, littered with corpses and dropped items. And now it's his turn. He's still laughing when Yusung walks up and comments on it. Kang asks if it's really a good idea to let him live. He seems to be enjoying some kind of wonderful dream. But Yui-hyun is mentally preparing for the end. Until suddenly, he wonders who exactly is finished here. He changes his mind, says it's not ending like this. No way in hell he's going out like this. He's the illegitimate son of a father who spent his days eating pudding across the city. That's actually how he met his mother, through pudding. His brothers, cousins, everyone were more distant to him than complete strangers. Let's just say it now. If the author thinks we're gonna feel bad for this guy, he's dead wrong. Still, the pudding-loving father supported him, said that even though he was illegitimate, he had talent. But one day, everything changed. The tutorial began. Awakened ones started appearing, dungeons popped up everywhere. The rules of the world shifted. Now power decided how things worked. Yui-hyun starts to deliver his speech, but Kang cuts him off by slicing his throat mid-monologue. He says the guy talks too much. Why do villains always have to go into these massive rants? Yu-sung chuckles and says he should have let him finish. It was just starting to get good. But Kang shrugs it off, says he's not in the mood, thanks him for the help and declares that this mess is over. It's time to go. Yu-sung, though, is still curious. He asks what it feels like finally getting the revenge he'd been planning all this time. Kang scratches his chin and says he's not really sure. So Yu-sung presses, does he feel empty now after killing so many people? And our boy answers without hesitation, hell no. He killed everyone who deserved to die. To him, it was just like when your ears all blocked up and you stick a cotton swab in and pull out a huge chunk. The feeling's incredible, and at the same time, it's a satisfying kind of relief. Yu-sung just tells him it's obvious he's not right in the head. Kang blows on his finger and says they should go ahead and loot all the items from the bodies, split 50-50. But his buddy says he doesn't need the money. So Kang shrugs and says fine, he'll just keep it all for himself then. He's not obsessed with money. After all, he already makes more than enough from the dungeons. But he's realized something. Just money and strength alone aren't enough to keep getting stronger and protect the things that matter to him. If he really wants to secure his place in this world, he needs to form his own faction. As they exit the dungeon, the portal fades behind them. Yu-sung says now it's official. This is over. Kang starts to say he's thinking of founding a guild, but before he can even finish, Yu-sung already says he's joining. Kang tells him he would never invite someone as crazy as him. But Yu-sung replies that even if he doesn't, he's going to join anyway, because it sounds fun. Besides, his intuition tells him that Kang was absolutely going to invite him. Kang tells him to cut it out with that intuition crap and makes it clear he's not letting him in. The two of them walk off still bickering, playfully jabbing at each other. This lunatic Yu-sung, tongue antics aside, is actually a decent guy. Then the scene shifts to a corporate building where someone's shouting that this wasn't what they agreed on. It's the president of the Han Seok group yelling that Choi Min-jun was supposed to be in charge of watching over Yu Hyun. He's talking to Min-jun, who just gives him a blank stare and calmly says he's done everything he could. Too bad he doesn't know what the kid's life is like right now. The president snaps, telling him to stop playing dumb. It's been a week since anyone's had contact with his son, a guild member. It's obvious what happened. Choi Min-jun says he couldn't care less. It was already a miracle that he took that piece of trash and turned him into the leader of a halfway decent guild. If anything, he's done more than enough. The president's completely losing it and suddenly commands everyone in the room to attack Min-jun. And yeah, they all rush him. But Min-jun just gives a little wink, and in a flash, his Tokyo ghoul-like power grabs everyone by the throat. He calmly stands up, walks straight to the president, and says their deal has already been made. He's holding up his end without any issue, so why is the president suddenly trying to change the plan? Then he warns if the president dares to order another attack like that, next time he won't let it slide. The guy's practically shaking now, apologizing in a panic. Min-jun accepts the apology, lets everyone drop to the floor, and walks out, saying it's good to know their agreement still stands. But there's one thing he's still curious about. Who exactly was it that killed Jung Yu-hyun? And just like that, the Bait Guild vanished from existence. But it was a huge organization with tons of members, so its sudden disappearance caused a wave of rumors. Online, everything turned into a mess. But little by little, the name Guild Bait faded away. Just one more among the many that had risen and fallen. Now we're in a cozy little Japanese-style house where our dynamic duo is chilling. They're saying they'll be fine here. No one's going to find them. That's because all the loot had already been sold off through some special connections, and now they're just taking it easy. Yu-sung says everything worked out perfectly, so why does Kang look so bummed? Kang says it's because he earned a title that makes no sense. Relentless Homewrecker. It's a title only given to someone who shattered the lives and hopes of countless families without mercy. +2 strength, increased hostility from Darufins, and causes instinctive fear in almost everyone nearby. And now that he's thinking about it, he realizes when he brought those little cubs he stole from the wolves. In the end, the wolves died, didn't they? So yeah, he really did kill all those little creatures. And the worst part, even unequipped, that title still applies at half strength, which means now he's even scarier than before. He slams his hand on the table, saying it was already hard enough to live looking the way he does. Yu-sung tells him to calm down. Nobody liked him before and nobody's gonna like him now, so what's really changed? Right then he gets a call from Mr. Lee Hyun of the Dangan Guild, who wastes no time and immediately asks if he remembers the promise they made. Kang has absolutely no clue what he's talking about. Hyun says he figured as much, but now the orders come in. It's time to meet the guild master, and you better show up as soon as possible. We jump to the Dangan Guild 12th floor. Kang asks if it's really okay, even if he brings along this weird thing with him. Lee Hyun says it's fine. The guild master agreed. Yu-sung tells him to stop calling him things seriously, and anyway, he already knows the guild master. They're pretty close. Kang raises an eyebrow. How close? Yu-sung says that one time at a party he saw her there. Kang's already figured it out. Just a bunch of rich kids from the same high society circle. No wonder they'd met. At the door now, Lee Hyun knocks. The boss lady tells them to come in. As Kang steps into the room and glances around, finally, we meet a girl drawn who isn't his sister. She introduces herself as Han San, the guild master of Dangan. Kang greets her, and she says she's heard a lot about him. Lee Hyun heads out, telling them to feel at ease. She offers him a seat, and he thanks her for the help they gave him. She replies that it's fine, it wasn't that difficult. Kang doesn't waste time. He says he doesn't like owing anyone, so what does she want? She asks if he wants to skip straight to business, and he answers that they're both busy people. Look at this guy now, a businessman, huh? She smiles awkwardly and says she was going to serve him tea first, but okay, fine. If that's how it is, she won't hold back. And of course, exactly what you'd expect. She offers him a spot in the Dangan Guild, and exactly as expected, he rejects it instantly. She replies with a calm, "Ah, okay." Yu-sung jumps in to break the awkward silence, saying Kang answered a little too fast. He could have at least pretended to think about it, but Seiyan says it's fine. It's better to see that he declines sincerely. Still, Kang insists. He wants to repay her somehow. She can reach out anytime, and he'll try to help however he can. She agrees it's always good to have someone that's strong owe you a favor. If they ever need anything, they'll be in touch. But Kang finds that hard to believe, a top-tier guild like theirs needing something from him. That's when she asks how long he thinks this current peace will last. He gets it right away. Ever since dungeons started appearing, crime has only been getting worse. And if she's calling this chaotic situation peace, then it means she knows about the 8th stage. He says he doesn't know the full picture either, but worrying won't fix anything. The only thing he can do is keep getting stronger. Besides, that dimension is going to take 5 years, right? But she corrects him. He's wrong. In just 3 years, most countries will already be struggling to survive. He asks how she could possibly know something like that. She says she can't give details, but then immediately gives the details. They have an awakened who can communicate with an entity that knows what's coming. I mean, if that's not giving details, okay then. Kang figures this entity is probably the administrator or something similar. She then asks if he hasn't noticed how dungeon difficulty keeps increasing, while the awakened aren't growing fast enough to keep up. But Kang obviously hasn't noticed, because, well, he's always solo, and he always wins. Yu-sung explains that awakened get stronger the more danger they face. That's why using guns doesn't help at all. On the other hand, hunting with beasts or using a bow and arrows strangely grants experience. The guild leader says that much is already clear. The only people who actually have a chance at saving the world are the truly awakened and fearless ones. And in a world like this, the crazy boy right there, he's a hero. But he tells her to think again. He's not a good person and definitely not some kind of hero. He's the guy who went out and wiped the entire bait guild. She, being totally unfazed, says she doesn't care about that bunch of garbage. People like that didn't help humanity survive in any way. So obviously they didn't deserve protection or pity. She even adds that one decent guy like him is worth more than 100 trash like them. Not long after, Hyun walks into the room and tells her he's already put the two of them in the car. Then he wants to know what she thought when she saw him in person. She smirks and says he definitely exceeded her expectations. He asks if she really means that, and she says yes. For a moment, when she mentioned the administrator, she could see it in his eyes. She's sure he also graduated from the tutorial. Yeah, well, that's not exactly a secret at this point. The guy literally wiped out an entire guild. Now we jump to a city where the main gate is locked down tight. The difference between a rank E and a rank D dungeon might just be one letter. But in reality, the strength of the monsters inside is massively different. Not to mention another big issue, the sheer variety and number of creatures that can show up. Right now, our guy's walking through that chaos, mowing down monsters left and right. Honestly, it's kind of a pain having to deal with so many different enemies. In a normal D-rank orc dungeon, it's simple. There's an orc, a warrior orc, and a giant warrior orc. But what's standing in front of him now is some weird chimera orc. It looks all messed up with goblin features on an orc's body, like the proportions are completely wrong. The head even kinda looks like a goblin's, but it's not hitting right at all. He jokingly invites the monster to join his guild. Obviously, the creature just raises its hammer and slams it into the ground. Kang dodges and says if the guy didn't want to join, he could have just said so. Mid-air, though, the monster fires off a spit attack. Kang forms a spell in his hand, scatters the attack, and lands behind it. The spit, of course, was acidic. He notices that not only does the thing have heavy armor, but it's also way heavier than it looks. Still, that's fine. He's a natural strategist, someone who can come up with complicated plans in seconds. In today's brilliant strategy, steal the monster's hammer and beat it with its own weapon. Meanwhile, in another part of the dungeon, a group of people are talking about all the monster howls they're hearing. One of them guesses it's probably someone out hunting. The other says to focus on what's in front of them. They're all surrounding a girl. Seems like the perfect setup for a rescue scene by our protagonist. Classic Chad move. Too bad he's completely unhinged, she's probably gonna be terrified. Then they hear a weird dragging noise echoing through the dungeon. Of course it's Kang, hauling the boss's giant weapon behind him. Everyone turns around and he says he's picking up a strange scent. Smells like the kind of criminals who enjoy being killed. The group hasn't realized what's happening yet. They're still trying to figure out who the hell this lunatic is. But he lifts the hammer and just pulling it up makes it smash into the ceiling. The group flinches and tries to brace themselves, watching him totally unsure of what's about to happen. Who is this psycho who doesn't even know how to use a weapon properly? Then, while the hammer's still lodged up there, he yanks it down, dragging stone and debris with it, and slams it straight into the middle of them. Kang dusts off his hands. He says it's a shame, but that thing probably wouldn't have been worth keeping as a main weapon anyway. He decides to stash it in his inventory while still staring down the rest of the group. One of the guys says he doesn't know what that kid's doing here, but clearly he doesn't understand the situation. He leaps forward to attack, saying putting away your weapon right in front of everyone was insane. But Kang just smacks him on the head without a care. The guy's face turns purple and he drops unconscious. Kang grabs the leader by the hair, puts a knife to his throat, and tells the rest of those filthy criminals to hand over everything they've got. The way he says it is already bizarre, but immediately all charge at him like lunatics. Our guy looks a little disappointed. His hostage didn't work. Apparently, no one gave a damn about that guy. He asks, "What's your name, you bastard?" "It's Kim Cusick, sir." "All right then, Cusick," he says, and then crushes the guy's family jewels. Yep, he grabs him by the crotch and starts using him like a weapon, swinging him around like an airplane and smacking people with him. While one guy's already broken and another is passed out cold, Kang challenges the rest, saying, "Come on then, this here's my new weapon, Cusick." Someone's holding a sword, clearly realizing he's dealing with a maniac, and tells him not to get any closer. But nope, Kang charges again and wipes out the whole crew. In the background, the poor girl is standing there confused, watching the madness unfold. Kang looks kind of disappointed it took him longer than usual to deal with these guys. For a ranked D group, that should have been quicker. Then someone calls out to him from behind. It's the girl, thanking him for saving her. Thanks to him, she avoided a horrible fate. He tells her not to thank him too much. Beating those guys up was actually a lot of fun. She can lift her head. She stands up straight, looking stunning, and introduces herself as Shin Sung-ah. Then she asks for his name. He turns red instantly. You can tell his weakness is clearly women, and says she doesn't have to be so formal, but his name's Kang Hyun. She places a hand over her chest and asks how she can become as strong as him. He looks a little unsure of how to answer. And strangely enough, this is when the story says the two biggest troublemakers in all of Korea first joined forces. Now it's unclear if she's already insane or if she'll end up that way. Of course, Kang tells her that to get strong, she's got to try really hard. That's the secret. She asks if he means hard work, and he says, not exactly. She has to be willing to die for what she wants, literally. The poor girl is clearly confused. He realizes she doesn't fully get the point. That method of leveling up by nearly dying only works for him, since he's immortal. He's already thinking that on his way back, he better watch out, or he'll end up running into more people like those guys. But just as he's about to leave, he turns back and asks if she'll be able to get out on her own. She says no. He finds that odd. Normally, someone would have asked for help, but she just stood there quietly. So he tells her that while he'd like to help, he can't leave yet. He still needs to finish the dungeon. She says that's fine and asks if she can tag along. Kang, confused, tells her not to take that willing to die stuff so seriously. She should forget it and focus on getting out. But she insists it's not because of that. She knows her place. She promises to follow quietly like a ghost, won't take any mana stones, and swears not to cause any trouble. He warns her it'll be really dangerous. She says she can take care of herself. All right then, you can follow Missy. Let's go. Now he's wiping his blade after finishing off another group of monsters. She compliments him and says she'll collect the mana stones for him. She gets right to work, tearing through a monster and tossing the stones into his inventory. He starts to realize she's actually not bad. She really can handle herself. She seems to have some kind of stealth skill, because every time combat starts, her presence just vanishes. But every now and then, a perfect arrow flies by from nowhere. Even better, she's collecting mana stones, something he usually doesn't care about, but hey, in the end, it's some extra cash. He asks her what she wants to do, since he can feel a strong energy coming from nearby. Most likely the boss is just past the next room. She answers without hesitation. She's already made up her mind. She's following him to the end. But right then, screens pop up in front of both of them, saying that the dungeon core has been destroyed and the portal is now open. He's confused, wondering if someone else cleared it before him. But suddenly, he realizes that's not the case. He can still feel the boss's presence, which means it's actually way worse than someone clearing it. Yep, it's a dungeon break. And not just any dungeon break. This is the first D-rank 1 in all of Korea. Meanwhile, the news is going wild, reporting that 10 dungeons broke at the same time. Experts are already suspecting some kind of coordinated terrorist attack based on the data they're analyzing. A guy rushes down a hallway, bursts into a room, and calls for the president. That guy's name is Choi Dong-woo, and he says he's already prepared. The man who entered tells him that one of the dungeons that broke was D-rank. Choi immediately asks for the location, and when he hears it, his expression darkens. It's one of the worst possible ones. That's because it's the dungeon they've been struggling with for ages and no one's been able to clear it. The guy asks if there are any guilds nearby that could help, but the only one close enough, Hangyo, apparently went on vacation overseas. Koi tells him to gather 50 elite members. No matter what, they'll have to handle this themselves. Back at the Dangan Guild, the guild master steps out looking elegant as always. She asks what's going on and Lee Hyun brings her up to speed. She hears about the D-rank dungeon and knows immediately that if things continue like this, a lot of people are going to die. Lee Hyun says it's going to be tough. The only guild nearby is Hangyul's, but they're unavailable. She's clearly shaken, but he mentions that there's apparently one awakened individual down there who's taking out tons of monsters. She asks how one person is even managing that. He laughs and says it's some tough guy with a massive sword and a face scarier than the monsters. She smiles instantly. If it's that guy, then there's nothing to worry about. And in the middle of the city, there they are. Our boys, soaked in blood, standing on a mountain of corpses. Everyone's gathered around, completely stunned that one person handled all that on his own. That's the power of a true awakened. The blonde guy thanks him, saying it's because of him that they all survived. Kang just tells them to hurry up and get out of there before people start dying. They're confused, he's clearly handling everything. But Kang has already realized something. The portal hasn't closed. That means the boss is still inside. He tells everyone that if they stick around, they're going to die and he won't be able to protect them. The blonde guy keeps pushing, trying to act like a fellow awakened, saying they should stick together. Kang just asks one question. How many Chimeras have you killed? The guy hesitates, which is all Kang needs to know. Clearly, he hasn't taken down even one. His presence is just going to get in the way. So Kang tells him to leave and go help civilians evacuate. The hunters standing around don't take it well. They think he's being arrogant. But after one look at him, bloodied and biting back rage, they realize maybe it's best to listen. Suddenly, everyone bolts, running for their lives. Except for her, she's still standing there, not sure what to do. But Kang trusts her. He turns and asks if she can handle it or not. He's counting on her to cover him, so she better find a good place to hide. She's clearly surprised that he trusts her, just like we are, and quickly says yes. Then the gate starts cracking. A massive, armored foot stomps out, and here they come. Creatures with tiger heads, chimera monstrosities standing right in front of him. These were supposed to be the 4 heavenly kings, but only 3 showed up. Each one of them is as strong as that ogre Kang struggled so hard to beat on his own. And the worst part, the boss hasn't even arrived yet, and now he's coming. No, it's not Ains, but it sure looks like him. It's a towering skeleton draped in robes. The creature speaks, commenting that the monsters in this place are just as bizarre as its architecture. It looks at our boy, calls out to the human, and asks if he really intends to put an end to all of this on his own. Kang, already pulling his weapon from the inventory, replies that he got it right. The guy pulls out that massive hammer and slams the first enemy, declaring that every single one of their heads is going to get smashed. The skeleton says he's never seen a human so arrogant, but the boy's body looked useful. He might just put it to use. Kang tries throwing a little bait since the thing talks so much and asks what the boss thinks about a one-on-one fight, leaving the minions out of it. Obviously, the skeleton just scoffs, spits in his hand, and says he figured as much. He lifts the hammer and says, "Let's get started then," and it's on. The 4 heavenly kings charge in and Kang lets out the lion's roar. The creatures are hit by the effect as he leaps forward to land the first blow. He slams his hammer down right on one of their skulls, saying this one's head will be the first to pop, and he doesn't stop. He keeps swinging until it looks like the thing's dead for real. The skeleton watches, confused. He can't sense any mana coming from the kid, so where the hell is that raw power coming from? Honestly, it'd be a waste to kill someone like him. Maybe he should keep the boy alive and use him as a servant. But while he's lost in thought, the orc's helmet cracks and falls off. The only problem is, Kang's legs are shaky, and he's clearly running out of strength. That damn weapon's way too heavy. The skeleton stretches out his hand and activates a mind control spell. The attack seems to take effect. Green flashes light up in Kang's pupils. Right away, the boss thinks it worked, and now the human is under his control. He welcomes his new servant and tells him to kneel and swear loyalty. Kang pretends to obey, then flips him off right in the face, telling him to screw off. Obviously, that mental resistance ring of his blocked the whole thing. The skeleton realizes an item is protecting him and says it's a shame. He really wanted the boy in one piece. Right at that moment, the tiger charges at him and Kang activates Antreus' skill. His whole body turns to stone, he gets slammed hard and crashes into the pillar behind him. 2 monsters close in, but suddenly, an arrow lands square on one of their heads. The skeleton realizes the boy has backup, but seeing his tiger still intact, he figures it's nothing to worry about. Kang, though, just laughs and praises Shin Sana, telling her timing was perfect. That 1 second she gave him was just what he needed to get back up and charge the tiger. And he's got just the thing for this. He aims straight at the arrow sticking out. The hammer hits it dead on, driving it right into the tiger's brain. The thing collapses. But then, bam, a hit goes straight through Kang. No dodging, no blocking, he took it full force. Even so, he uses the fact that the damn thing is right up in his face, grabs its arm and slams it into the ground. Then he pulls a sword from his inventory and drives it right into the serpent-like one coming at him. Another clean hit. With his sword soaked in blood, Kang looks back and says, "Now all that's left is cue ball." The boss tells him to quit bluffing. Someone with 0 mana left isn't going to beat him. And it looks like he's right. Kang realizes the bastard's caught on. He's got no mana left after fighting off those 3 freaks, and his regeneration's already at the limit. To make it worse, he can't even land a proper hit on that floating skeleton. His legs are trembling with no strength, and he tries to climb the ruins nearby. But his attacks won't seal anything now. Then, bam, his heart tightens. He's hunched over, coughing up blood, stumbling over monster corpses, collapsing like trash. The skeleton says the effects finally kicked in. That blow that landed square in Kang's chest. Yeah, of course, it wasn't just any ordinary hit. The second his body was breached, there was no reason he wouldn't have been poisoned. Now that the kid's death is pretty much guaranteed, the only thing left for him to do is surrender, become a slave, and receive the antidote. But Kang tells him to screw off again and says he's going to turn that ugly skull of his into a 3D puzzle. He focuses hard, using what little power he has left and just a bit of mana to try to purge the poison. His last resort is the ability from the Bilging sword, Berserk. It boosts his resistance by 1.5 times. The downside is that it makes his decision-making dumb as hell, and it comes with some brutal side effects afterward. Even so, he shouts for that bastard to come at him, saying they'll both head to the afterlife together. But just then, a voice says he's done enough. Kane turns his head and sees someone arriving. Choi Dong-woo, president of the Hunter Association, and judging by his entrance, he's no pushover. He says the kid's got talent, but from here on, he'll handle things. Kang looks surprised. This guy, he's a tutorial graduate, right? Cleared it first try without even dying once. The man tells him to rest. It looks like he's seriously injured. Kang tries to say he can still fight, but right then, the pain hits hard and he drops to his knees. He's frustrated. He was this close to finishing the fight, but of course that bastard had to show up right after he triggered the skill. And with that, boom, he passes out. Now he's waking up in an actual hospital. His sister's sitting next to him, giving him a sharp glare, and right away she asks, "Where's the like on?" Do you all remember that this ended when our psychopath had just taken a beating from the big skeleton and woke up in the hospital next to his pesky sister? She looks over, sees he's awake, and the protagonist immediately says, "Damn, I woke up to this ugly face." She replies, "You know this is a waste of money, right? You went to the hospital instead of dying, and now we're broke." The protagonist, however, wants to know what happened in the dungeon, what went down in the end. She says, "I have no idea, but it seems like it was resolved. But you need to be more careful, you idiot. You have no idea how scared I was when I found out you were hospitalized. I'm sure that woman almost set off fireworks." And the guy who saved our protagonist, it turns out, is the president of the Ability Users Association. The protagonist is a bit thoughtful, but the guy is really a scoundrel, right? He already thinks, "I don't owe this guy anything. I don't care." The sister, however, tells him to take it easy on himself. "You might have a lot of abilities, but what if you suddenly just drop dead and disappear?" He asks her to stop cursing him and says, "Do you think I'm dying because I like it? It's not fun at all. Besides, when I die, my level drops, and I feel like trash. It's not like dying is part of my goal." But when he says this, he notices his sister is blushing. What's going on here? Folks, this isn't the romance I was expecting. The protagonist is scared, turned shy. Well, okay then. At least it seems like we're going to boost South Korea's birth rate. We move on to the president's team, who want more information about Kang Hyun. The person next to him asks, "Oh, so that's why you paid the hospital bills and transferred him there?" The tan guy says yes. He just witnessed the birth of a hero, and if he hadn't arrived in time to save him, who else would have? He remembers our guy shouting, "Even if I die, I'm taking you with me." The guy was moved, but now he wants to know what happened with that thing, that damn runaway lich. Did the scoundrel come to solve things and let it escape? I see the tan guy isn't all that. Back at the hospital, the doctor is shocked, saying, "Wow, you recovered quickly, you rascal." But the protagonist is already leaving, saying he told his sister he wouldn't stay stuck in that place. His recovery is going well. The sister said she didn't care about him anymore, especially since the bills were already paid, so he could rot there if he wanted. The protagonist is about to talk about this when he notices a guy at the entrance talking to the girl. The guy says, "Oh, is there really no one?" And she replies, "He's already been discharged from the hospital. We can't find him anymore." The guy sighs as the protagonist appears behind him, asking, "Who are you?" Wow. Kang steps up, staring him down, looking threatening. The kid's a fighter. The poor office worker is all, "Who are you, dude?" The protagonist says, "I'm Kang Hyun, and you're looking for me." The guy gets a bit awkward and hands over a card, saying, "Take a look here. My name is Shin Taegil." The protagonist looks at it. Huh. Special abilities, user team. Why is the government looking for me? I don't know, but he's already accepted a barbecue, obviously. He asks, "Are you sure, my friend Shin? This stuff is expensive, man." The poor guy says yes, not knowing the protagonist is going to cost him. The kid celebrates, saying, "Finally, the taxes I'm paying are being used for something." Then he says, "So you're telling me you want me to join the government?" Shin says, "Well, that's it. It's not mandatory, but it's a suggestion." The pair is confused, right? Hold on, am I supposed to become some kind of civil helper or something? What's in it for me, man? Shin explains, "Kid, first of all, we're not just ordinary civil servants. This is an organization recently created to make a drastic change in the future. The Special Abilities User Team is what the government created because they determined it's impossible to control ability users. Yeah, they're smart. Since they can't control the protagonist, they invite him to join the group too. It's obvious, right? There are a lot of people with abilities showing up, and it's getting harder to control. So instead of the government going against everyone, they're inviting some to provide support and establish a beneficial relationship." The protagonist says he understands, but he's more concerned that the guy seems to be grilling the meat the wrong way, and he wants to know, right? Okay, but what's in it for me? The guy reveals the obvious. What's here, man, is money. You'll have enough funds to avoid any inconvenience. If anything happens to you, the government even promises full responsibility for your family's survival. Oh, that's quite humble, huh? The protagonist agrees, saying it sounds good. However, he's already sure that if the offer is good, he'll be enslaved. Tegel agrees, saying there's no denying it, there's a lot to do. However, they won't make requests that are, like, out of the ordinary. They want the kid to maintain his lifestyle and just provide support when they ask. Then you'll see when they ask for 7 days a week, 8 hours a day. Besides, the Tan Choi Dongwoo, who saved our protagonist, and his friend Han Si-yeon will also collaborate. It's happening to me. Our kid is like, is it like a part-time job? If that's the case, I accept. Poor guy. Little does he know he's going to be enslaved, for sure. The scene shifts to the protagonist returning to the city, but with a calm pocket, when suddenly, someone calls out for Kang Hyun. Wow, it's Miss Shin So-hyo, who looks so much like her sister. Actually, her name is Shin Sung-ha. Oh, I remember. She's the archer girl who helped him in the dungeon. She's bringing a bag full of gems, man. She said it took a while to deliver, but she found him, right? And she came here to return everything. She had gathered it all, but he collapsed, right? And she had to leave the hospital. He's a bit confused. Hold on, you kept this to return to me, even without knowing if I'd show up again. Not caring much, she just says, yes. The protagonist realizes she's really stubborn. However, he responds, go ahead, you can keep these things. But Shin replies that no, she's not interested. The promise was that he would keep the items, and that's why she's delivering them. The protagonist isn't the type to ask twice. He says, all right then, thanks, fool, I'm leaving. He walks away without caring at all about her, until suddenly, she calls out again. She leans towards our guy, wanting to know if he'd accept her as a disciple. The protagonist, obviously. You get it, right? I think it would be cool to have another person in the group. I know the name is Solo Resurrection, meaning he's solo, but we wouldn't complain about a woman who doesn't cause trouble and is on the protagonist's team. The problem is always the trouble, right, with the girls, the weakest sexist. The scene shifts to the forest. There's a big gate at night. Dungeon rank F, Kirka Village. Oh, the lich is acting up in the tree like a homeless person. The guy feels bullied. I can't believe I got beaten up like this by humans. No way. Then, someone arrives. Oh, there you are, Lich. A new dungeon just appeared, and it's called Lich's Day. Incredible. But the Lich wants to know, right? Who are you, Blondie? The guy says, oh, relax. I'm not here to be your enemy. I'm the one who freed you. So I'm here to ask what you think of the offer. How about holding my hand? I feel like I should remember who this blonde guy is, but since it's been a while since I read this work, I have no idea who he is. Or maybe he's the new enemy, who knows? Next chapter, the beautiful one is introducing herself to the crazy fighter. Sung says, hey protagonist, I thought you didn't want to recruit any members for the guild. Don't you have any friends? Minja wants to kill this jerk and says, hey, who said I don't have friends? Man, I have lots of friends. But then he stops to think, wait a minute, do I have any friends? Then he says, anyway, I won the bet on who would recruit a member for the guild, right? So you're going to have to pay for everything, fool. And Sung says, all right, I admit I lost this time. However, she will have to pass the test to join the guild. And we have to go to a dungeon now. Phew, better than fighting this crazy guy, right? She says it's fine. She has no problem with that. However, the protagonist knows that this jerk just made up this test out of nowhere to force everyone to go to a dungeon. And here we are in the rank D dungeon. Something about harpies. Perfect place for an archer, right? And the first one is coming to swipe at the trio. That perfect aim, release the arrow, hit the harpy right in the forehead. 100% calculated. Wow, the creature goes down hard. Yu Sung even says, girl, you really make a difference with that long-range attack. The protagonist asks, so Yu Sung, did she pass or not? The blonde guy passed what, right? Obviously, because he doesn't even remember there was a test, he doesn't care about this test. The protagonist reminds him of the darn test, and he says, oh, yes, it's incredible. She's very strong. Meanwhile, Shin just ignores the two, grabs her knife, and says she's going to collect the stones. The protagonist is a bit embarrassed, saying, hey, you don't have to be so meticulous. We can help with these things too. But she, all cool, says it's fine. She likes doing it. That's peculiar. Why do you like cracking open monster skulls? Yu Sung is there saying, good thing she's here because these stones are worth money. We can't lose money. And the protagonist says, huh, I've never seen you collecting a stone. And Yu Sung says, that's because I already have a ton of money. I'm rich. The protagonist is already annoyed with the spoiled brat. But then he feels something strange and asks, hey, Yu Sung, did you feel that? He's already got his hand on the portal. The blonde guy stops to think, and his expression changes too. Suddenly, they're both looking at Chin, who's there, wanting to know what's wrong. The protagonist closes his eyes, prepares a fist, and punches the air. Wow, unbelievable. He hit a guy somewhere. I don't even know where. Was there an invisible person in front of him? Man, that was a wild guess, huh? Did you notice the guy's invisibility? But seriously, what kind of person turns invisible and sticks so close to someone else? Yu Sung is impressed, saying this guy had incredible stealth. He usually senses these things, but this guy was just too close. The main character has no idea why this jerk was here, but it's definitely not for anything good. The blonde guy thinks it's just some random person with a passing skill, as if this guy just randomly stuck to you all. And the main character stated the obvious, right? Someone getting that close to another team in the dungeon clearly shows they had bad intentions. Not to mention, I've got a weird feeling. In the next scene, it switches to the main character signing a contract with the government. He told Taegil to send a message if there were any problems, but the guy already said, "Buddy, you're hired and there's work to do." The obvious happened, right, my main character? He accepted the 7-0 schedule, and the guy asks, "Are you aware of the incidents that have been happening?" Kang assumes he's talking about those dungeon breaches and says yes. They've managed to grab a part of the tail of this force and are now hunting the head. Soon, there will be a large-scale attack through a government initiative. Wow, it's like Trump leading us to war. Back to the chaos. The guy is being woken up with hot yellow liquid on his face. He's as confused as we are, while Kang says he finally woke up. Wow, it seems like things got intense, and the guy is wondering what he's doing and who he is. It was exactly what we imagined from the smell, man. He's there, confused, wanting to know what this stinky stuff is. Meanwhile, the main character said he wanted to wake him up with water, but there wasn't any nearby. So, they decided to use the harpy's bladder urine. My goodness. It would have been more humane to wake the poor guy with blood. What the heck, man? The blonde guy is furious, saying they're really inhumane for throwing monster urine. He vomits, but Kang doesn't care and just says, "Come on, it's time to answer. It's you, isn't it? The terrorist behind all the dungeons." The guy pauses for a second and starts laughing. He laughs, saying, "Yeah, everyone's calling him that, but they're idiots and don't know anything. They have no idea about the noble purpose they're pursuing with what they're doing." Kang grabs his ear. "Look, I don't care if what you're doing is noble or not. Just talk, and I'll let you go." But the blonde guy is ready for a beating and says, "Oh, you think I'm going to tell you that easily? You can torture me, threaten me, do whatever you want. No one will stop our great cause. Yeah, you're going to suffer, buddy. You're facing a madman and a lunatic." The sun sets, and the poor guy is beaten up, begging to be spared and saying he'll eventually talk. Kang warns that not now. Now, he's going to get beaten until he regrets resisting. Another beating seems to be happening, and some time passes. The government guy arrives, calling Kang. "Did you catch the terrorist?" He at the door says, "Yes, we caught him. It's this guy here." The poor guy is there, all beaten up, right? Begging to be spared. The government guy is confused. Wow, why is he so beaten up? Kang says that harpies are extremely dangerous, and it's very difficult to fight them. He responds that it's okay, right? And takes the fool away. What else can he do? Just thanks for the cooperation. Yu Sung greets Mr. Government, and the guy there, they greet each other. The main character is a bit confused. The government explains that Yu Sung was supposed to train the people they were going to hire, but the jerk refused. He responds that it's obvious he refused. Being the government's godchild is super boring. The guy says he understands but mentions it's getting late and they should leave. In the morning, they'll have another discussion. Night falls, another day begins, and the guy lifts his mug, saying his name is Jung Yongze. Oh, that's the name of the person the protagonist captured and beat up. It turns out he was actually an important figure in the organization. Thanks to him, they found out where the base is. They're now preparing to launch a large-scale attack. He mentions it's in 2 weeks, and Kang seems a bit confused. Why are we waiting 2 weeks? Let's attack them now. However, Taekyu explains, it seems China was the first in the world to clear a rank C gate. This information hasn't been widely shared yet. Apparently, about 1,200 people participated in that attack, and half of them died. The protagonist looks shocked. The guy says, "Kang, you've been in a rank D dungeon and should know how dangerous it is. And the worst part is that the risks increase exponentially from rank to rank." The protagonist is thinking, well, I kind of expected that. I just didn't think the difference of one level would require twice the people and half of them dying. However, for the protagonist, it's obvious that this doesn't make much sense, right? Especially since he usually goes solo. The government guy explains, China's tactic was the infamous meat shield. They sent all the expendables in first to get wiped out at the start. That's why they, on the other hand, want to select a small elite team for this mission. The plan is to attack the rank C gate that appeared in Gangnam Style, the so-called Vinendi Forest. The protagonist is like, but we have to attack that, my friend. China already got the title of the first rank C dungeon. It's fine, no other ones are opening. We should just chill. Tae-yoon says he's impressed. The kid is really managing to analyze the situation accurately. The protagonist is confused. What does this jerk mean by that? The guy takes a sip of his coffee and says that, actually, the problem is they've never managed to find a normal core before. That core when destroyed, delays the dungeon. In other words, this dungeon will explode in 12 days and 9 hours. And the worst part is that the creatures coming out of a rank C are enough to kill hundreds of people. I'd say thousands. And since this city is in the middle of Seoul, there are tons of people around. They're trying to prepare. But the experts already know that if they can't solve this, the damage will be worse than the first appearance. Man, Kang is getting more and more pumped. He says, well, considering how guilty you all are, wait a minute, you're asking me to join this thing, right? Taegyun says yes, but there's a somewhat confusing rule. No individual can participate in the dungeon alone. So, for our guy to participate, he'll have to create a guild. It's tricky. If you sell out to the government, your life is already ruined. Everything the protagonist liked to do, he can't do anymore. I know you like fighting alone, Kang, but maybe this time you could create a guild for the nation's sake? Obviously, we'll handle all the paperwork. All we need is your support, Kang realizes, right? He's starting to sell out, poor guy. But since the thing is going to explode in the middle of the city and everyone will die, he says it's okay. This time, he'll let it slide. Anyway, he's there thinking he already wanted to create a guild eventually. If it happens, since they'll take care of everything, it's even better. Really, living a good life was too good. Shortly after, he's there with his veins popping, saying that the guild's name is decided. And actually, he's in a cafe face-to-face with a pair of fools. Everyone's confused, saying, but it's just the three of us here. The protagonist says it doesn't matter. They have to sort this out now. He remembers that government guy, right? And apparently, he's going to tell the whole story. Shortly after, Yu Sung is there. Wow, are we really going to attack the rank C dungeon? Of course, he's excited, right? Total nutcase. Meanwhile, Shin Sung-ha is also excited, saying he must be controlling the government from behind the scenes. The protagonist insists that's not the case. It's more like he's the one being controlled. Strangely, she says, "My lord Kang Hyun, I follow your orders because I am your disciple." The protagonist is a bit confused. What's this crazy woman thinking? He tells her to drop the formalities and says it's time for them to determine the future of the guild. First, they need some rules. The most important one is not to start any unnecessary fights. Obviously, he's directing this rule at Yu Sung, who wants to know why they're looking at him like that. The second rule is to give as much as they receive. What does that mean? Yu Sung interprets it differently, saying it applies to both kindness and cruelty. Misunderstood. This rule is because Kang wants to ensure no one disrespects their guild. If someone messes with them, they'll have to pay. He mentions the kid. And the last rule is that they have to be stronger than everyone else. Wow, the rules are simple. It's decided. He wants to know what they think, and Yu Sung says he likes it. He just doesn't like the first rule much, obviously, but it's fine. Shin Sung-ha says she's okay with it and will keep everything in mind. The protagonist says, all right then, and what about the guild's name? Yu Sung suggests a name that suits him, right? Insanely Crazy Guild. The protagonist tells him to stop joking and take it seriously. Then he suggests naming the guild Lunatic. Strangely, the protagonist says it sounds cool, but what does it mean? Obviously, it means insanely crazy too. He ignores that and asks Sung-ha if she has any ideas. It's impressive, they're even asking her opinion. She pauses to think and says the perfect name is Lord Kang Hyun and his friends. Kang is shocked that she really takes him that seriously. Realizing no one will come up with a decent name, he stops to think and says he's reached a conclusion. Yu Sung says he can decide since he's the oldest here. The protagonist writes something that's censored for us, and everyone agrees, but we won't know, right? Damn. The scene shifts to a bar somewhere else, and someone asks if Wang Sek was really caught. A woman informs Mr. Choi Min-jun that yes, he was captured, probably referring to the guy who peed on someone. It's him, right? Min-jun knows that as a fighter, this guy wasn't very important. However, his stealth ability was insane, and now Hyde's plan, which apparently involved that gate they're going to make, will have to be scrapped. He then asks who captured Gyeong-suk. He wants to know who managed to catch someone so stealthy. The woman has the information. It was a skilled adventurer named Kang Hyun. The blonde guy is just thinking, this kid, back in April, went head-to-head with that mutant Keika at the training school, and in the last large-scale battle, he single-handedly disrupted the dungeon break. He's starting to get angry at our boy. Then he asks about certain drugs, and she says they still need time. There's a delay in the arrival of the test items. The blonde guy says that's not good enough. They need to speed up the process, unless she wants to become a target for the tests herself. They're definitely trying to make a drug to become stronger and crazier. It's always like that. The woman just responds that she understands, but with that, we move on to some news. Everyone seems to already know about the formation of the strategy team for the Rank C dungeon. The participants have already been announced, and there's a new guild that's caught everyone's attention. Everyone's asking if it's true. Even though there are many, the elite squad was quite small in total. The first guild is the Dangun Guild with our Han Seon. The second is the Skill Users Alliance with Dongwoo. The third is the Flaming Dragon Guild. Oh, it's all guys. Count me out. The fourth is the Immortals Guild. At least the guy's armor is cool. Fifth is the Guardians Guild. They seem pretty useless. Oh, there's the Black Knights Guild. Those guys have some serious swag, huh? Even though they seem more like enemies than allies. Everyone on social media is trying to figure out who the seventh group is. It seems no one is sure yet, and they might be amateurs or something like that. Apparently, the guild's name means badass. Okay, it kind of reminds us of our protagonist. Then, someone opens a door and they come in, saying they were late. That stretched out thing is the symbol on his chest, the king of bench press. And yes, he introduces himself as Kang Hyun, the leader of the badass guild. Nice to meet you. He arrives, smiling, but everyone thinks this guild is way too eccentric, considering the guild has our psychopath protagonist, his fight-crazy friend, and this archer, who's also a bit off, calling him Lord. But the protagonist really put the team together. Huh. There's the waifu who loves him, a friend who fights like crazy, and him, all buffed up. The trio is perfect. The next chapter talks about the Dungeon Society. Half a year ago, when the cataclysm began and humans got into that mess, various guilds fell and appeared day after day. Obviously, when one fell, a new one had to appear to take on the challenges. In a room, someone wants to know, badass. Is that going to be the guild's name? Poor Taegil is confused. Kang asked, do you know what it means? A really cool and awesome guy. By any chance, don't you speak English? Taegil. Taegil is a bit confused and asks if he's sure about it. And the protagonist says yes, the vibe of the name is what matters. He liked it. The guy gives up and says, all right, what can you do? Next Monday at 11 in the morning, there's going to be a strategic meeting about the Rank C dungeon. I'll send you some details, and it's best not to be late. The protagonist says he'll try hard not to be late. The scene moves to 4 days after Monday. Yu Sung is there, and honestly, lately, he's been pretty chill, right? They're waiting for our guy, who, unfortunately, is late. He calls for his little sister and asks if she hasn't heard from him. Sung Ha is a bit confused. What's this little sister thing? He says he's 20 years old, so obviously he can call her that. She kind of decides to ignore it, and then the protagonist comes in saying, hey guys, I was in the bathroom. Took long. Yu Sung looks at his shirt and wants to know if it's not a bit tight. The thing in the middle is completely stretched. The protagonist says he doesn't know anything. The kids love this symbol. Yu Sung asks if that's true, and the protagonist says yes. Everyone thinks he's a criminal, and that's why he's carrying a symbol that kids love to be a bit more friendly. Yu Sung says that's not going to work at all, especially considering the emoji in the middle of his shirt is being destroyed by his chest. Then, we move on to the meeting time. Yeah, people aren't too excited, saying some folks are late. A redhead named Han Myongdo is angry because the meeting is delayed. A blue-haired guy from the Black Knights Guild, the swag group, named Lee Cheonggun, says they have to wait for 2 more guilds. This blonde guy named Park Sehyun says the Flame Guild is always late. Dongwoo is there, not saying much, arms crossed, and the lovely Sion is also standing still, not doing much. Then, Taegil gets up and says he has to make a quick call. Obviously, who is he calling? The number that doesn't answer, that jerk Kang. He remembers he has Yu Sung's number and decides to call that crazy guy. He introduces himself before Yu Sung can hang up in a panic and says he's Taegil. And Sia-sung, oh, he's a government guy. How did it go? Just tell me already. He then asks, do you know we have a meeting starting now? Where's Mr. Kang? He says, oh Kang, just wait a little longer. The fun is about to start. Taegil is obviously a bit confused. What do you mean, the fun? Yu Sung says he should go and watch. Kang just got into a fight. In the elevator, he grabs someone by the collar and asks if the jerk thinks he's good at fighting. Man, he's facing the master of the Flame Guild. The 2 guilds that are late. And the guy is in shock, wanting to know who this crazy person is and why he's going after him. The leader of the 2nd top guild in Korea. Now I'm curious, does the protagonist already beat the top guilds? Because I remember there was a time when he was a bit behind, Because his cheat is the one who kept dying and living. But there are several guys who went to the last floors without dying. Everyone is confused, while the protagonist is glaring with anger. But let's go back a few minutes. The protagonist was in the elevator, wondering which floor they were on, and she said 11. He pressed 11, closed the door, and as it was closing, someone put their hand in and opened it. That Park Hoyeon from the 2nd guild, asked for permission and said they would enter too. The protagonist just said, all right, come in. But then the guy gave him a look, saw they were going to the 11th floor, and asked if they were part of the strategy meeting. The protagonist said yes, and the guy then extended his hand and said, well, then we're going together, I'm Park Hoyeon, the master of the Flame Guild. The protagonist, I'm Kang, master of the Badass Guild. He was thinking, man, this guy needs to get in and out of the door quickly. I'm already late for this damn meeting. But then, another person stepped in, and the elevator exceeded its capacity. The message then said, the last person who stepped in, please exit the elevator. Kang was there thinking, man, we're not even going to a dungeon. Why are these guys all in armor here? Do they have some mental problem? Park said, oh, sorry about that. Kang, no. it's no problem. And then Park said, well, since you said that, how about you guys, please, get out of the elevator so we can go up first? Man, obviously, Kang's expression changed immediately, and he asked, what? Hoyeon went on to say, well, as you know, my guild is the second top. We're the most important in this attack, so we need to get to the meeting first. The protagonist asked, hold on, are you saying my guild is trash and has to give up its position here? Hoyeon, kind of dodging, no, it's not exactly that, but you're not wrong either. Wow. At that moment, Yu Sung was already cracking his knuckles, getting ready. The guy was already saying, well, first I'm going to break a leg, then rip off some fingers, while the protagonist is there, almost exploding with rage, wanting to take on these guys, and still asking which of them wants to die. The crazy thing is that we've already moved on to Taegil asking if this was the reason for the fight. This meeting is much more important than something like this. Kang apologizes, saying he has a condition where he needs to hit people to feel better. Wow. Apparently not much happened, because Hoyeon is there banging on the table in anger, but you know, he's still in one piece. Taegil says that's enough, it's time to start this meeting. However, Myeongdo said to wait. We have some new faces here, so how about they introduce themselves first? Taegil, right, says, alright Kang, go ahead and introduce yourself. The protagonist wonders if this guy is trying to make him feel better, but you know, whatever. He then says, hey, my name is Kang. I'm the master of the Badass Guild, which was founded a few days ago. Our guild has 3 members. It's just the 3 of us here. That's it. Hoyeon is a bit confused. He says, hold on, this strategy meeting isn't a joke. Do you think you can participate with a guild of 3 people? He continues talking, but the protagonist interrupts, saying that this red guild of fire, or whatever, is starting to annoy him. He was invited here to participate and didn't even want to. So what is he supposed to do? Hoyeon is fuming, while Myeongdo is chuckling on the side, saying that the kid is the type he likes. Every guild master needs to have at least this much courage. Hoyeon is angry, but Dongwoo calls him out, saying this isn't the place for petty squabbles. The meeting is already late and needs to start soon. Everyone finally sits down, and Yu Sung says, hey, Kang, see this person next to me? That blonde guy over there. The protagonist responds, huh, so what? He's the master of another guild, isn't he? And then it's revealed, that's the Guardian Guild. The protagonist says he knows, but what's the problem? Yu Sung just tells him to wait and see, because my friend, he's going to kill him now. What? He drew his weapon and stood up. Luckily, the protagonist grabbed his hand. Yu Sung, confused, asks, hey brother, what's the problem? Let me go. Confused, Kang says, what do you think you're doing? No matter how crazy you are. That's when the protagonist remembers something. Yu Sung has been like this from the start. He never acted logically, and nothing he did ever made sense. And Taejil saw him drawing the weapon and immediately told him to put it away. Obviously, everyone turns around, and the guy from the Flame Guild is already saying he knew it. These bastards are just here to mess up the plans. And the guy draws his sword, asks if they want to fight, speaks for the guild master. It's chaos. Park Si-hun, the blonde guy, seems calm, but he's also losing it, with some purple veins showing on his face. Yikes, he shouted. Aura everywhere. Everyone confused. Now everyone has to draw their weapons. The guy puts his hand on his head, bangs on the table, breathing heavily. Everyone's asking what's going on, if Park Si-hun is okay. One of the friends next to him asks, Guildmaster, are you okay? What's happening? But he gives a stare, and, oh boy, he got a jab to the neck and cut. Yeah, I think now everyone realizes he's not okay. The protagonist is in shock, and Yu Sung tells him to take a look. No way he's going to let this chance pass. He breaks free from the protagonist, heads towards the blonde guy, and goes to hit him on the head. But the guy is crazy, not weak. And he manages to land a hit on the stomach, and he falls into the protagonist's arms. But he's smiling, saying this fight seems pretty tough. Kang says, yeah, but you know, he chose the wrong place to want to fight. All the guild masters already have their weapons drawn, preparing, and now the blonde guy is trembling. But Kang pushes Yu Sung and says it's his turn now. He has to land the first punch. He prepares his fist, an explosion happens. But we're outside. Hole in the wall, blood on the ground, everything destroyed, and the guy was really defeated, it seems. The guy is blown up with blood on the ground. Everyone's asking if he, by any chance, died. Oh, okay. I thought the guy had died from one punch from the protagonist. But everyone's talking, right? Well, they couldn't capture him, right? What can you do? The guy was strong. But what exactly was he planning? Besides, why wasn't he acting normally? Kang, on the other hand, is curious. How did Yu Sung know? Kang himself is extremely sensitive to mana, so how did he not feel anything strange until things started? Maybe it was a unique ability, or he could somehow see the future or sense danger. Kang here. I don't know if he's daydreaming, but he says that if Yu Sung can really foresee future threats, then his behavior, this craziness, really has a reason behind it. Hey, I think you're going as crazy as he is, right? But who knows? He's there with a smirk, saying this was a good little fight after so long. The protagonist looking like disgusting, funny guy. Meanwhile, the organizers apologize for the mess and say they'll finish the meeting online later. The protagonist is bored, yawning, saying he thought this was useful for something. He left home early in the morning, and it was all for nothing. Yu-sung said that 11 in the morning isn't really early, but okay. But then, someone comes running, calling for them. When the protagonist looks back, it's Taegil, saying he had something important to discuss after the meeting, right? And he needs to talk to him before he leaves. He mentions that he said the government would support the badass guild. The protagonist says yes, he knows he'll receive support for living a very dignified life as an honest citizen. The guy is a bit confused, and then Taegil says, well, we managed to prepare everything, right? And we're ready to give you the support. Want to take a look? The protagonist says, oh, of course. In another building, we see that the 13th floor will be the badass guild's place. The trio is in shock. The place is shiny, huge, just a bit empty, right? But at least there are some computers there, a coffee machine, a fridge, everything. Kang, however, thinks it's too much for just 3 people, while Yu-sung responds that at least it's cool, and he'll spend some time decorating it. The protagonist already wants to add a shower and a bed so they can sleep all day. And even better, they should fill the fridge with beer. The blonde guy says, hey, Kang, you know this is a workplace, right? To be honest, it's not, right? Because their work is in the dungeon, so this is just for relaxing. However, Shin reminds him that the online meeting is about to start. They're already in the chair, monitor on, and a while later, someone apologizes for the delay. It's Taegil thanking everyone for being there and saying the meeting will continue now. He asks if anyone wants to know anything, and Seyun wants to know more about Seyun, right? The blonde guy who lost his mind. Taegil says information will be shared when the situation is clarified, meaning he doesn't know anything. Then, Sung-ah questions if that guy was really famous. The protagonist says that, in theory, it was a guild formed to protect humanity. Park Si-han was someone everyone respected, so it was strange he ended up like that. Yu-sung is about to say they don't know anything when, suddenly, in the meeting, someone calls Kang. Tells the guy to mute his mic if he's going to chat. With that, the meeting finally starts for the C-rank dungeon disaster, which will happen in 5 days. The so-called Vernandez Forest is a massive place, full of mountains, and according to the exploration team, it's full of goblins, orcs, and ogres. Basically, the same monster, right? Just varies in height. Even the redhead thinks it's kind of basic, and everyone wants to know what the name Venendi means. Then, Taegil says he's not sure, but maybe it's the name of the boss. Obviously, there's going to be a boss, you fools. Did you think you were coming to the dungeon just to hunt weak monsters? And the leader is saying, it may seem like there are only basic monsters, but it's good not to let your guard down. That's because monsters living in a forest are completely different. The previous groups were like small armies and militias, while these groups with a base could be considered a kind of army. The 16 IQ guy is confused, telling him to explain. And the guy stated the obvious, right? Basically, they have the training of an army. They are much better prepared to fight as a group. Dong-ho is sure it won't be easy. And then, you know, here it comes, right? Taegil asks the guilds to act in unity, which means, well, everything's messed up. Everyone's already saying this is going to be difficult. Each person does what they want, and obviously, this could be the end for everyone. The question remains, right? Will a lot of people die? They've introduced a bunch of people, so, you know, a lot could die, and no one would really miss them. However, Taegil is furious with Kang, who clearly doesn't care about the meeting and is just drinking beer. Wow. At that moment, he asks what Kang thinks he's drinking. Even Kang is confused, wondering how that beer ended up in his hand. It was Sung-ah, who says that as soon as he mentioned filling the fridge, she placed a delivery order. She gives him some dried squid to eat. Wow, I can't believe anyone would bite into something like that. And the protagonist is there asking exactly what Venandi is, repeating it again. Taegil realizes this raid is a complete mess. In the next scene, it says that a lot happened, but the meeting was calm. And the next day, someone arrives, greeting the trio warmly. The guy introduces himself as Han Jae-moon and asks them to take care of him. Kang, however, is like, who is this crazy guy? Yu-sung, did you forget that yesterday at the meeting the government said they would send someone to handle administrative matters? It must be him. Sung-ah even shows them, saying they received his resume. Take a look. The protagonist picks up the paper. His name is Han Jae-moon, 27 years old, 1 meter 70 tall. Wait, what did you write here? While the protagonist is asking these questions, the guy seems a bit smitten, in shock, wondering if he's really face to face with the legendary Kang Hyun. Even though he looks like a complete criminal, he was really cool. The story says he's a kind of awakened nerd, you know? However, this guy is also peculiar. He's observing the bright look in our guy's eyes and the tight muscles in his shirt. Apparently, the protagonist is going to form a harem, but that's not good. Kang is there saying, well, if the boss sent you, you must be decent. He shakes his hand saying, I'm counting on you, you know? The salary will be 1,000 a month. That's it. The guy isn't listening to anything. He's just blushing and staring at his hand. And with that, he shouts, saying he's going to work hard. A while later, he's sitting there, shining. He can't believe he's face to face with Lu Song and Shin Sung-ah. The aura of everyone there was insane. Shin then calls our guy over. Hey, Lord Kang, I have something important to tell you. Our guild is going to have to grow in scale, right? Yeah, well, it seems so. How about we create a uniform that matches everyone? After all, unity is important to represent the team. Jaemin seems to like the idea, already thinking he'll get one too. And the protagonist is there, pondering whether it's worth it or not. The odd one is there begging for this to be approved, please. And then Sung-ha pulls out a big jacket with a skull on it, saying it's ready. The protagonist rejects it. She asks why, poor thing. And he wants to know why there's a skull on it. It looks much more like a biker gang from the 80s. Yu Sung says the idea was his, and the protagonist understands why it's terrible. He says it wasn't even his idea. This thing will scare people. They needed an idea that was much nicer. Poor Sung-ha is crying, saying it's okay, she'll try to improve it. The protagonist seems a bit confused, but it seems they were fake tears. She hired an artificial intelligence company that made this mess. She went to a guy, showed him the jacket, and obviously got scammed, with him saying this outfit was too insane. He's been doing this for over 100 years, and this is the best there is. The poor girl found it confusing. How can they have been making clothes for the guild for 100 years when there's barely a guild? But she accepted it like a fool, right? Apparently, she's the dumbest one around. No wonder they call our boy Lord as well. Poor thing, all cute. She got emotional under her jacket, and now that she's been rejected, she ran off saying she's going to the bathroom. The main character is there, a bit confused, while Jaemin realized that the place isn't very normal. His friend is giving him a hard time, saying he humiliated poor Sung-ha, and the main character realizes that everyone in this team is crazy too. At the end of the day, who knows what they did, right? Basically, there's no work to do in this place. But let's celebrate the arrival of the new member with a barbecue at the restaurant. Look at the whole gang in their little jackets. Talk about him. She's all blushing, cute, and pretty. The main character asks if she liked it, and she's all happy, while he thinks that apparently there's nothing to do. Then he asks, where's that car Tae-gyun said he was going to prepare for them? And the boy's eyes light up. Oh my god. I thought it was going to be something like an Apero. I don't know. But actually, it's a totally badass van. Kang is going to ask whose idea it was, and obviously, it was the crazy Yu Sung, who says, dude, I called all the workers yesterday to give it this style. Looks cool, huh? The main character, on the other hand, yells, hey, you jerk, take that thing off the car now. Sung-ha is all cute, saying she thought it looked cool. Mr. Lord Kang-hyun. Meanwhile, Jaimon is there realizing that this place is completely different from what he imagined. Night falls, and we're in the badass van. Inside, the main character warns that if this car doesn't disappear, or those stickers, everyone there will die at his hands. Obviously, Yu Sung is already thanking him for the fight, saying it's going to be great. The downside of every big city resident, they get stuck in traffic. The main character asked, June already gave the guy a nickname. Why is there so much traffic? He said he doesn't know. Then they notice there's a crowd up ahead. Seems like a fight. Kang decides he has to sort it out, already getting out of the car to see what's happening. Wow. But suddenly, a guy comes flying towards him, and he has to block. That guy's done for, right? Yu Sung comes out yelling and asking, bro, are you okay? The main character says yes, but it wasn't him he was talking to. He was talking about the car that's now all smashed up. Damn, and the guy who got smashed is getting up. Thought he was going to throw him like that without a second thought. But then, he looks to the side and sees Yu Sung giving him a stare, saying he's going to kill. The scene shifts to the group's combat. The vice leader of the Haesum Guild says he's going to throw everyone to the ground. And the brown-haired Woo Jin-hyung, who's the vice leader of another guild. My god, it's the vice leader's fight, right? Calling the captain to see if they can or not. Nobody wants to. The one behind asks, hey vice leader, do you think the guy from the infiltration team is okay? The poor guy was thrown far. His friend says, don't worry, man, he's the best in the guild when it comes to durability. That probably didn't even scratch him. His friend, at this point, notices something strange and points behind to a little trio arriving. Yikes, his friend, who's the god of durability, is getting wrecked in the main character's hands, who throws him up like a sack of trash and steps on his face. Wow. He even asks if this thing belongs to them. The guy is on the ground apologizing, while the others from afar want to know who he is. But then, Kang immediately recognizes him as a member of the Jangju Guild and says he now knows who the bastards causing trouble are. They're delaying his life and broke his car because of this childish street fight. Everyone involved there is delaying him from eating some steaks and drinking beer. Looks like our boy is getting famous, as the guys are freaking out. The guy is Kang. If he loses his temper, no one here is getting out alive. What he doesn't know is who those two in the back are. Could they be the rumored monstrous members? However, the guy doesn't even care who is who. Just by looking at them, he's already scared to death. Wow. And then Kang says, 500 million. My van was destroyed, and that's the price you all will have to pay. The guy wants to say something, but the protagonist just adds another 500 million, saying that now the emotional damage adds up to another 500 million. Then Yu Sung shows that his hand was cut by the glass, meaning he deserves 500 million too. The protagonist agrees and says the total comes to 10 billion. Daehyun, the guy with brown hair, is staring and starts laughing, saying this is ridiculous. Wow, you went to attack the protagonist. My friend, what were you thinking? He got punched right in the mouth and passed out on the floor. To be honest, taking the beating might have been better than paying 10 billion, so I guess they were smart. The protagonist wipes his hand, saying it's settled, when suddenly someone thanks him. It's the guys who were in the fight earlier saying, "Man, thanks for helping. We thought we were going to lose this fight." Kang says, "Hey, relax. I didn't even help you on purpose. Not to mention that you're from the Hasten Guild, right? I don't like you either, so I want to know why you're causing trouble on the street. Because of this fight between all of you, I couldn't eat my steak." Wow, this one is smarter. He immediately offers to buy all the steaks our guy wants. He knows a premium place that costs 100,000 per person and wants to take our guy there. What happens when the guy uses 100% of his brain? Kang celebrated right away. The scene shifts to a completely different building, with someone in a room. The person responds, "Looks like Hessen managed to clean up everything. Apparently, I'll have to give a warning." Whoa, who are you, girl? Short hair, master of the Jungjin Guild. Miss Hong Chaeun. We're back with everyone drooling over the meat. I said that jokingly, but our protagonist is really there with his tongue out. What's up, friend? Don't you know how to eat? And the guy who paid tells our protagonist not to worry, that he'll cook everything, right? Because in Korean restaurants, there's no such thing. You pay for the food and still have to cook it. It's genius whoever invented that, right, man? I'm going to open a pizzeria where you just deliver the empty dough to the person, they choose the ingredients, and assemble everything. The best part is if it turns out bad, it's their fault. Yikes, but the guy made a bad offer because the protagonist says, "There's only one thing I hate more in this world than goblins and Yu Sung, and that's someone who can't cook good meat." And by chance, does he think he can make better meat than Kang? Yikes, the guy was already shocked and just said no. He agrees to eat. A little while later, empty bottles and the protagonist drinking even more, thanking and saying the atmosphere was perfect. But now, right, what's he wanting for bringing him here? That's because he knows it's a bit excessive to think this was just because of the fight. Dongwoo realizes his plan was exposed and is all like, "So, I wanted to say something. Normally, I wouldn't talk about it since we just met, right? But could you help the Haesen Guild?" There's some background between Jungjin and Haesen, two extremely close guilds that share certain areas of interest. But, as usual, right? A few weeks ago, the Jungjin Guild started invading their region. And the most peculiar thing is that something strange happened. Their guild used to have similar strength and size. That's why they had made these treaties not to invade each other's territory. However, even so, these guys kept provoking and pushing the limits. And finally, all the frustration they had been accumulating exploded in today's fight. The protagonist asks, right, "Was that street fight because of this?" And the guy says yes. Yu Sung is already celebrating, saying that if there's going to be a war everywhere, he's eager to join in. Jaemun is just watching, a fight between the guilds and a shift in people's power. Now that's a good problem to solve. Their guild is going to get involved with people fighting over ranks. The protagonist then says, "Well, I get that you forget, but why should I get involved in this? The barbecue was nice, but we only stand to lose here." Suddenly, Dongwoo interrupts and says the truth is their guild is going to lose. Yeah, I can imagine. But no one is here to solve your problems. The world is cruel. The guy explains that the balance of power has been disrupted. Strangely, the Jungjin Guild is getting stronger at a weird pace. He comes over, to whisper that little rumor. They're talking about a substance circulating in the Jungjin Guild. They say whoever consumes it becomes more powerful. The Awakened are all restless about it. The protagonist is a bit confused, right? This was suspicious. He then asks, "Hey Sung-ha, when is the rank C dungeon?" She says it's in 2 days, he realizes. And that's the time he has to sort things out and says he'll help. Actually, no. He said he's busy for now, right? And after the dungeon, he'll help with this. The guy thanks him and says, "All right, since that's the case, we'll go out for drinks again later." But there was someone in the corner, taking pictures of everything on an iPhone. Online, it's already spreading that the badass showed up in the neighborhood and beat everyone up. Obviously, everyone is criticizing the clothes, saying they were trash and that they were a disgrace. Moreover, everyone found out that Kang loves meat. Their car was also ridiculous, and everything was over the top. Basically, they were a cringe team. Apparently, someone is showing this to the protagonist, right? Telling him to take a look. It's Sung telling him that their dinner was recorded and posted online. Even though they were being criticized, he and Sung-ha are excited. A bunch of people are promoting their guild and making them even more famous. Taegyeol, however, tells them to stop talking nonsense and focus on the mission. He clears his throat and says he's going to explain once more. From now on, the mission in the Vanandi forest is going to start. The whole world is watching them, and all they expect is for them to give their best and sacrifice themselves for the good of the world, peace, and the nations. And besides that, to please return safely to receive all the riches they deserve with honor. Wow, and the gang is ready. Look at the whole group of fools. The door starts to open, and with that, everyone is inside. What do you think is going to happen? I hope everyone dies, that it's extremely difficult, and that the protagonist goes hungry because I like suffering, right? I don't want to see it easy. Here we are, everyone inside the beloved Vanandi forest. Dongwoo claps and calls everyone. Hey, pay attention, you docile fool. I'm not the leader here, but I'm going to organize this bunch of fools. Each guild will move separately since that's what we agreed on. However, as you know, the monsters here act strategically, so it's good for you to stay alert because you never know when dangerous situations will arise. So, if you encounter danger, just fire the flare gun. Red means danger, green means a core has been discovered, purple means the boss. Besides that, when any signal is sent, those nearby, right, should provide the necessary assistance. Everyone agrees, right, saying, hey, this was already discussed in the meeting. Why say it again? It's because I, Mamoru, hadn't seen it. Thanks for telling me. With that, however, it's finally going to start. This business of separating everyone, right? Horror movie stuff, folks. Man, it's really dumb. You're going to separate against monsters that fight strategically in rank C, where 1,200 Chinese died? I don't know, So, I was just talking about it when Dongwoo showed up and asked, why don't you guys come with us? I know you all are pretty strong, but you never know what might happen in a dungeon, and there are only 3 of you. The protagonist thinks that this guy seems pretty decent. It's a shame he stole his kill, but he owes Card as one. Alright, for today, we'll go together. Holding hands, off we go on our walk. However, Sung wasn't too happy about it and immediately said, hey Kang, didn't we create the guild to be independent? So why are we following these guys from behind? Kang is getting smarter and replies, this is a rank C dungeon. It's the kind of place where unexpected situations can happen. Sung Ha agrees, calling him Lord. Yu Sung, however, isn't too keen. He asks why Kang is so scared today. It was really disappointing. Kang laughs because he knows how to handle the crazy guy, right? He asks, are you looking for trouble? Are you a traitor? Blah, blah, blah. Nobody cares. Meanwhile, the guys up front are wondering if these folks think they're at an amusement park. They really were some rookies with nothing in their heads. But it was better not to talk to these weirdos. According to what's been leaking online, the best thing is to stay away from them. Of course, Yu Sung wants to start a fight right away, but the protagonist tells him to calm down. Then one of them says it's a shame they're comparing this trash to the Union leaders. The protagonist is furious but still has to hold Yu Sung back, saying there's no reason to fight inside a dungeon. He says, I'm calm, I'm cool. But in the panel below, you can see he's holding a weapon in his hand. The protagonist tells him to put it away, and the other guy says it's fine. But, you know, why does Kang look so defeated? He says it's nothing, he's always been like this. But he thinks he understands how Yu Sung feels. Beating up those guys would be much better, but then something starts to happen. An enemy attack arrives, and our guy says it's the perfect moment. It was time for everyone to get ready to face the Goblin Light Infantry. The first one jumps in, stabbing the shield. Wow, the fight is going to be brutal because the goblins are all fired up. A little slash here, a little slash there, everyone is in shock. The movement of these creatures was completely different from normal beasts. The leader immediately orders Team 1 to start establishing a defense, Team 2 to create a rotation, Team 3 to provide support from behind, and Team 4 to advance, providing cover. Dongwoo realized right away that if they didn't take this seriously, they would literally be killed right then and there. But the mass attack comes, and he already took out the first one completely. Yu Sung, on the other hand, is having fun with that weird look on his face. The protagonist is full of disgust, as always, but remembers that besides not liking Yu Sung, he doesn't like people who cook bad meat. But more than that, he hates those damn goblins. A punch to the face, and wow, he exploded the head with his hand. Wow, the two are having fun, saying the feeling is incredible. Poor Sung Ha hasn't even drawn her bow yet, and the guys are on the ground trembling, saying these folks are really lunatics. Why did they mess with them? They realize they're screwed. Apparently, the first fight was pretty smooth because it was already night, and Dongwoo was laughing, saying he had heard the rumors, but he didn't imagine their little trio was so skilled. That's why he even had the members apologize for being rude. But now he wants to know, right? Will Kang continue with them tomorrow? Wow, the protagonist refuses, saying he appreciates the offer, but tomorrow he'll go separately. The guy asks if it's because of that bet, and he says maybe. Then we see a little bit before the entrance. That scoundrel Ho Yan, right? He came up with a bet for the protagonist. Whoever contributed more to the mission or landed the final blow on the boss would win. The protagonist replied that the guy was a crazy bastard and asked if he had lost his mind, but everyone had heard the bet. Kang realized it was a trap to lower his morale and said, alright then, you little joker, huh? But then, Hoyan tossed a little ball in front of them and said it was fine, they could bet on this. An Easter egg. No idea about its rarity, but it had 10 out of 10 durability. An item made by someone who likes pranks, activated upon destruction. Kang was a bit confused, but he was sure it reminded him of those portals from the early days and was probably related to that administrator. The guy holding the item said, well, if it's you, you should know exactly what this means, right? Now Kang was confused. Could this guy also know about the administrator? Well, in any case, it seemed he had an idea that Kang was a tutorial graduate, Boldly, Kang replied, "No, I have no idea." "What is that? A Pokemon?" Hoyan told the scoundrel to stop playing dumb. Everyone knew he was in the special abilities group. "Yeah, Kang, important information about you has been shared." Now the protagonist didn't know how he was going to get out of this. However, since it was like this, he had no choice. He asked, "So what am I going to bet? Do you want me to kneel?" The guy replied that wouldn't be a fair trade. 1 year. Kang would have to work in the guy's guild and follow orders as a member. Wow. And Kang was going to accept this bet. It would be a disgrace to become a member of another guild. But alright, right? He just told the scoundrel not to try any tricks. And the guy said he would never do something like that. He wanted a fair competition. Thinking about it, this wasn't very fair, right? The protagonist was going with 3 people, and the guy was bringing his whole family. But we're back in the dungeon with everyone stretching. Another day about to start. Kang opened his mouth, saying that if anything happened, just send the signal. Wow, but Dongwoo told the kid not to rely too much on that signal because it didn't mean much. The members of the top guilds were all quite individualistic. Kang said it was fine, right? And waved goodbye, wishing them good luck. The scene shifted to another part of the dungeon with Hoyeon confused. He asked how the situation was, and the guy said 3 were already injured and 2 had died. Wow, so many people dying already? And the worst part was that it seemed they were getting hit by arrows and couldn't even start fighting the enemies. Vanandi wasn't the name of the boss, but a species of forest lizard hunter. And Hoyeon noticed these creatures saw them as prey. He wondered, how am I going to solve this? And one of his friends said, well, we have to find the base and kill everyone. Obviously, he shouted, saying that was more than obvious. The problem was they couldn't even see these creatures properly. Then he had an idea, saying that since these damn things were hiding in the forest, they had no choice. It was all or nothing. They would get rid of the forest by burning it down. The friend said, obviously. Hey, Guildmaster, did you forget we're in the forest too? Everyone's going to be in danger here. However, Hoyeon, all crazy, asked if he had any other solution. After all, at this rate, they would die anyway from the arrows. People were suggesting using the flare to alert others, but obviously, he wasn't interested, saying no one would respond. With that, he was already drawing his staff, telling the mages to prepare because the moment the wind blew, they were to start the fire. Meanwhile, those little creatures, the Venendai, were coming face to face with the protagonist and company. Who isn't really caring, right? Just wanting to know what these things are. Why aren't they attacking and just taking deep breaths? What are they doing? Yu Sung interprets. The guy's a genius. He says, they're trying to say, if you get close, we won't just stand still. Kang, however, seems excited, saying it's quite a convenient situation. They're going to count to 3, and the trio moves forward. But then, the creatures jump back, start climbing the tree, and they stand there, a bit confused, looking up. Sung Ha thinks the creatures are fleeing because our protagonist approached with determination. However, judging by their expression, they didn't seem very scared. The protagonist is unsure, should they follow or not. This could be a trap. Yu Sung suggests just moving forward. If these creatures are showing up, it means the core is nearby. Besides, his intuition is telling him that something interesting will happen just by moving forward. And with that, because of what Yu Sung said, they ended up ignoring almost everything, and now the protagonist has an arrow in his shoulder, shouting for the rascal to come down and saying he's starting to lose his mind. The little green ones, however, don't care at all. He aims another arrow while the protagonist thinks this rascal is like a pest. They're always running away and hiding, and when they get close, he shoots an arrow and runs off. Yu Sung comments that clearly they're annoying, but not very strong. Apparently, they're trying to wear them out. No one has a solution, so the protagonist pulls the arrow from his chest, breaks it in half, and says it's okay. They're going to take some hostages, rip out some claws, tear off a piece of skin, until they eventually figure everything out about this forest. In the next chapter, the protagonist is holding someone by the neck and saying, hey, if you guys don't stay still, I'll cut the neck. The creatures, however, just stare at each other, and everyone has to make a run for it. It's as if the monsters don't care whether their friend lives or dies. The trio runs, while Sung mentions that at least it's entertaining. A while later, they're sitting in the forest, and the protagonist comments that this is madness. They killed their own hostage. How is that possible? Sung Ha agrees, saying these creatures are quite unreasonable. Now they have to come up with a new plan. They can't just sit there thinking they'll solve it like this. Just then, they see one of the flares going up. As we know, red means a dangerous situation. Sung asks, so, what are we going to do? The protagonist suggests they should go. There's a goblin playing a trombone, and a bunch of others going crazy, and suddenly, they're facing the army. The guy with the orange hair, Si-won, tells everyone to hold on because reinforcements are coming soon, right? You're lucky it was the protagonist's team that saw this because I doubt the rest of the friends would have come. However, the guy doesn't seem too thrilled seeing the army approaching. He remembers there won't be any reinforcements. He's already wondering, when did everything go so wrong? Maybe when the guildmaster started acting strange. At that moment, they should have decided to quit. The bad part is that the guild's reputation would be ruined, but in the end, it's his greed that's going to drag all the members to their deaths. He shivers when he feels a stomp nearby that shakes the ground. Not only are there goblins in front, but a bunch of trolls are coming from behind. He's slipping up, they didn't even need to attack, and he's down. The goblin is ready to say goodbye, moving on to the next life. But not quite. A precise arrow from Sung Ha hits him in the neck. The guy is confused, and the protagonist takes a deep breath and lets out a loud shout, calling everyone to charge. He's activating that lion's roar, leaving everyone in shock and wanting to fight him. Wow, he's activating Wayne's secret. I can't even remember what skill that is. The power of the giant wielding the giant hammer, going at it happily. The first smash hits the goblin, a spin to the side. What's this? Did he tear it with a hammer? As always, defying the logic of weapons. Another one is coming from the side, and he gets hit in the face too. Siwon is a bit confused, and another barrage hits everyone's forehead. And here comes the creep, saying this is a mess. I'm already scared of the faces he's going to make. The fool noticed. The badass guild arrived and took down 3 ogres at once. He's in shock, wanting to know if this Kang guy is a regular ability user like them. Clearly not, right? This guy is useless. My god, even with the protagonists and the company helping. He stands up thinking, just because 3 people came to help doesn't mean we're going to survive. It's impossible to cheer him up. But then, another member comes and says, hey boss, the Dangun Guild is here. The one with the beautiful thing. Now there's no way you can still be doubtful, even with Han Si-yeon boosting morale. The team charges forward, slicing bellies, arms, heads, all the goblins getting cut down. Everyone celebrates the flash storm. A while later, smoke rises. It seems like we managed to resolve everything. Siwon, the fool, is the most oppressive person in the world. He was saved, and he's disappointed, saying that the Dangun Guild doesn't seem to have lost any members. And to make matters worse, the baddest guild has 3 members and seems to be doing better than them. Meanwhile, his team on the other side, Right, is all dead on the ground. That's the price of greed. You shouldn't have brought your team if you're useless. The protagonist scolds him, shouting, hey, why are you standing there with your hands clenched? Trying to hold something in? Aren't you the one responsible for gathering your guild members? Come on, we have a strategy meeting. Yeah, Siwon wants to stay there in his depression, but the protagonist has already called for a meeting. In another part of the forest, the Venandi are finding everything messed up. It's the fools from Hoyeon's team, Right, who set everything on fire. The problem is, obviously, now they're kind of stuck too. People want to know what they're going to do, and the idiot is there, right? Now I don't know. He's telling everyone to retreat, but let's see. Back with the protagonist, he says they need to go straight to the core. Sion, the beautiful one, says they don't even know where it is, so it won't work. Yeah, first, they'll have to split up and find it. Kang, however, points to the side and says, well, the core is in that direction. Besides, it doesn't seem that far, so why split up? Oh, he doesn't want to be far from the young lady, does he? She's there with a confused look, wanting to know. Can you sense the core's energy? He's confused. What? You can't. Based on my experience, I think we'll get there around midnight. So, the best thing now is to just keep moving forward. The fool is there with his mouth open, while the beautiful one says, if that's the case, let's go. But of course, besides being useless, he wants to disrupt the plans. He says, no guys, isn't it too risky to leave now? We just fought. If the Venandi show up, we're all screwed. That's a basic argument. They're smart. The worst thing we can do is give them time to prepare. Moving quickly now is the best option. The guy, however, continues, but everyone's tired. We're going to die, right? But the guy with glasses says, don't worry. We have healers to relieve everyone's fatigue. Yeah, the guy realizes. While you're there with your team all worn out, they're focused. But useless once, useless forever, right? He's trembling there and saying his team is already at the limit. Wow, dude, are you going to cry right in front of him? Kang Ha-young, he already asks. Hey, your name is Han Siwon, right? Why are you so scared, man? First of all, if you don't come with us, what do you think we're going to do? Escort you to the outside? And the guy is already trembling, right? The protagonist warns, hey, man, remember, this is a dungeon. It's a place where the weak perish, and you'll meet the same fate if you keep acting like this. To be honest, the truth is you only survived because of us, and you die because you're incredibly weak. So why do you think your opinion is the best to save the guild members? We're going to work together to find a solution. But if your plan is to just stand there being useless, why did you come to this dungeon? Wow, the protagonist didn't hold back, delivering 7 harsh criticisms in a row. The poor guy opens his mouth to say, but the protagonist gives him a hard stare and stands up, saying that's enough. He's finished eating, and it's time to go. The moon is teasing in the sky, hammering on the head, and another adventure of pulling arrows begins. The group is shouting, wanting to know how long it will take, and he just tells them to keep moving forward, clearing the path. Look at Siwon, he's actually being useful for once. However, there seems to be a strange sound echoing through the forest. Ah, they finally found the cursed core. Wow. But there's a little troop getting in the way of everyone, leveling up about 10 levels. Sifwan is in shock, saying he can't believe they actually found it. Meanwhile, Sion tells everyone to use all the flares to attract the rest of the team. With that, the sky is painted in various colors as the fight with the goblins continues. At that moment, the guy from the Immortal Guild realizes they're late. The guy from the Black Knight says they need to get there to help, and it's the same for Dongo. Reinforcements start arriving, and it's like, wow, humanity isn't that weak after all. The gang arrives strong. And just as I said that, the protagonists look back, startled by the arrival of the great warrior Venandi. The creature arrives right on time. However, Kang doesn't care about anything, already jumping in the direction, swinging the big hammer in midair. The crazy thing is, Venandi seems scared and, wow, really hit him square in the skull. I think even the protagonist was a bit confused, and the creature died. Apparently, it was easier than he imagined. Pato then comments that the difficulty in the dungeon was in the number of monsters and the intelligence of the Venandi. However, the boss fight itself was actually quite easy, and the loot was a sword from the great warrior Venandi, incredibly huge. The protagonist only collects items twice his size. Besides that, he also got a bow, right? Hands it over to the skilled one. Meanwhile, Dongwu pulls a spear from one of the creatures and looks a bit downcast. He already imagined it wouldn't be easy, but even so, they still lost a lot of people. I thought it was a one-sided fight, with them beating everyone. He's grateful that at least it wasn't a total annihilation. He says, well, let's start collecting the loot, guys. Do the math and distribution, and then head out. And everyone is saying yes, yes. However, suddenly, Sung Ha's expression changes. The forest that the crazy guy set on fire. In other words, the way back is completely engulfed in flames. Yikes! Worse still, the crazy Hoyon is coming, bringing all the creatures of the forest with him. Kang, however, is impressed that this bastard is being hunted by everyone. Obviously, everyone is in shock. Someone is trembling in the background. They all come to the conclusion that they need to escape, and in that moment, he's shouting that he's going to destroy the core. Yikes! However, the guy with glasses tells him not to do that because if they destroy the core now, a breach will happen, and all these creatures will end up in the city. He explains that they've already studied this, and monsters that are desperate and scared always pass through the portal. So, if they break it now, it's going to be a disaster for everyone there. However, the kid obviously doesn't care. He rips off his arm and says, so what, do you want everyone to die here? I'm more concerned about surviving. Wow, does she have a plan? The amazing Sion tells everyone to wait. A barricade rises in front of the core, and the guy asks if she's going crazy. He responds that the guy must be going crazy to be threatening his allies. She warns him that they are the ones responsible for stopping right here and now. The portal is in the middle of Seoul. No way was she going to let a disaster like this happen. The guy lost his mind, charged at her, saying it's easier said than done. She gave him a look, right? She was about to cut him in half, but then Kang came up from behind and threw him away. I thought he was going to explode on the ground, but no, he just tossed the kid aside. And he even asked, right? Well, is the goal just to protect the core? She was a bit confused. Yeah, for now, yes, because the creatures are running wild. If the portal opens, they'll all escape into the city. The protagonist seemed a bit thoughtful and turned around, saying that it was fine. They were supposed to handle anything that came their way. Wow, she's standing there, not understanding. Huh, what do you mean? The tough guy draws his new sword and says he's going to have to sort this out. Dongwu is confused. Hold on, you think you're going to stop this all by yourself against this entire army? Let me at least help you. The protagonist tells him not to come near because anyone who approaches will just get in the way. Man, and he activates the giant's power again, activates Aine's secret again, activates Antria's skin. After all that, he activates the Berserker and says he's finally going to have a real fight. Sung Ha is a bit scared there, but Sung tells her not to worry, he's not going to die. He asks her, right, if he's got that usual feeling of his, and he says it's something like that. The people who are fleeing start passing by the protagonist, who hasn't even started fighting and is already feeling the pain. Then, he leaps forward, cutting down about 100 creatures. At least the experience farming is good there. The people from the other guilds are all standing there with their mouths open, confused. Then, 2 or 3 goblins pass by him, just as the people are about to start doing something. Sion tells everyone to charge, and the people advance while the fool Siwon is defending a goblin. Dongwu grabs a spear and throws it at another's head, while Sunga prepares an arrow and hits 2 more in the forehead. The other one falls, and Sung comes from behind and turns its head into jelly from behind. The crazy guy is having fun, saying this feeling is incredible, until he sees someone aiming on the ground, preparing an arrow. Wow. He went to warn Sung Ha, but got hit in the shoulder. Yeah, man, and the protagonist doesn't like that, right? Everyone can die, except her. Damn it. He turns around, startled. But there's already a big mouth. Get out of here. Look at the size of that mouth. Wow, what's that? Man, cut the arm. He's there thinking, oh, damn, I don't have mana, but getting beaten by a goblin is pathetic too. Then the arm regenerates and the goblin is saying, "Oh man, what the hell is this?" Kang celebrates, saying it's been a while since he went through something like this. Another sword strike, blood gushing, but someone else screams. It's another goblin now going to bite Sung Ha. Where are the rest of the other guilds? Help. What? The protagonist had to save her again. Damn, but it's 3 versus 1,000 there too, huh? Another bipedal crocodile comes running, and wow, this one struck deep. Our protagonist suffered, and the worst part is that he's almost out of mana, so the situation is starting to get dangerous. He strengthened his head, the arm was cut. Now he strengthened his arm, and the chest was pierced. But it's not like he's the type to care about what happens to his body anyway. Since he's going to die, he's going to give it his all. Wow, did he create a mana explosion? What the heck is that? I don't know what he did, but only the bone remains. Attack on Titan? He's all giant Titan and asking if Sung Ha is okay. She went to ask if he's okay, but he just says yes. She doesn't have to worry. For now, they have to deal with the rest. He asks if her legs are okay and says it's time for them to go first. She should run and join the Dangan Guild and the rest of the team and evacuate while waiting for the signal. She obviously wants to know, right? But what about you? Are you staying here? The protagonist tells her to take a look. Does it look like he's going to die? The guy says this with a stab in his back. She's there, kind of not understanding. Wow. I don't know if it's out of respect or not, but she said she's going to follow orders and ran off. I guess so, right? In a war scenario, she's following the lore to the end. The protagonist starts gathering energy in his hand. He moves forward, saying he's going to buy a little more time. Another explosion of mana and the entire forest is wiped out. Smoke below, a bunch of goblins torn on the ground, and the protagonist is there. Can you pull that spear out of your chest, buddy? And he's there staring at the moon and the flames while the group approaches the core. Sion's friends warn that, oh, the fire reached the core. Damn. And she's looking at all that fire, knowing Kang is still around. Then Sung Ha announces she has a message from him. When the signal appears, everyone is to evacuate the first unit. She asks what signal he's talking about. And then, well, the signal, apparently, was the core being destroyed. The portal is going to open, and she's standing there, confused. When she looks at the flame, she sees the confident guy saying, "Go, go, I'll handle everything." She's there, kind of in disbelief, but says that apparently they can leave. She tells everyone to evacuate while Sung Ha is calling for the protagonist. Yo Sung, however, steps in front and asks where she thinks she's going. She's about to say something, but he tells her to relax, that Kang will be fine. Besides, she can't even stand in this condition, so it won't help. Yeah, she got scolded and realized it's true. I was going to ask, right? Why does Yu Sung trust so much? It's because he has a premonition, a sixth sense, or something. Outside the gate, everyone is standing there, anxious, wondering if Kang will really make it out. And then, a big, bloody foot appears. The spear that's been in his chest forever. Sung Ha smiles, but of course, her expression quickly changes. On the other hand, Yo Sung is happy, saying, "You bastard, you really passed outstanding." A playful tap on the forehead. Wow, but why? He fell on the spear and got a little stab. That one celebrates, saying, "This bastard Kang is the best." Wow, it seems the protagonist really is stronger than everyone else, right? Speaking of leaders, Mayumdo grabs Hoyeon by the neck and gives him a slap, saying, "Hey, are you out of your mind? Everyone almost died because of what you did." The liar is there, saying there was nothing else he could do, and he did what was necessary to survive. Oh, Myeongdo, however, doesn't accept that, saying that as the guild master, saying that is a shame. Man, Kang is getting up. The kid is really immortal. What's this? He's already fully regenerated. You'll have to hit him on the head to see if he dies. Oh, just because I said that, he passed out. Finally, man. We're waking up in the hospital, and look at the little one on the right, all healed up and happy. Kang gets up with his hand on his face, saying it hurts like hell. She cries and clings to him. Look at the protagonist, right? Just farming, the rascal. With that, the day ended when Korea completed a rank C dungeon for the first time. Wow, dungeons in this world are tough, right? There are still types like B, A, S, SS, dear God. The problem is that the price to clear this dungeon was numerous sacrifices. The Guardian Guild, which had already lost its leader at the start, was almost completely annihilated. Not to mention that other guilds also acted in ways that put everyone at risk. And the Fire Dragon Guild was at the center of this controversy. And with that, in a single mission, 2 of the top 10 disappeared. Everyone online is wondering, right? If they disappeared, who are the top 10 guilds now? Obviously, the heroism of our protagonist, who saved everyone from annihilation with 3 members, was enough to put Badass in the top 10. Let's be honest. At least in the top 3 here, right? The jerks on the internet are still cursing, saying that's a lie. It's impossible for a 3-member guild to be at the top. Everyone is trash-talking our gang. Sung Ha is there, wanting to leave some comments. Give that like on the video. But Yo Sung asks if she's not tired. She says she has to teach these people who don't understand online etiquette a lesson. And he tells her not to worry, but she's there, burning with anger. Yo-sung stopped. You know what? Where's Kang? He's taking too long. This place is kind of boring without him. It's probably because of some checkup, hospital stuff. But to be honest, I'm sure by the end of the first day, he was already 100% recovered. Sung-ha said his recovery is kind of abnormal. If you cut him in half, he'd probably grow 2 heads. Yo-sung laughs and says he agrees, but he's bored. He invites her to throw some daggers, which is the only thing to do. Meanwhile, Jaemun is there on the computer, suffering, with dark circles under his eyes. What are you doing? Oh, it seems there are people wanting to sponsor, a lot of people wanting to get involved with them. He has to keep organizing the dungeons, the missions they're going on. The poor guy has been working overtime for several days and feels like the rest of the bastards are just resting here. Then the protagonist finally appears and says, "Hey, I'm back, guys. Everyone, wow, finally Kang, you're back." He smiles, saying that apparently, yes, he's a total mess here. And he greets Jaemun. Jaemun is all happy to talk to the protagonist. Then he says, "Jaemun, listen, clean up this table and start working for real, man." The poor guy doesn't even know what to say, man. And for him, the other tables, damn it, were much dirtier. He's wanting to kill Kang now. The protagonist is even scared. Then he turns, saying, "Never mind, right? Clean when you have time. We'll talk later." Then the protagonist goes to Sung-ha and hands her the bow, saying he was hesitant to give it, but here it is. The bow of a great warrior, Vinandi, rank C. Remember that rank C in this work here, apparently, is insane. And this one even comes with an additional ability to infuse magical arrows. She gets all cute, asking if he's really going to give her the sword. He says yes, obviously. She's the only one who will make use of it. It works better the more mana you have. Oh, and it seems you can shoot mana arrows, you know? You don't even need actual arrows. She thanks him, bowing while Yu-sung is there. "Hey brother, the protagonist. Here you go, middle finger for you." They're there in joy and fun talking about drinking when someone approaches and sends a message to come in, asking if this is the Badass Guild office. They need to ask who it is, and look, it's him, Siwon, the useless coward. Yu-sung wants to know who this crazy guy is. The protagonist, the description attracting only weird people. Must be some recruiter from some obscure cult. Better not talk. Poor Siwon is in shock that no one even remembers him. How could everyone have forgotten him? Man, they weren't just together in that dungeon, they even ate together. Inside, he says, "Well, I'm Han Siwon, temporary master of the Guardian Guild." The protagonist, "Hey man, nice to meet you. I'm the master of the Badass Guild. Want a beer?" The guy is in shock that the floor is full of beer and the day has barely started. Why was Kang downing several cans in front of him? Meanwhile, Yu-sung and Sung-ha are having fun throwing daggers. The guy can't understand how these bastards are good for nothing. The brother asks, "What are you doing here?" "We're very busy, man." He stops in anger and leans in, saying that first, he wants to express gratitude. It's thanks to Kang and his team that he was saved. The protagonist is a bit confused. Yu-sung doesn't even remember that this guy was in shock. Look at how he remembers the guy saying, "I'm already at my limit. Please, carry me like the trash I am and save me." To which he responds, "Now I remember who you are. The useless trash I had to put in his place to stop him from being a nuisance." The guy replies, "Yeah, that was me." The protagonist says, "Oh man, it's been a while. Huh. So, what are you doing here?" Just as he's about to say something, the doorbell rings. The protagonist says, "Jaemun, go answer that. There are too many people being a pain." Jaemun goes over thinking, damn, Kang was closer. He should have opened it. But when he goes to touch the door, he calls for the guild master. He says it would be better for him to take a look at who's there. Oh boy, it's Dongwoo all shot up. Funny how he said, "Look who's here. Someone about to die." Bandages sent to the treasure. The protagonist stares, and the guy thanks them for taking care of him. "Oh, actually, this isn't Dongwoo. This is Dongwon. Damn similar names." He asks, "Kang, do you remember me?" To which Kang replies, "Of course, man. You bought meat and beer for me. Of course, I remember." Siwon is there in shock. He remembers someone because of meat and doesn't remember him because of life or death. Then the protagonist wants to know, "What's up? What are you doing here? And why did they put baby oil on the guy's body? He's all shiny." Instead of answering, the guy stands up and says, "I have a favor to ask. Guildmaster, please save my brother." Kang is like, "Wait, what?" A while later he asks, "What do you mean?" "Your brother was kidnapped?" He explains. "My brother's name is Sung-chan. Together, we were the masters of the Haesung Guild, a guild that my own brother founded." The protagonist, "Oh, enough. Don't tell that story. Just get to the point of what happened." Poor guy. Sanwa said it must be something with the Jungjin Guild, right? Probably. Oh, the one that caused the trouble, knocked on the door, and all that. And they even ask him to explain how he ended up like this. He says, "Well, there was a guild war with Jungjin. I told you, right, that these guys are taking some weird drug that enhances awakened powers. With this extra power, they attacked us, and there was nothing we could do. Most members are injured, and dozens of people died. In this story, the side characters die very easily, right? Like, in that guild, everyone got wiped out. In the end, they killed everyone and kidnapped his brother, who was the guild leader. Kang, wait, but where's the policeman?" Obviously, they say, well, the guild is an extraterritorial territory, right? Like it's not part of the city. And obviously, the police pretend they don't know anything when things happen inside. Kang, however, doesn't understand. Wait, but why are these guys going so far? Are you sworn enemies? Did they hit his mother? What happened? Dong-won explains, I don't know. Our relationship was never very good, but it wasn't terrible either. The only thing I'm sure of is that after they started taking this drug, their personalities completely changed. Strip a man of power and see who he really is, right, guys? Kang starts thinking that this drug is also becoming very suspicious. Besides, Si-won made that promise that he would help after the dungeon, right? So, let's take a look. We're arriving at the parking lot with Yu-sung saying that Poppy is going for revenge. Kang asks, who's Poppy? It's the name of the little van that got beaten up, and he has to avenge it. The two are there, laughing when the protagonist looks back and sees Si-won pretending to be clueless. He had even forgotten that this guy was inside before. Out of nowhere, the guy starts. So the objective of the Guardian Guild is to protect humanity. So I have to help you solve this problem. Kang is a bit confused about what this guy is saying, and Chan mentions that he's talking about this drug, you know. It's really dangerous to leave this drug around that makes people stronger and more violent. We need to solve this together. Oh, and he's starting to connect the dots, right? Maybe there's some connection with the master. Kang stops to think, and it really makes sense. Even Si-won seems a bit impressed that he thought of this, now kind of trying to convince Kang, but it really does make sense. The guy doesn't believe his own theory, and now Kang accepts that, you know. Guess what? It makes sense. The scene shifts to Chaeyeon's building, with a woman announcing Dong-won got in touch with a badass guild. Chaeyeon asks her to explain, and the woman, but the guy says it seems to have some connection with Kang. That short-haired woman is angry because our protagonist beat up her guild members. Wow, she's a bit crazy. She smashed a glass in her hand, hurt herself for no reason, saying it's the perfect chance. Is she going to take down this trash? Oh, she's going to get beaten up, poor thing. We're already on the street, and Si-won is wondering, why am I driving to the guild out of nowhere? Besides, what kind of weird car is this? Kang, however, asks, what's this about? Explain these drugs better. Is it called Monster Power? Dongwoo explains, yeah, it seems so. Apparently, it's in the form of a pill or something like that. Now, tell me, why are we heading straight there with only 5 people? Kang tells him, don't worry, I have my connections. His friend thanks him, right? But surely these connections aren't very reliable. Someone's getting a call from the badass guild. Our honest government worker, Taegil, asks, what's up, Kang? The protagonist then asks, hey, Mr. Taegil, do you know what this monster power is? The guy, a bit confused, asks, is it that energy drink? And the protagonist realizes, apparently, nobody knows. He explains it's a drug that makes the awakened stronger. It seems to have some connection with the Jungjin Guild, and the place has become a villain's nest. Oh, Taegil responds, well, I've heard some rumors, but Kang cuts him off immediately. That's it then, man. Send support because we're going on the attack now. The poor guy tries to argue, but obviously, the protagonist doesn't care about anything. He hangs up in goodbye. He calls Dongwoo, our dear tan friend, and it seems they talked about something too. Oh, he wanted help, but the guy said that because of the guild alliance, they can't intervene directly. Probably, Kang doesn't care about that. Yu-sung questions, isn't there anyone else? You said you had a lot of connections. To be honest, these guys are being two-faced, right? The protagonist saved everyone, and nobody comes to lend a hand to the guy. But it's Kang, right? And it's not like he won't find a solution. He says he can solve this. The clever guy remembers when he used a mask and already checks out the guilds belonging to Jungjin. Look at the schemer's plan, right? He's going to invade the guy's dungeon, make them go in there, and beat them up inside. And we're already face to face. It's an E-rank dungeon called Village of the Dead. In the past, these undead dungeons weren't very popular because the products they gave weren't very good. But it seems something changed, and now they're giving a lot of precious metal. And that's why Jungjin fights hard for this dungeon and doesn't let anyone in. However, we're already inside a cabin, with the guy scolding everyone, asking if this is all they can manage. Bunch of idiots, you spend all day hunting and bring me just this? It doesn't even cover what you eat. That basic scolding at work, right, folks? But instead of flipping burgers, now you have to fight monsters. But obviously, those who are humiliated aren't very happy. They're over there, all angry, saying, hey dude, what a mess. That guy only got strong and became an administrator because he's using those drugs. But then they notice some strange faces in the smoke. Back at the tent, the guy is lighting a cigarette, saying he has no use for that junk anyway. Even this damn lighter isn't working anymore. Hey guys, does anyone have a lighter? And where is everyone from the base? The guards are gone too. Then he hears a rustling in the bushes and quickly grabs his knife, looking around, confused. But right up there, whoa, there's an owl watching him. He gets startled. It seems like there's a lot of noise happening, not sure what's going on there on the screen. Apparently, it's the sound of some birds, but the guy is going crazy, slashing everywhere, laughing, shouting, demanding those bastards from this E-rank dungeon to show up. A while later, though, oh man, the guy's eyes are starting to look weird. He's really losing it. All he can see are some skeletons in the distance, and he wonders if he's going insane. Suddenly, the protagonist is in a jump scare. The leader is wondering, what is this? The villagers of the dead are all terrified. People comment that it seems like they've been through something terrible and no one is even responding. Chaeyoung is confused, saying, "Whoa, but it's an E-rank dungeon. What kind of great danger could happen in a dungeon like this to leave these guys like that?" Someone hands over a paper saying it needs to be delivered to the guild master. Chaeyoung is more impressed by how terrible the handwriting is. The message, on the other hand, is clear. If you want this back, hand over Jo Sung-chan and all the monster power, the drugs. If not, I'll take your dungeons one by one. Damn, there's dungeon drug trafficking happening here in real time. The girl is confused, wanting to know what kind of criminal mess they're dealing with. Look, the little criminals there, all in the cabin, chilling, having a beer, playing games. The protagonist is complaining about the beer's temperature, saying he should learn an ice spell. Meanwhile, the two there are like, whoa, this trio's priorities are a bit confusing. Why wasn't he feeling any tension at this moment? Something's wrong there. He then says, "Hey guys, is it really okay for us to be here like this, so relaxed? The longer we stay, the more dangerous it gets, right?" Kang says, "Come on, relax. I already sent a polite letter. Soon enough, they'll comply. Besides, I already told you, didn't I resolve something similar once before?" But then, some guys arrive at the entrance, and the protagonist realizes it won't be that polite. The first one comes in, dragging someone by the neck and throws him in front of everyone. The guy calls him brother, so obviously, it's Dongwoo's brother. The protagonist, however, says, "Hey man, didn't you forget something? Where are the drugs? We're really in dungeon trafficking." The guy with the scratched nose says it's in his pocket and tells him to check. The protagonist goes over, sees 3 pills, and says no way. He ordered them to hand over everything. Apparently, they're asking for trouble. A guy in the back, however, asks if he's lost his mind. He must have no idea how expensive just 3 of those are. He tells him to respect the vice leader until he sees the vice leader is almost crapping himself. That's the guy who got beaten up that day on the street. The protagonist is like, "Whoa, hold on. Don't we know each other?" The guy remembers the day he went straight at the protagonist and got beaten up while repeating to himself, "Don't be afraid, it's okay. I'm the vice leader of the Jongjin Guild. There's no reason to be scared. Everyone's here, I just need to call the team." Then he shouts, calling everyone and ordering them to destroy a bunch of people tearing through the cabin, coming from all sides. However, Kang smiled, saying their entrance was cool. The next day, Chaeyoung, the girl with short hair, receives the news that all the members were returned in an incapacitated state. The people they sent to deal with that group in the dungeon were seriously shot down. Most are in a state where it's uncertain if they'll survive. Oh man, Chaeyoung, however, demands to know why they're acting this way. She's losing it, wanting to know why Sanjin hasn't returned. What's happening? I don't know. I'm as confused as she is, apparently, right? Because she's losing her mind. And the secretary there is getting a bit scared while Chaeyoung orders her to respond. She was about to say she doesn't know exactly because she got axed. Or no, okay, she's at least just destroying the entire room, screaming like crazy. Chaeyoung thinks this was expected. After taking this drug, everyone starts acting weird. The truth is, everyone goes crazy, that's for sure. Then, Chaeyoung calls for her, orders to bring the drug and clean out the guild's vault and take everything there is. Was it to use the money to buy even more drugs? And she doesn't know that from now on, a real war is going to start. The protagonist hasn't even seen her yet, and the poor thing is almost dying of a heart attack, while wondering what the hell Kang Yoon's goal is. She can't understand. His actions make no sense at all. First, she tries to think, well, hold on. He wanted us to release Jo Sung-chan, but why does he want all the drugs? And why is he messing with our guild? Clearly, he must have some purpose that I'm not understanding. She keeps racking her brain, but can't seem to find a single solution or reason. Does it make sense for her to start a war? Or is the war itself what he's after? Oh, poor thing. She's going to have a mental breakdown without even understanding what the protagonist is planning. At least she knows that at the pace things are going, they're going to be devoured. The scene shifts to the hospital. Someone says, "Your blood pressure is normal." Wow. But the guy is all bandaged up on the stretcher, and he says he now knows what Kang's goal is. Ah, that's the guy who entered the tent there, who had beaten and been beaten by him before. Kang beat him up, saying, "Wow, it's really you. I recognize you by the punch in the face. Hitting you right in the middle of your face is really satisfying." The poor guy is all twisted, crying, saying he understands that bastard Kang just wants an excuse to fight. The next chapter says Chaeyoung got extremely furious with the badass and gathered all the members to declare war. Wow. And it says this war is going to mark Korea's history. But, the war never happened? Yeah, apparently not. The protagonist is there bored on the couch, looking at the so-called Easter egg, the item that activates with destruction. Kang is sure, this here, I know, is related to that administrator. But will this be useful for anything? He puts it away, and Yu Sung asks, "What's up?" He says, "It's been 2 weeks since we beat up the Jongjin guys, but what's this? No one came to attack us. Man, what disrespect. These guys are on the brink of ruin and do nothing." Yu Sung is a bit confused, right? And then we see Kang talking to Taegil. He arrived all bright. "Hey man, what do you want to talk about?" Taegil, who should already know part of the story, right, gave him a look and asked if he got evidence. Kang says, of course, he did. Here it is, the pills and the drugs they were using, the so-called monster power. Wow, Taegil went to grab it, but the protagonist pulled it back and said, in exchange, the government will have to lend a hand. The scene shifts to news reports warning about the capsules that increase the power of the awakened, but at the same time, it drastically increased the chance of the person becoming violent. Mexico exports this too. Besides, it seems an investigation was about to start. Yu Sung, confused, asked, but didn't the government guys say they were busy with terrorism stuff? Are they going to involve us? The protagonist says that, well, now that they have evidence and everything, they'd be fools not to resolve this quickly. A really good informant managed to take down most of the enemies and even handed over the evidence, so it became easy, right? Yu Sung agrees. Dude, this feels a bit anticlimactic, doesn't it? Shouldn't we, I don't know, start a little war? Wouldn't that be better? The protagonist, apparently lying, says, no way, I don't want a war. We got more important things to do. Suddenly, Yu Sung seems to notice something strange and tells Kang they need to get out of there. Suddenly, there's an explosion and a massive fireball appears behind him, hitting the base directly. It's like a 9/11 situation on the building. Get out of there. Debris is falling, taking out all the support, and amidst it all, the protagonist appears, furious. He's looking around, trying to figure out what the hell just happened. Suddenly, Yu Sung comes out of the door while the protagonist wonders why he's unharmed. He says, I warned you, man. You were supposed to get out. The protagonist looks down, everyone confused, trying to figure out what happened. Even a friend says, can you cover yourself up, buddy? At least it was a relief for them that no one got hurt. I remembered that Jamin thing was around. I knew it, man. The poor guy is stuck under the rocks, furious. Damn, man, he was taken away by ambulance. Almost dying, poor guy. He's wanting to kill the protagonist and Sung, who forgot about him. Sometime later, Taegil comes in and is in shock. The whole place was wide open, destroyed. And the weirdest thing is the protagonist and the clothes that were left there. Yun Sung doesn't care. He's all happy that apparently the war is going to break out, and Taegil just wants to know what happened here. Kang says, I don't know. We were here minding our own business when suddenly a meteor hit. Taegil asks, you have no idea who it could have been? Someone you might have wronged? Someone who hates you? The protagonist stops to think, sure that nonsense is coming. Taegil is thoughtful, thinking an incredible name is going to come up, while the protagonist is there trying to imagine who he offended so much to throw a fireball at his base. Or actually, he's trying to remember everyone who might want to kill him, counting on his fingers. But then Yu Sung says, take a look over there. There's a helicopter dropping a bunch of leaflets. Everyone is also confused. Kang picks one up and seems to read something that doesn't make him happy. Hey, translator, is this written in Korean? Do you think I'm Korean? Didn't do us any favors. And we're in the forest with her, the dear one who didn't even see the protagonist's face and already got beaten by him, Cheon. Exhausted, finding, must be that same blonde guy as always, right? It's always that bastard. Man, he's behind everything. Get out of here. It's Choi Min-jun who wants to know what Cheon wants with him at such a critical moment like this. However, the next chapter goes back to the protagonist's building, and now everyone is in new clothes. Taegil wants to know where they're going, and Kang finds it strange that he's asking so many questions. He says, obviously, he's going to this marked spot. He received an invitation and will comply. Taegil is thinking that exactly what he didn't want to happen is going to happen. Damn. But he says if the protagonist needs help, just call. The biggest lie, right? Because the last time he needed help, no one responded. That's exactly what the protagonist says. Huh, the last time I called you, you said you were busy. Taegil then says, wait, didn't you hear? It seems the people developing these drugs are also related to the dungeon terrorists. You know that terrorist you mentioned? We tracked his identity and discovered certain things that couldn't be ignored. Besides, it seems their group has more than 50 members, close to 100. And it's strange that with such a large number, they hide so well. The protagonist is there scratching his nose, not caring about any of this, trying to remember who it is. Then he says, oh, it's the Harpy Kid, right? We beat him up and peed on his face. Taegil says, yeah, that's Mr. Jung Young-sik. He's helping us get closer to the real leaders, and we can't ignore the drugs involved in this. The protagonist stops to think, wait, the leader? What was the leader's name again? Then he says, oh, it's Choi Min-jun. Wow, already knows? And we're back with him in the conversation with Chae-yeon, who's there sweating and trembling, wondering, how did things end up like this? Why did I do that? Oh, you're the one who threw the bomb, and now you're wondering. But she knows, right? There's no going back now. Everything she had built, she ruined with her own hands. Yeah, you're mentally ill. Congratulations. This isn't why I started this guild. We wanted to subdue the monsters. I just wanted to grow together with everyone because that was the way to help humanity. That's exactly why I wanted more power. I felt sorry for her. Guys, she was manipulated by the drug, and now Choi Min-jun is pulling out a weapon. Oh no, madness. She's going to pull out a weapon to go against him. Wow, she's going to die unknown. Life was cruel to you. Oh, she called her guild to attack Choi Min-jun, who finds himself surrounded and says she's doing something she'll regret. He smiles, saying these bastards, these insects, don't even know their place. Then some red energy comes out of his back, grabs everyone's neck. Another one hits her in the stomach. Poor thing spits blood, is blown into a tree. The guys look to the side, scared, while Choi Min-jun is choking everyone. Oh, it's all Tokyo Ghoul, with those tails coming out of his back. Apparently, he's already choked everyone, and it's raining bodies. He approaches the last poor soul, goes into his pocket, pulls out a bunch of drugs, and throws them at her, saying she won't serve the plan anymore, but will become something glorious. The perfect target for the final experiment he wants to test. At least she would die in a noble way. But the protagonist and the gang, are they heading there? Actually, they arrived at the Jungjin Guild and saw everything destroyed. C1 comments, I think they fled and destroyed all the information that would be left behind. I heard there was an absurd commotion here. Kang humiliated the poor guy, as always, wanting to know what he's doing there. No one called him. He's there with his hand on his hip, saying he's an honorary master of the Guardian Guild and needs to protect humanity. The protagonist, however, just moves forward and sees that the entire place is wrecked. There's no trace of anything until Sung-ha points to the side and tells them to take a look. The guild master's room was right there. Kang would already give it a look, opens the door, and finds her spitting. Maybe it's her? Wow, it's her transforming. Huh. But how did she end up there? Wasn't she in the middle of the forest? Oh, damn. Next chapter comes with a flashback again. We already know she's going to die to the protagonist. I doubt she'll be saved. Just because I said it now, she's going to be saved, right? I'm sure I jinxed it. She tells that she and her friend decided to become awakeners. Cheon, who was very talented, managed to advance to the 4th stage. And at first, she didn't even intend to become that strong or anything like that. That's because, in normal life, she was just a simple office worker. However, her friend Jihei was quite different since she was a firefighter. She was even happy to awaken because now she would be able to save more people. Until she died to the monsters, right? Didn't last long. The world is really cruel. Cheon didn't even have the courage to attend the funeral and stayed outside because she was completely frustrated with herself. She was disappointed with her friend who couldn't even save herself. Damn. And she kept thinking that the reason Jihei died was because she was weak. Oh, okay. And that's why, at that moment, she made the decision that she, who had gained good powers, would carry her friend's will and become stronger, no matter what happened. The protagonist, however, is giving her a smack in the head, telling her to shut up. No one cares about her story. The poor thing falls to the ground there, confused, wondering what she did, while Kang says nothing justifies it. But she's spitting blood, apologizing, saying that unfortunately, it's too late now. Besides, she never had any idea that this drug had this side effect. The protagonist gives her a look and asks, wait, who are you and how do you know me? Wow, now she realized that Kang doesn't even know who she is. He looks there. Oh, you Sung. Do you know this one? He says, I don't know. Is she a member of the Jungjin Guild? Siwon is the only one who knows she's the guild master. And then Cheon starts laughing and says she now understands. And to think she lost to people like this. The truth is, she only lost because they were people like this. She then says, Kang Hyun, there's a story I want to tell you about someone named Choi Min-jun, who's the one behind all this. Oh, apparently the story was long, because it got dark, and she's there talking. Right? That's all I know. Oh, no, it's true. There's one more detail. He's really strong. He's probably as strong as Sion or against Dongwoo. The truth is, I don't even know if those two could beat him. Without a doubt, he's a tutorial graduate. The protagonist is thoughtful. Apparently, there are more graduates like him, right, who finished but preferred to say they only went up to stage 3 to avoid drawing too much attention. In the middle of the family meeting, Cheon feels something in her eye. Her heart is full of veins beating hard. In theory, this would be a sign of health, but in her case, she's almost dying. And then she pulls the classic and asks Kang to kill her, please, before she transforms. And after that, kill Choi Min-jun. Don't ask twice because the protagonist is already drawing his sword. He doesn't even have pity. He says, let's see if it works. Slash. Wow, just a lick on the neck. Damn. The protagonist doesn't forgive, still says, in the next life, see if you come back stronger and kinder, you druggie. She's there thinking, this bastard really isn't right in the head until the end. Rain of items on the ground, and the body hits hard. Shortly after, alone, the protagonist yawning. In the end, all this they had to resolve was much less than he expected. Now, this Choi Min-jun is going to become the new problem of the moment. The guy is saying, hey, you Sung, want to crack open a beer? To which he responds, did you forget our entire base is destroyed? The protagonist says, that's true, but at least it wasn't for nothing. Since she was a guild master, she had some really good items. Damn, a B-rank Kamel ring with the Mad Dog skill, rank B, which gives +8 resistance, and when the Mad Dog bites, it never lets go until it dies. Kang found this skill kind of pathetic. Who wants to be a mad dog? The friends, obviously, say it suits him perfectly. While they're having fun, Siwon is in the background as always, thinking these three are crazy. There's no other adjective that fits this trio. but at the same time, they were really strong, and that's another certainty. Now he realized that what the Guardian Guild needed wasn't conviction or justice. All they needed was power, enough to be frightening and inevitable. But at the same time, he just recently saw two people who were already strong die because of their thirst for even more power. No matter how he tries to change his mind, the truth is he's already found the right person. Someone who will lead the Guardian Guild. I doubt he'll want that, but you know, it's there. Mr. Kang, we from the Guardian Guild. We all want to join the Badass Guild. The friends look to the side while the protagonist is looking back, a bit confused. Obviously, Kang is leaving without much care, while the guy keeps insisting, saying, "No, the Guardian Guild is awesome. We're ranked 2 inches national security. There's only a 3% difference between us and the guild." The protagonist doesn't care at all. The guy keeps pestering, saying he only has skilled members and that Kang would be perfect. Our protagonist turns around and tells him to shut up, saying, "I already said I'm not interested." The guy insists, saying, "No, but the guild is badass." At this point, the protagonist is losing his temper, saying that this guy is really annoying. "Hey, you don't get it. I'm not interested." Siwon doesn't stop, saying, "No, but our guild." Now the protagonist has clenched his fist and asks if he really wants to fight. The guy realizes he's about to get beaten up if he speaks again. He leaves, all sad. Our guild was the guardians of humanity. We lost. It's over for us. My friends are thinking, wow, what a weird guy. They don't feel sorry at all. Sung-ha says, "I think it's better if we don't let anyone else into our office, right?" But Sung says, "What office? Girl? Did you forget it exploded?" The protagonist says, "Whatever. Taekyung will handle it. Soon we'll have another office. Let's relax for today." Suddenly, there's a bunch of people chasing Siwon. Kang is a bit confused, like, damn, another problem, and switches to the TV. Urgent news, citizens are losing their minds and attacking the whole city. In just 2 hours, hundreds of incidents have been reported across the nation. The government is considering the possibility of it being a skill user or the influence of some kind of monster. And apparently, they're not aiming at anyone in particular, right? They're hitting everything on the wall. They're kind of trying to scare, right? So they don't kill the guys with a bullet to the head, but the creatures are charging. The army is saying, "These people are civilians. Are we really going to shoot them like this?" "Yeah, man, but they're already jumping to get you." Wow. If you're hesitating, don't worry. Kang will cut off 2 heads. The protagonist turns around. "Hey, who's in charge of this mess?" and already grabs someone by the neck. Focus. These bastards may have human bodies, but their defense is pathetic. Why aren't you shooting them already? "Yeah, but sir, they're civilians." The protagonist responds, "So what? Don't you understand the situation? There are hundreds of these things walking around, destroying everyone. If you don't kill them, they'll kill someone." Wow, the protagonist is fed up too. He has to give everyone a moral lesson all the time. Man, there's only useless people in this city. While the army guy is there all clueless, he runs off. And after a whole day of massacre, they finally manage to resolve it. I don't know how this city still has people alive, man. Every day there's a massacre. 2 days later, at the Special Abilities team's base, the protagonist is, as always, resting on the couch, browsing the internet, and everyone's asking, "Wow, can we go out now? How long are we going to stay home? Is everyone in quarantine? I've seen this before." Man, someone sends a video. "Hey, did you see this video of Kang Hyun?" "Yeah, everyone is against him," saying, "Are you crazy? He's very cruel." I know they were monsters, but watching this is kind of scary. This guy is obsessive, a weirdo. The protagonist tries to manipulate and responds, "Anonymous person here. I'm a friend of Kang Hyun, and in real life, he's a really handsome guy." He doesn't care that they're calling him a psychopath. Ju Sung calls, he gets startled, but suddenly, Sung Ha says that he really has a nice house. Apparently, this was going to be their base from now on. He says no, he just borrowed it for now. Taegil says he'll soon find an office for them, so they'll wait a bit. He decides to thank the guy for it, calls him, and Taegil answers, wanting to know, "What is it? I'm busy." Kang, wow. What's with that reaction, man? It's not like I called you just because I'm bored and wanted to waste your time. Taegil says, "I'm sure that's it, Kang. But what is it? Speak up." The protagonist responds, "Oh, no. I just wanted to thank you for the little house you sent us. Man, thanks." Taegil tells him to get to the point, as he has a lot to deal with. This incident seems to be linked to the monster's powers from the drug, and now things are a mess. Kang says, "Alright, then, I'll keep the conversation short. Can you get us some poison?" Taegil is like, "What do you mean?" The protagonist, "No, I want something that can corrode extremely and has no cure." Taegil says that obviously, the explanation is too short now. Then he tells him to relax. "I'm not planning to hurt anyone. Besides that, do you know any kind of magic book with poison resistance?" Taegil is confused that he knows this exists. And what? Getting poison has to do with this too. The protagonist says yes and tells him to answer quickly if he has it or not. Taegil says, "Alright, he'll try to look into something about it, but it's good to be prepared, right? Because it's going to require a lot of money." The protagonist says he has a lot of money until the guy says it will cost a few tens of billions, and he hangs up. Then he turns around hearing the guys. "Yeah, We need a lot of money. Come on, use your brains and think of an idea for us to make money. Right away, Sung-ha raises her hand and asks, why don't we make guild merchandise, like stuff to sell, related to being badass? I don't know if they accepted, but thunder strikes. Someone types on the internet, how to beat up your boss. It's poor Jaemun there. The poor guy is disheartened with this guild, remembering the protagonist, saying, Jaemun, you heard, right? You were supposed to plan a bunch of products for the guild to sell, involving these two. You guys together will make beautiful things, make a lot of money. One day should be enough, right? So tomorrow, I want to see the results. While he's telling himself that this boss is a monster, the protagonist is there wanting to know, right, who's coming. Apparently, someone rang the doorbell and Sung-ha thinks it's someone from the government. At the door, though, my god, it's that damn Siwon again. He found them. The protagonist, damn, how did this guy find this place? Don't open that door. He's looking for work. I'm not an employer. Outside, Siwon hears Yu Sung saying, why don't you accept him? Like, our guild will grow a lot. The protagonist responds, these guys are all too straight-laced, man. How are they going to work with us? Yu Sung agrees. It really wouldn't work out. We're not normal. The guy keeps ringing the doorbell, while the protagonist is losing his temper, saying, go, go. Yu Sung, take him down. He's already like, finally, I can show my talent. That's what I like. Do you want me to hit him first in the head or in the middle of the leg? The protagonist is there scratching his nose when Sung-ha says, oh lord, this time. Strangely, there are 3 of them out there. Of course, the protagonist ends up letting them in. He pours a beer into a glass and says, well, we don't have anything for you to drink, so have this tea here. The guys are looking. Wait, this is clearly beer. In the middle is someone named Hadson, I think, and on the right is the master of another guild called Sung-chan. The protagonist is there. Oh, but damn. How do you know about this place of mine, man? This is a secret prepared by the government. Sifuan says he heard from Taegil and then told another, who told another. The protagonist, okay, fine, since you're here, just say what you want. Siwan is about to say something. The protagonist, I've already rejected you. Then the other one is there, it's the first time I'm meeting you, Kang. My name is Sung Chan from Hasen. I came here because I wanted to say hi personally, properly, Mr. Kang. Last time, I couldn't say anything because it was a mess, but thank you for saving my brother. Oh, right. One saved the other, right? And they were both there for that. From what my brother said, you took down Jungjin's guild, right? So I'm here to thank you. The protagonist is like, okay, but what are you doing here? I don't care. Obviously, right? Came with the same offer. So, Kang, I know it's kind of sudden, but would you like to take care of the guys from Hazen, the badass guild? I guarantee our team is strong. Not to mention we have some people who can manage guilds well. The protagonist asks, but it can't be that hard to find a job. Why is everyone wanting to be hired? Until the guy pulls out a box of premium steaks. Immediately, the protagonist, all right, deal. Welcome to the badass guild. Siwon is there. He accepted because of the steak box. Then Siwon stands up. All right, then, today everyone is going out to eat steak. I'll buy the best in town here. You can choose everything and just as a reward, let us join the guild. The protagonist gives a look, and all right then, deal. He pulls out the papers for all the members there and hands them to Jaemun, who's not doing much. The poor guy is there. How did he break his neck? Oh, right. Wow, there was an explosion. He was crushed. The guy is really working, and that's there. Kang, I have a suggestion. Can't we hire some of them, right, to work in the office? Protagonist, I don't know if I like that idea, you see? You see there? If you want to hire someone, you do it. From now on, Jaemun is promoted to leader of the finance team. Congratulations. Everyone claps. The poor guy is there realizing he's going to have even more work because he gave that idea. That's it, protagonist. Sit down. Go. Since you're going to bother me, tell me, what's your level? C1 46, the one next to him, 42, and Sung Chan, 36. Protagonist scoffs. Wow, these guys' levels are really low. And what's yours? You Sung, 53. Why? Protagonist, I'm 58. And you, Sung Ha, I'm embarrassed to say, I'm still at 46. He said, it's okay. She's evolved a lot since joining the guild. Then he says, man, if my members are this weak, imagine yours. They must be all terrible. The guys are there thinking that, actually, they're at a pretty high level. It's just that their trio doesn't make any sense. The protagonist, then, I have an idea. Tomorrow, you bring all the members of the guild. The guy, well, the mess, right, has calmed down. So I think we can do that. Why? To sign papers? The protagonist says, relax. Jaemun takes care of all the paperwork. You should already know what happens when a bunch of skill users get together. We're going to the dungeon. Sung-chan, oh, what, how come? Tomorrow already? Wouldn't it be better to coordinate? The protagonist says, no. What's the point? Why coordinate things? If they all almost die several times, only those who are useful will remain. Eventually, everyone will be strong or, everyone will be dead. At that moment, the guys realize that maybe it wasn't a good idea to want to join the badass, but too late to change. The next day, in front of the portal, the protagonist welcomes the badass. The rules are simple. guys, don't fight unless necessary. Second, if they do good or bad to you, you have to repay in kind. And third, you have to become stronger than anyone else. Got it? Those are the rules. Now, let's start today's orientation. If the protagonist manages to form an entire gang, it would be cool, right? Like, walking around the city with everyone, beating up all the rest and no one understanding anything. Then we see a little before, write him. So, how many do you have in total? Siwon says they have 10 people, but yeah, can't guarantee because some won't agree. At least the 10 still in the guild are the elite of the elite you can trust. The protagonist asks the other 2 there, and they say they're alone, right, since their guild was disbanded. But they can contact their old comrades. Kang scratches his chin. 10 people. Will they die too quickly? Siwon asks what he meant by that. No, nothing. Just said that everyone is welcome. But let me ask, do you have any healer there in case someone you know gets a little hurt? Siwon realizes that, right, his plan has something wrong, but says yes, they have a healer. Then he smiles and says, perfect, tomorrow he comes. We're already in front of the gate, everyone confused. But they said this was an orientation. Why are we here? What kind of orientation happens in a dungeon? Kang says, hey, guys, attention. From this moment on, everyone will fight inside the dungeon. You must be a little anxious, right, to be entering something like this without any planning. But don't worry, there will be 2 people there providing protection in case things get too crazy. Now, let's go. Dungeon rank D, Golem's Tomb. Wow, rank D? Huh. It's not even rank E, so it's not that easy. We're already inside. The guy explodes on the wall. The friends look to the side, while the other faints. Kang shouts, get up and fight, man. How do you want to protect any civilian or protect someone acting like this? Too weak. Siwon is on the side. Kang, I think he's reached his limit, right? Shouldn't we let him rest? The protagonist turns, shut up if you want them to really get stronger. Stay quiet and just watch. Siwon realizes it's going to fall on him, while the protagonist calls, wear out that healer quickly. But the friend tries to explain. Even the poor little healer is already at her limit with a bleeding nose, warning that she's running out of mana and will soon faint. Wow, the poor thing vomited from so much healing. Siwon tries to explain. The girl is level 21. There's not much she can do. The protagonist tells him to shut up and asks, have you ever run out of mana? He's a bit confused and Kang repeats, I asked if you've ever run out of mana. Siwon says, of course, but that wasn't supposed to happen. It's her body telling her she's in danger. Kang turns, that's exactly it. When you run out of mana, your vision starts to blur. Everything starts to darken, get blurry, and the muscles in your body start to, out of nowhere, tremble. The heart starts beating in a weird way, all uncoordinated. You run out of breath, the whole body stiffens. In other words, it's the perfect state for you to be in. One of the few moments you can improve your stats, even without leveling up. Some chan is there, but I've never heard of anything like that. It's understandable that someone might gain maybe a little more strength or stamina, but mana? The protagonist explains, that's why no healer levels up much. It's not because they don't participate in direct combat, but because they need to be forced to increase their stats, even when they don't want to. That's because the fastest way to become stronger is to reach the brink of death numerous times. Easy to say that when you have multiple lives, right? The people are responding to this, man, but we only have one life. It's over. Another golem stomps on the ground and comes to give a hammer blow to the poor guy holding the shield. Kang, however, steps in front and punches the arm, completely destroying it, and says, I warned you, man. Don't worry, no one will die here today, even though almost everyone will die. Then Yusum is arriving, saying he brought another gang for them to have fun with. The poor guys there are all trembling, saying they're already at their limit, but get ready for combat. The protagonist is all happy, saying today is their resurrection day. On the internet, they're saying, hey, did you see that image badass posted online? Looks like they recruited a bunch of people this time. Apparently, they recruited the guys from the Guardian Guild. At this rate, they'll really become one of the top 10. But the only strange thing is if those got involved in a mess, it seemed, right, that everyone was kind of beaten up. The guy agrees, saying, yeah, the strangest thing was everyone's facial expression. In the photo, there's the whole gang, which the protagonist already left the guys with bloodshot eyes and pure hatred. Scene changes to meat being fried and someone saying, Siwon, I don't agree with this. This Kang Hyan, man, he's a lunatic. He has no sense of justice or anything in this kid. Master, seriously, man, we didn't leave our guild to suffer like this. Siwon said, pay attention to what you say. I'm not the guild leader anymore. Now I'm just the leader of this team, nothing more. The healer, however, is there crying, saying, I can't take it anymore. At this rate, something terrible will happen. Someone will end up dying. Let's go back, guild master. The other friend says, it's better for us to get out of this mess with badass and rebuild our guild. For sure, starting over will be much better than staying here. Siwon puts his chopsticks on the table and says, I know. His nature, his personality, it's all the worst possible and extremely unpredictable. The guy smiles and adds, however, he's strong, much stronger than any other awakened I've seen. Of course, you can't expect noble ideas from a crazy guy like him. But right now, integrity and a sense of justice have no place in this world. If we, who were members of the Guard, don't get stronger, there won't be a place for us in this world. And here, at least, I'm sure we'll get stronger. In that rank C dungeon, I realized that to protect humanity, what you need first is not a strong heart, but strength in your fists. Justice without power carries no weight. That's why I'm telling you I won't force anyone. He stands up and asks them to please believe in him this one last time and follow him. After this heartfelt speech, everyone feels a bit shaken, right? And that's okay. 1 week, that's the time they'll give. And here we are already. 1 week later, rank E dungeon, Goblin Swamp. 2 of them are complaining, but one says, well, at least this is the safest rank E dungeon, right? It's just a bit annoying that there are so many creatures here, but at least they're not that strong. It's just strange that we split into so many groups. Oh, they're forming several groups, right? And there's just stumbled upon a bunch of dead goblins. So, there are a lot of people following this route, but the guy says, how strange. Is someone advancing without marking their path? Wow. And there are mana stones everywhere here. This is crazy. Let's grab them. These are worth a lot. We got lucky, man. But there's a fight happening nearby. They say, hold on. The sounds are pretty close, right? Could there be people fighting nearby? Or maybe they'll want to come and grab the stones later. Let's take these and get out of here. But as they're leaving, suddenly 4 goblins appear on the right. The 2 are startled, saying there are a bunch of them here. But an attack comes and pierces the head of the first one. Wait a minute, I don't think these guys are from the guild, because there are some crazies arriving, shouting that the scream of a dying goblin is something wonderful. There's nothing better than bathing in its blood. They charge forward. Look at the buffs. Getting healed, man. The protagonist is there. That's it. Finally, you're getting a bit arrogant. While they're in the fight, smashing the goblins' heads, the guys in the background are a bit confused. Wanting to know, right, what was that just passed by us? Man. Apparently, a week later, the Badass Guild expanded its size and a rumor started spreading among ability users. The Badass Guild was basically a giant Kang Hyan. The guys are at the bar, hitting each other, drinking, and eating meat. While Siwon wonders how things ended up like this, he asks that friend, so, a week ago, we talked, right, about, whether we should stay here or not, right? The guy says, now that you're mentioning it, enough, right? I'm already learning the way to become stronger. Siwon says, I know, but aren't we maybe changing too much? He replies, no way, man. We're getting strong, drooling and spitting, saying they're finally understanding the goal of badass. Finally, the Guardian Guild will be able to guard something. Now they truly are what they always wanted to be. Siwon realizes it's over. No need to call him leader. He doesn't want to get involved with anyone here. Just take the card, pay the bill. I'm leaving, guys. Outside, the poor guy looks up and wonders what Park Se-hyun is doing up in the sky. Even though he disappeared and the Guardian Guild fell, at least the spirits still live with them. The members seem to be doing well and finally seem to be believing in themselves more than ever. But at the same time, he had the feeling that this wasn't a good idea. Yeah, for sure. An entire guild thinking like Kang will end up causing problems. Everyone's all shiny, looking nice, with their outfits and jackets, excited that now they have a huge building. Their entire headquarters is gigantic. Sung-ha says, wow, I came here yesterday, but in the morning it's so much nicer. Yu-sung agrees, saying it looks quite cozy. That's it, all set. From now on, this is our base, okay? Don't break anything, don't set anything on fire, and don't destroy anything. The guys completely ignore it and all run off to see who gets in first. The friends are like, huh, this list of precautions is kind of strange for a workplace. Wow. When everyone enters, they're faced with a banquet there. The guys even have a maid, coffee, gym. Wow. Commercial fridge, beer at will. The protagonist says that finally, it feels like a real guild. Yu-sung already wants to go for some cocktails, but then Kang says, oh, hold on. Yu-sung, wait a minute, aren't you underage? He replies, huh, you're asking me out of nowhere? I am, but why? The protagonist says, I've seen you drinking beer, haven't I? He says, yeah, man, but that was non-alcoholic. The protagonist says, no, but what about at that dinner? He starts to remember that Yu-sung was drinking Coke. Then, hey, hold on. I never noticed that Yu-sung never drank anything with alcohol. He has this look like, for sure, he could drink a lot and not have a problem. Then he says, you bastard, stop pretending you're enjoying life. Yu-sung is really not understanding anything. A while later, Taegil is receiving a call, right? Hey Kang, did you take a look at the construction at your new headquarters? What did you think? The protagonist says, I stopped by last night and took a better look at the appearance. Taegil, confused, asks, what did you do in such a short time? The protagonist says he has his ways. Then Taegil says it's okay. He wants to know, right? Was the merchandising idea his? The protagonist says, no, it wasn't really my idea, but I want to know if it's ready. Taegil says, yeah, it's ready and it seems to be really successful, especially that figure. The protagonist says, huh, figure? What do you mean? The friends are pretending they don't know anything. He then says, "Hold on, Taegil, I'll call you back in a bit." Then guys, what is he talking about? Yu-sung says, "I have no idea. What could it be?" "Do you know Sung-ah?" She says, "Never heard of it. It's kind of strange, right? What's this figure thing?" The protagonist notices something strange and goes online to check the badass merchandising. The poor protagonist's expression, they made him all bodybuilder, there, shirtless, all oiled up. Wow, it's 1/6 his size, right? The thing must be huge. It even comes with an extra face, where you can swap the head for a random expression. Online, the poor protagonist is being mocked. Everyone's saying it's disgusting, weird, what is this? The sword hits the ground. He goes and explains. "Explain now what this is doing for sale." Yu-sung says, "Yeah, I took a look at other guilds, and they only sell keychains. Silly stuff. We wanted something cooler. And since you're the face of this guild and everyone is a Kang here, right? Like a symbol." Yu-sung looks and smiles, and then the protagonist comes and cuts in saying he knew he was a bastard. He dodges. Phew, finally, we're on the same page. "I love it when you make my heart race like this, Kang." The protagonist, poor guy, the more he argues with Yu-sung, the more he likes it. Man, first day and the whole place is already being destroyed by the leader. That night, they went on a mission that Taegil requested. It was to pretend they were buyers of the monster pills there and make contact with the sellers. Since that incident where a bunch of people went crazy, it seems the government guys are finally acting more actively. The two are talking there, but the protagonist apparently says, "Can't you take that figure off the internet?" Yu-sung says, "But why? Why would we take it down? We've already sold about 500 units, all pre-orders." "Oh, sold 600 of Yu-sung's. The protagonist sold 6,000. Then, however, he receives a message in his earpiece that a vehicle was approaching. The protagonist immediately starts to sense 1, 2, 3, 4, 10 people with mana in total. From the warehouse, someone appears and approaches. Then Yu-sung says, "Did I ever tell you that my ability is the sixth sense?" Kang responds, "Yeah, you never said it directly." And the friend replies, "Well, take a look at that woman's face. It's pretty clear who she is, isn't it? Remember when I fought at the academy, when we did the first test? That was the girl I beat up." "Wow, really? Do you remember?" "Wow, that was a long time ago." The protagonist says, "Wait a minute, that woman became a monster drug dealer." To which Yu-sung responds that he should have trusted his sixth sense even more back then. Wow, man, the sixth sense was really strong. He should have really broken her head instead of his hand. Then the protagonist takes a step forward. "Where's the good stuff?" She, however, says, "No, show me the money first." He raises his hand and Yu-sung opens the suitcase full of bills. They hit a tracker, though, in that suitcase, to reveal where the base of the bastards is. He's just impressed that the government donated so much money. Really, the guys are bold. The woman asks, "Are you sure the right amount is there?" He says they can count if they want. "Now, right, show me what I want." The guy next to her hands over a suitcase. When she opens it, there are some crystals. Wow, there was an explosion in front of them. Then she says that since a certain skeleton appeared, a bunch of strange things happened along with it. At least they managed to get rid of those special ability team trash. Obviously, they would have sensed something so suspicious. She turns around, saying there's a tracker in the suitcase, and it would be better for them to leave. However, someone tells Miss Yuri to take a look. Wow, the protagonist turned into a Titan from Attack on Titan. Wow, he's wrecked. But he says it's a shame he's already been discovered. Now, he'll have to charge even more from Taegil. At that moment, the woman recognizes it's Kang, wanting to know what he's doing there. The protagonist says it's funny. Everyone recognizes him. He's getting too famous. Yuri shouts, warning everyone to be careful, that the enemy was nothing ordinary. He's a crazy psychopath who sells his figure naked. The protagonist is there, disheartened by the fame he's gaining. However, Yuri immediately remembers. If Kang Hen is there, the other guy is Yu-sung, who already greets Yuri and says they're old friends. She immediately remembers him crazily smiling, beating her up. Then Yu-sung clings to the protagonist, saying, "I told you, my intuition is good, man. I had the idea that something was going to come flying out of that suitcase, and that's why I hid behind something more resistant." The protagonist says whatever. The good thing is that now they have someone to fight against, and both are excited. And Yuri gives the order for everyone to attack, and the troop comes. But poor guy, right, man. The guy comes to give him a cut. The protagonist grabs the sword in his hand and gives him a kick. Wow, broke the sword just by squeezing it. The fool explodes against the wall while Yu-sung advances towards 3 more. Dodges the weapons, gives a hammer blow to the last one's face in the middle of the brain. Then Kang shouted, "Oh, Yu-sung, did you forget we have to capture everyone alive, man?" He says, "Oh, but man, I only killed one. One is fine, isn't it?" But then, in the background, someone stretches out a big staff and sends an icy storm. The protagonist, for a second, thinks it's just a bit chilly until the woman activates the freezing and he turns into a popsicle. This magic stone was a trump card she had saved. She already knew Kang's strength, and that's why it would be foolish to hold back even for a second. She thinks she won, but Yu-sung is behind her, saying she knows that won't kill him, right? In a second, he also moves away from her and is already heading towards Kang, while she's wondering how he defeated the rest so quickly. He stretches the club and hits the right, breaking the protagonist's arm. Wow, but it shattered. All the fingers fell off. He, however, doesn't care, already manages to free himself, saying it's amazing that this ice managed to trap him. He wants her in the guild, man, to put her in the fridge division to always have good beer. Yuri orders everyone to take the new drug. Yikes, but the guys are saying something about the side effect being madness. She, however, says they have no choice unless they all want to die there. The fools obey. With that, the muscles start to tear, blood coming out of the teeth. One of them advances towards the two, the whole group forward. Kang realizes it's going to be another madness, but Yu Sung tells him not to get involved. The protagonist asks, oh, why? The rascal says it's because they get stronger after transforming, which makes it much more fun. Then, the two go forward anyway, and Kang comes to give the first a sword strike. Explosion in the middle of the entire warehouse, everything flying everywhere. The protagonist seems to have hit it squarely. Wow, but the guy held his sword. Even Kang is in shock, saying he didn't expect them to be really that resistant. Took that punch and was pushed away. Yu Sung is looking, wow, that's really strong. Someone shouts, saying it's his turn, and immediately everyone jumps in the direction. The first one pulls the grab back, gives a cut. Damn, right? He just dodges, takes a look, and moves to the side. Then, he's already on the back of another and falls hugging him. Wow. But the head does a 180 and bites him on the shoulder. He pulls a knife from the inventory, throws it in the direction of another coming, but the creature manages to catch it in midair. Even so, Sung frees himself from that jump in the direction and hits the knife he had caught, sticking it in the head at the same time he came from the side. When Sung looks, the creature is already on top, and Yuri says it's over there. But something pierces the creature's chest. Wow, look how she's arriving in style upside down. The arrows are hurting now. Yuri sees more people arriving, and it's getting complicated. Immediately, she orders the two guys next to her to attack Sung Ha. But the expression changes when, right, there's someone coming from the background. It's the protagonist activating all his buffs. Actually, he only activated 2 this time. He tells the wretch to stay put, while she's trembling, telling him to stay put there. But obviously, he's already advanced with a psychopath's smile. Blood gushes, everyone screams, and some time later, the sun rises. People are wondering what happened in that factory for everything to have fallen to the ground. Taegil arrives confused. Hold on, why did the entire factory collapse? Kang honestly says that, right, the guys were a little stronger than we expected. And Sung said it's just a shame that eventually they lost the will to resist. Taegil says he doesn't understand, but the important thing is that they need a hostage to get information, right? Who's the survivor? The protagonist says there's one there that seems to be alive, but is buried. Then they find Yuri's head there on the ground, and the protagonist says that one I think is the boss, man. Apparently, she was the one in charge of everyone. In theory, she should be alive, right? That's what Kang says. Taegil gives up and says, leave it alone anyway. Good job there and thanks. The scene changes and we're in the office with her being interrogated in a room. Miss Seon Yuri, 26 years old, resident of the Mapo region. Is that right? She doesn't respond. Okay, then, right? You have the right to remain silent. Well, let's go. Choi Min-jun, do you know this name? Already went straight to the wound. He's the leader of this organization, isn't he? From dungeons to terrorism, drugs, and everything else. Why are you doing all this? Is it for money? By any chance? She's giving a little crazy laugh there, while Taegil is confused. Why don't you answer, my dear? Come on, we're wasting my and your time. Oh, then she asks, will you understand, even if I tell you? A government dog like you will never comprehend. The woman with a wild imagination is claiming that only one person can save the world. Taegil is confused and tells her to hold on. Is she talking about Choi Min-jun? Are they forming some kind of religious cult? What's going on? She doesn't answer, so he decides to stand up. Wow, he's going for the baton. Did he just put a cloth in her mouth? What's this? Pulling out a finger remover. Is Taegil really that hardcore? I'm not sure. Now I'm in doubt. Could that seemingly nice guy be a psychopath? Because he's already there, saying they're going to take the first one. Wow, and they actually did it. Screaming outside, blood on the floor, and she's suffering, drooling. Taegil, sorry about that. I didn't know you were in those leagues, man. Okay, my respect for him just went up, while she's there with a purple head and he's staring, demanding she reveal the objective. Now, I don't even know who the villain is anymore. The scene shifts to Choi Min-jun receiving information that everyone was killed. And even worse, everyone died despite having taken the new drug. Additionally, Seon Yuri was captured, and they can't even track her. Min-jun is thinking, if it were just anyone, I wouldn't care. But Yuri was really useful. He wants to know what happened. Did someone from the administration send something to Seon? Was it Dongwoo? who took her down. Here comes the woman again. It was Kang Hyun. Immediately, Choi Min-jun is in shock, while the woman says, yeah, it's him again, the guy from the Badass Guild. The guy is starting to lose his mind. Every time Kang does something, he remembers the history. That bastard. He stopped the dungeon invasion, then beat up Jung Young-sik and captured the drugs. Really, the bastard is a nuisance. He smashes the glass. Wait, why do they always smash the glass? Is it something cool in South Korea to smash a glass with your hand? To me, it just seems kind of crazy. But he warned, let's deal with Kang Hyun first. That's the goal. The woman is just nodding along until he orders them to leave the base. The lady knows the location, and soon they'll be discovered. Next time, you better show up here with good news. Damn, you just walk around with your hand in your pocket. Do something. He's there, angry at Kang, saying that this bastard alone is strong and his group is quite formidable. What is he going to do? Oh, he stops and gives a little smile, saying he's going to use that person. It's easy, right, you bastard, to use that person. Have you thought about using this person? In this case, yourself. Do something, Blondie. Meanwhile, we're back at Badass. Our protagonist is drinking a green beer. Get out of here. That's spoiled. He's having fun, enjoying it. At the same time, he's dying there, blood coming out of his face. Yu Sung says it's amazing how he stays alive with blood coming out of 7 different orifices. But he wants to know, right? What are you doing, Kang? Did you put poison in your own drink? What's going on? Did you lose money on the tiger and now want to kill yourself? Kang says, I'm testing something Taejil told me to prepare for. Basically, building resistance. And Sue wants to know the result. He says he's getting pretty solid. He even recently acquired poison resistance, and now even strong poison is being neutralized before taking full effect. The only downside is that this beer is still causing some damage. And Yu Sung says, well, expected, right? The stuff comes from a rank D boss. For most people, doing that would be instant death. Sung Ha says it's strange they're using this poison because it's quite expensive, right? They're really spending a lot of money on him. The protagonist said the fools sent him on a suicide mission without warning, and because of that mistake, they're going to take everything they can. With that, the poison resistance goes up another level and is already at rank E. This story is really slow, right? Like, the cool thing here is the rank E of skill. In other stories, the protagonist touches the stone on the day of awakening and receives SSS. The only one suffering there, though, is Jaemun in the corner, angry. They got a new giant base with an area just for drinking, and the bastard stays by his side all day. And the protagonist is there saying there's nothing better than drinking a beer, listening to Jaemun clicking on the keyboard in the background. And Jaemun is angry, saying that after hiring so many people, his work doubled. There are some to help, but in the end, he's working even more. But it's okay. He just has to endure a year here, and he'll leave. Meanwhile, the protagonist receives a call from someone named Seo Yonho, introducing himself as a person from the Ability Users Alliance. The protagonist asks, wait, are you one of the guys from Dongwoo? And the guy confirms. Then Kang remembers the guy who handed him a card, right? Says, oh, who are you? The guy with the card. Why did you call? The guy says he needs some time to talk about alliances, but the protagonist says he's kind of busy today, until the guy says he'll pay for a barbecue, and he immediately gets up. With that, we're already on the street, with the guy giving a shout out and the protagonist eager to go to the barbecue. Wow, but Kang already notices something wrong. He says, Seo Yonho, at our last meeting, you seem to have an important position in the guild, so why didn't you participate in the raid? The guy is a bit embarrassed and says it's kind of shameful, but he doesn't like killing or fighting. The truth is, he's level 3. Man, you better start killing because I don't know if you know, right? The world is ending. Let's fight for humans, shall we? Then he's there arguing that fighting isn't everything, that some people have to take care of the administrative part, right? And with that, he invites the protagonist to have a conversation and barbecue on the grill. This place is peculiar, very reserved. The guy says there's a lot to talk about, but the protagonist doesn't care. He just wants to start the barbecue right away. Several beers later, the protagonist praised the guy on the grill. Apparently, he knows how to cook meat, but he wants to know, right? What's the deal with the alliance? Why do you want to meet me in person? Yeah, the obvious happens, right? There was something adulterated in the beer. Seo Yonho, you went to poison the guy who was drinking poison all day. It's not going to end well for you. The protagonist is suffering, agonizing, and fainted, fell to the ground. And he's there with that villain face, saying that now they've solved the problem with Kang Hyun. Amal doesn't know where she got herself into. He's already getting up, telling the guys to take care of the body while warning that they were supposed to play with him before throwing him away. Play how? Oh, okay. They're going to beat him up. I thought it was going to be, oh, never mind, right? That's the organization for getting rid of bodies. They're the butchers. There's not much secret to what they do, right? They cut you up until there's nothing left. Yonho is hearing a lot of cracking, pounding. Oh, man. Thinking these guys are treating the body like a toy. A hand is coming and grabs his shoulder. The fool is going to turn around, saying not to touch his body with that Kang blood. But it's Kang staring at him, saying, hey, Yonho, that steak was pretty good, huh? Let's say the seasoning was quite unique. Obviously, with poison resistance rank E, most have a very low effect on his body. And Man, the people were butchered inside. Kang smiled, saying he has so many questions to ask, but first, they're going to have to fight, right? Takes the first punch to the face. Shortly after, he's completely shot, and we're back to the grill. The guy is tied up, wanting to know how Kang found out. Were you pretending to collapse from the poison? What happened? You couldn't have acted so quickly. After all, we studied you, and we know you don't have that level of intelligence. The guy is tied up and mocking. The guy wants to know? Right. Come on, Kang, tell me, man. How did you find me out? The guy doesn't care what he lost. He just wants to know how he lost. Kang says, well, when you said you were level 3, if you tell a giant lie like that, obviously I'm going to doubt everything else. Just by the amount of mana you're exuding, it's clear you're above 50. The guy is in shock that he managed to notice something like that. And suddenly, the guy, sorry, Kang. You know it was the organization? I had no choice. Kang says, oh, hold on, I'll ask about the organization later. For now, we're going to eat, okay? Yonho ignores, while the protagonist is licking the meat. This guy is weird. He offers our guy to join them. The protagonist replies, did you hit your head? No, I hit your head. But anyway, I'm not going to negotiate with terrorists. Yonho, however, says yes, he knows. His whole group seems like terrorists to outsiders, but if people truly understood, they're the only ones who know how humanity will manage not to perish. He screams desperately, saying they're trying to stop the end of everything, only they can save. Takes 2 chopsticks to the face. The protagonist says the bastard is ruining his appetite. But okay, if you want to talk, then let's hear it. Yonho tells him to ask, and the protagonist says he has no questions, just scissors. He doesn't even know what he wants to find out, but he's sure if he cuts a few fingers, eventually, he'll say something. But while the protagonist is talking about cutting little fingers or big toes, the guy has something in his mouth, and when it breaks, he starts to go crazy, spitting out some purple stuff, dying. The protagonist drops the scissors and says this guy is really annoying. He doesn't care, already leaving the restaurant thinking, what's this business about humanity will perish if not with them? It's the same thing that, apparently, Yuri had said about the country being destroyed in 3 years. As far as I know, it should be 5 years. Besides, the way he was talking, it seemed less like a countdown, and not even related to dimensions. I know it's more than obvious that the difficulty of the dungeons keeps rising. Even rank C gates are now difficult to handle, and if gates above that start appearing, things will get complicated. But whatever, right? There's not much I can do, just train and get stronger, can't worry. At least I better warn Tagil about what happened. However, when he picks up the phone, he sees he missed 23 calls from Tagil and gets a bit confused. He answers with Tagil already shouting, why didn't he answer before? The protagonist says he's not his girlfriend, and with that, Tagil tells him to take something seriously and come to the base right away. The protagonist wants to know what happened, man, because Tagil just tells him to come quickly and check any news portal. The protagonist is puzzled, right? Come on, tell me what it is. The guy responds, I can't explain over the phone. Come quickly. Done. Hung up on him, and we switch to the base, with the guy stressed, with someone saying they've already said countless times they won't be able to handle the army. Scene changes. It seems that 2 days ago, the government and the military found the terrorists' hideout. They went there to wipe everyone out and even use special forces. Oh, but one man alone, right? That of Choi Min-jun, took everyone down. The protagonist arrives at the base, wanting to know what place this is. Tagil explains it's a secret base and not to tell anyone because he knows what kind of person Kang is. With that, he says, Kang, I already warned you. This is an extremely important meeting, so don't cause trouble. Kang says he knows, but he's impressed he's going to meet President Han Sung-hoon. And in the room, there's a bunch of military guys, already the old men, right? Who will be like, hey man, you're useless. But later, they'll be like, oh my god, I love Kang. Who doubts? And they're in shock. Oh, Tagil, you brought someone? You didn't say you were going to bring all the best ability users. And Tagil said everyone is very busy, and it was difficult. The military isn't very happy, saying, for God's sake, huh? You guys from the ability team aren't good for anything. Not even the emergency button works. Another responds, a situation like this shows there's no discipline. It's really a group of useless people. President Sung-hoon, however, tells them to be quiet. They've already tried to solve this with the military and failed. In this situation, as Tagil said, they need the Awakened to be the main force. Times have changed, and we have to change too. Yeah, but the military is saying, I agree. That's why the Awakened should obey the military. This guild thing doesn't work. They're basically authorized militias. But be careful. Huh. Now I thought Tagil was nice, but look at the villain's face. Thinking, these bastards already messed up everything once and didn't realize it. That's exactly why I warned they should have sent the Awakened. In the end, we lost the chance to take down Choi Min-jun, and he escaped. These guys here don't even care about the crisis. They just want to keep this little bit of power they've had since the Awakened appeared. Even so, it's ridiculous. Countless people died in this operation, and they're still shameless. Yeah, the problem for them and everyone is that they called Kang, who already says, what a mess. I really don't feel like listening to these idiots. Someone is going to question. He already punches the table, asking if they think the awakened from his group are dogs to come and go when they want. What the hell is this about integrating with the awakened? As far as I know, you guys did the operation and completely failed. You should be ashamed of everyone you let die. It's even embarrassing to say that the country's top generals are in this room. If I were one of you, I'd quit my position out of shame. Done. Caused a scene. And still, man, I haven't stopped, President. It must be really hard to coordinate a nation with so many idiots by your side. There's only useless people here, so I'm leaving. When you need something, send a message. Wow, he really left. Tegel, on the other hand, loved the feeling of trashing all the generals. It was extremely refreshing. Now he understands what it's like to be a mad dog. Finally, he's understanding Kang, who appears again, saying, "Hey, Tegel, what's the exit to this place here?" "I don't know." The fools are all silent. Obviously, the military, as soon as he left, went crazy, telling the president to go solve this. You can't let a guy come into the room and trash everyone. This was national dignity. They're going to have to. The president, however, is just there, almost laughing. Almost not, started laughing. Crazy in the head too. Saying that's enough. Can't have a meeting. Leave it for later. The next day, on the 5th floor of Badass, the protagonist calls a cheeky blonde for a duel. It's Yu Sung, who wants to know. "You want to train against me? That's weird, huh?" Kang says he needs some training. That's because, right, he knows Choi Min-jun might be a bigger threat than he imagined. First, this guy is definitely a graduate of the tutorial, and if the protagonist is going to fight him, he has to be stronger than he is now. He's been leveling up constantly, but just increasing attributes is too little. What he needs at this moment are real combat techniques. With that, he says, "We're going to fight, but only with fighting techniques, no abilities." Yu Sung turns around. "No, I don't want to. Without abilities, I don't fight. Without abilities, it's so boring. You don't even know how to fight, Kang. You're just going to get beaten up. What's the fun in just beating you up? It won't be fun." The protagonist realizes the bastard is trying to provoke, but he retorts, "Oh, you're the one who's scared. Huh, blondie. Trying to run away from the beating you're going to take?" Yu Sung, however, says, "Kang, do you think I fall for these provocations nowadays? To convince me, you'll have to use some other strategy. At this moment, I'm not gaining anything from a boring fight, so how about we make a bet, huh? If you win, I'll do whatever you want, as long as it's possible. But if I win, we'll launch the Kang V 2 figures and, with that, also the right to like this video that helps Mamoru make more juicy content for his viewers. Activate the cheeky little bell, and I am out."